The chaotic mutterings of the street faded behind Bong Joohyuk, a man utterly unremarkable, unknowingly walking towards a destiny he was least prepared for. Every night, the familiar din and grime of the studio apartment neighborhood greeted Bong Joohyuk as his home. His kingdom was a meager 180-square-foot rooftop apartment. Bong Joohyuk sighed, contemplating yet another ramen dinner as the stark facts of his 25 years echoed, unemployed, juggling 3 soul-crushing part-time jobs. The simple, painful truth of his unending struggle, even with 3 jobs, was crushing debt, a burden he was determined to repay, no matter how miserable his life became. With no special skills, only a healthy body to offer, Bong Joohyuk resigned himself to a future devoid of brightness, simply uttering, yeah. Just as he accepted his pathetic existence, a sudden chime shattered reality. Bong Joohyuk, you have awakened. Ow, fuck, he screamed, recoiling violently as the system window materialized, then yelled, what the hell? He panted, eyes wide, struggling to grasp the impossibility of it all. I awakened? Me? These awakenings were called a blessing, a rare, life-altering jackpot, a chance rarer than any lottery win, that could transform lives overnight. But the brutal truth was, one had to survive to enjoy it, for entering the tower was fraught with extreme danger. Terrifying monsters could tear you apart, extreme environments could freeze or burn you, and insidious poisons could claim your life. You could be crushed by traps, Bong Joohyuk warned from his self-appointed role as Yunal's #1 safety instructor, hilariously concluding, remember this, I should have never left my part-time jobs. He diligently avoided all confrontations, even if it meant pretending to be on the phone and mumbling, hello, to sidestep dangerous situations. He would even reroute to avoid a construction site, openly admitting, yes, I'm a loser and a coward. I've lived my whole life like that. But now that he had awakened, Bong Joohyuk tapped the table, wondering, wait, is this awakening even real? Maybe I'm just so tired that I'm hallucinating. Desperate for answers, Bong Joohyuk dropped to his knees, stretching out his hand and pleading, status window. With a chime, the holographic status window materialized, confirming his awakening. Bong Joohyuk, level 1, with the trait, summon, leaving him gasping, it's actually real. My trait is summon. The awakened were granted unique abilities called traits, ranging from swordsmanship and archery to gigantification and, notably, summoning. Summoning, an ability to call forth specific categories of beings, could bring forth spirits, familiars, golems, or even demonic beasts as advanced forms. His heart pounded as Bong Joohyuk wondered, what kind of summoner am I, and decided, I should try using a skill now that I've awakened. Summon. Bong Joohyuk roared, energy bursting from his outstretched hand. Random summon. Bong Joohyuk mumbled, looking around in confusion. He remained utterly perplexed, his summoning attempt yielding nothing. Oh, right. Bong Joohyuk realized, scratching his head, it doesn't work outside the tower. Abilities, including skills, were only functional inside the tower, incapable of activation beyond its walls, rendering players no different from ordinary people outside it, save for checking their status windows. That's common knowledge, he thought, feeling like an idiot for forgetting such a basic rule. Just as Bong Joohyuk thought, there's no way a skill would activate outside the tower. A chime declared, you have activated random summon. What? Bong Joohyuk gasped, his eye wide with disbelief. A torrent of purple light and crackling energy exploded, and a powerful summoning circle ignited in his apartment. Then, amidst a brilliant flash of light, John Cossack stood, newly summoned. What? Bong Joohyuk stammered, aghast, why did that work? Wait, are you a person? Bong Joohyuk exclaimed, before Cossack, with a confident smirk, replied, yep, I'm a person. That's me, leaving Bong Joohyuk sputtering, what is this? I'm not inside the tower. How did I summon him? Bong Joohyuk panicked internally, horrified that he had summoned a human, not a spirit or golem, as John Cossack calmly sniffed the air. This smell. John Cossack mused, his eyes closed in concentration. Oh. Is this ramen? John Cossack exclaimed, eyes sparkling, and eagerly asked, can I have just one bite, to which Bong Joohyuk hesitantly agreed, sure. As John Cossack slurped down the ramen, Bong Joohyuk lamented, of all things, I summoned a one-bite moocher. John Cossack continued to ravenously slurp down the noodles. Boo, spicy. Hot. John Cossack cried between slurps, prompting Bong Joohyuk to wonder if a new spicy flavor existed, or if his one-bite moocher just couldn't handle even mild udon. Overwhelmed, Bong Joohyuk thought, anyway, I'm so confused. How did my skill activate outside the tower? And I've never even heard of a human summon. Bong Joohyuk called forth his status window, which chimed to reveal his summon could be humans and demi-humans, divided into tiers from R to LSSR, and that summoner and summon could communicate freely, making him think, it's like I'm pulling for a gotcha game character. A chime announced that the summon being abided by the 3 principles, making Bong Joohyuk question, 3 principles. The system then displayed the 3 principles of the summoned. The summon must protect the summoner's life above all else, absolutely obey their orders, and if those conflict, life protection takes precedence. Absolute obedience. This actually sounds pretty nice, Bong Joohyuk mused as Cossack slurped his ramen, then wondered, so, who is this guy I summoned? A chime revealed Cossack's full profile, John Cossack, the super rare mad assassin of the Cruel Assassins Guild, a human type with a 6-hour manifestation and 99% mission success rate, despite being both their greatest asset and biggest headache. He even assassinated a 5th Circle warlock, but his end came from. Ugh! Bong Joohyuk cried, clutching his head, overwhelmed by the sudden rush of information. Huh? Bong Joohyuk questioned, his eye glowing with the influx of more memories. He plunged through a swirling, chaotic vortex, his body glowing. Still falling, a figure below prepared for a powerful strike. Whoa! Bong Joohyuk cried as John Cossack made an aggressive, dynamic leap below. Bong Joohyuk fell, stunned, as Cossack violently attacked shadowy figures with crushing force, making him wonder, is this Cossack's past? Bong Joohyuk realized, as Cossack, a whirlwind of motion, brutally decapitated multiple enemies. But then, a red ribbon floated into view. Is he insane? Why is he gift-wrapping their heads? Bong Joohyuk shrieked internally, finally understanding why he was called the Mad Assassin, though he morbidly added, at least it's a gift. A chilling smirk twisted John Cossack's lips. Yet, his end came from a single, catastrophic failure. His target, unaware, slept peacefully. John Cossack struck with his blade, a blur of purple light. His target was none other than the Empire's strongest swordmaster. With a mighty crash, Cossack was defeated, falling to the ground as the swordmaster stood victorious, making Bong Joohyuk realize, so that's Cossack's last memory. What are you thinking about? John Cossack asked, startling Bong Joohyuk back to reality. Whoa! Bong Joohyuk shrieked, scrambling backward as Cossack apologetically knelt, sorry. I was just wondering if you had any orders for me. His heart pounded as Bong Joohyuk tried to reassure himself, I don't have to be scared. It said earlier the summon must absolutely obey the summoner's orders. Bong Joohyuk took a deep, determined breath. Mr. Cossack, please wash the ramen pot, Bong Joohyuk commanded, and with a swift movement, Cossack replied, okay, then wipe the table clean just as quickly, saying, got it. Whoa, he's fast. Bong Joohyuk thought, impressed, he doesn't complain either. He really does everything I say. Bong Joohyuk grinned mischievously. Mr. Cossack, Bong Joohyuk began, and when Cossack eagerly asked, your orders, he hesitated, asking, you wouldn't do something absurd, would you? To which Cossack firmly replied, I will obey any order that comes from you, summoner. Bark for me, Bong Joohyuk commanded with a mischievous smirk. Like a dog, Bong Joohyuk clarified, and a low growl rumbled from Cossack. Crap, did I go too far? Bong Joohyuk thought, a wave of regret washing over him. His mind raced, imagining Cossack, a powerful man of pride, snapping, but instead, little chibi Cossacks happily barked and wagged their tails, leaving Bong Joohyuk speechless. He really is absolutely obedient. Bong Joohyuk chuckled with a satisfied smirk. Suddenly, loud banging rattled the door, making Cossack question, huh? Bong Joohyuk. You in there? Open the damn door, the lone shark roared, pounding harder, as Bong Joohyuk panicked, damn it. I forgot. Today's supposed to be the day I pay off the interest. Quickly, Mr. Cossack. Get up. Bong Joohyuk urged, and Cossack immediately responded, okay. He had borrowed 10 million won, left with no choice but to turn to a loan shark after banks refused him. The money was for his dad's hip surgery and his younger brother's college tuition, he had no choice, yet he had paid over 5 million won in interest alone, barely touching the principal. I know it was a stupid thing to do, he thought, jaw clenched, but there was no other way. Even if I could go back, I'd still make the same choice. Just let me see your face, Joohyuk. I just want to see if you're doing okay, the lone shark roared, pounding harder, as Bong Joohyuk quietly called, Mr. Cossack. Just give the order, I'll bring you that bastard's head, John Cossack offered, sword in hand, eyes glowing maniacally, making Bong Joohyuk realize, that's not it. This guy is going to cause a huge problem. Hide in the bathroom, don't move a muscle, Bong Joohyuk urged, pushing Cossack, keep your mouth shut and don't make a sound. See, can I still breathe? Cossack innocently asked, to which Bong Joohyuk exasperatedly yelled, yes, and Cossack sighed in relief. A large hand roughly grabbed Bong Joohyuk by the neck. You do look fine, Bong Joohyuk, the intimidating loan shark sneered, feigning concern over the missed interest payment, to which Bong Joohyuk meekly apologized, I'm sorry, I forgot. With an evil grin, the loan shark suggested, if things get too hard, don't push yourself, okay? You can always sell an organ if you're in a pinch. One kidney and all your problems are gone. Doesn't that punk have a younger brother, boss? An associate suggested, and the loan shark, with a chilling creak of his neck, mused, the brother's a good idea. The younger they are, the more expensive they sell. Bong Joohyuk's jaw clenched, his eyes glowing white with barely suppressed fury. Huh? What's with that look? The loan shark demanded, challenging, you looking for a fight? But Bong Joohyuk remained silent. No, of course not. I wouldn't dare, Bong Joohyuk stammered, forcing a nervous smile. Watch yourself, the loan shark warned, unless you want to disappear without a trace, and as the door slammed shut, Bong Joohyuk exhaled a long, ah, of relief. Ah, Mr. Cossack, Bong Joohyuk said with a sigh of relief as Cossack emerged from the bathroom, you did a great job hiding in silence, to which Cossack stoically replied, you ordered me to. I'm so exhausted, Bong Joohyuk thought, having worked a double shift, a triple shift, and cleaned a construction site, admitting, there's no way a coward like me could climb the tower. What should I do now? John Cossack asked, but Bong Joohyuk, too tired to decide, simply responded, I don't know. What do you want to do? If you want to go back, I can just unsummon you, Bong Joohyuk began, but Cossack, beaming, eagerly interrupted, in that case, can I watch TV? Bong Joohyuk, baffled by Cossack's knowledge of TV and ramen, conceded, sure, go ahead, to which Cossack enthusiastically replied, thank you. I'll just watch a few dramas. As Bong Joohyuk slept, Cossack sat engrossed in a TV drama, reacting intensely to the characters' plights, thinking, Yena is Seonyoung's daughter, and, don't you ever talk about Seonyoung's child again. Bong Joohyuk reflected that having someone else around, even a summoned being, was not so bad, completely unaware that Cossack was passionately yelling, I'll get my revenge. Muum, at the TV. As Bong Joohyuk drifted to sleep, he found it, almost, comforting. Until now, I've been working myself to death, all alone. Bong Joohyuk thought, concluding, this is nice. John Cossack remained, gazing peacefully at the light. With a chime, Bong Joohyuk groggily dismissed his 8 a.m. alarm. Mr. Cossack, he must have been unsummoned, Bong Joohyuk realized, looking at the empty space where Cossack had been. Right. The duration was 6 hours, wasn't it? There was a time limit, Bong Joohyuk remembered, as a chime confirmed, John Cossack has unsummoned. Anyway, forget the awakening and everything. I need to get ready for work, Bong Joohyuk thought, as the TV blared, we have breaking news. As Bong Joohyuk brushed his teeth, the news reported, earlier this morning, in Jongnyo-gu, Seoul, at an office of the illegal private lending company, Smile Cash. Bong Joohyuk froze, realizing, wait. Smile Cash. The news chillingly reported, there are 3 victims in total, all of whom were found decapitated, making Bong Joohyuk's toothbrush fall with a clatter. What's truly shocking is that the victims' heads were found decorated with red ribbons. The anchor continued, and Bong Joohyuk whispered, decapitated heads decorated with red ribbons? Could it be? Bong Joohyuk thought, as the mad assassin's chilling smirk flashed in his mind. John Cossack? Bong Joohyuk screamed in terrifying realization. Comforting, my ass. Bong Joohyuk shrieked, clutching his hair in terror, I didn't summon a companion, I summoned a psychopathic murderer. The news tragically headlined the bizarre Smile Cash murder case. An unsettling thud accompanied the grim sight of a bloodied hand. An ominous sound punctuated the macabre display. A desperate gnashing of teeth echoed Bong Joohyuk's terrified realization, he was utterly, irrevocably screwed. As Bong Joohyuk's grim suspicion solidified into certainty, he nervously offered a strained, excuse me? A gruesome hallucination of John Cossack's head suddenly asked to be rung up, leaving Bong Joohyuk speechless with terror. On this particular Valentine's Day, the phantom customer persisted, excuse me. Aren't you going to ring me up? Bong Joohyuk shrieked, recoiling in pure, unadulterated horror. Are you okay? The concerned customer asked, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly flustered. From within the store, Bong Joohyuk's mortified apologies echoed, promising immediate service. Amidst the city's indifferent laughter, Bong Joohyuk, utterly drained, decided he couldn't work another day and would take tomorrow off from all his jobs. A heavy sigh escaped him as his thoughts drifted to those who had died. The chilling question lingered in his mind, was it because of him? Snow fell softly over the serene, moonlit city. A system chime unveiled the catalogue, confirming John Cossack's chilling designation as a mad assassin, leaving Bong Joohyuk stunned. Bong Joohyuk sighed, trying to reassure himself he was safe as the summoner, yet he couldn't deny John Cossack remained a little scary. With a surge of energy, Bong Joohyuk declared, designated summon, John Cossack. A chime rang out, startling Bong Joohyuk with a confused, huh? The system demanded a satisfaction rating for John Cossack before his summon, and Bong Joohyuk suddenly understood the catalog star rating section. John Cossack had murdered people without a word, earning him a righteous 1-star rating for being such a pain in the ass, and Bong Joohyuk was ready to tap it. He paused, however, the thought unfinished. He couldn't be that heartless, so with a soft click and a chime, John Cossack's satisfaction rating was set to 3 stars. He reflected on his mother's past as a rental coordinator, admitting he knew too well how heartbreaking low ratings could be, a wimp's guide to star ratings, indeed. With a shimmering flash, John Cossack materialized, cheerfully saluting, reporting for duty. It's a pleasure to see you again. John Cossack thanked him with a cheerful gasp for the 3 stars, promising to work harder, leaving Bong Joohyuk to wonder how such an innocent-seeming person could be a killer. He cautiously began, by any chance. Nervously, Bong Joohyuk pressed for the truth. Those men who came to my house yesterday, did you kill them, Mr. Cossack? John Cossack cheerfully confirmed he'd taken care of them right before he was unsummoned, sending a rustle and a thud of horror through Bong Joohyuk, who finally realized he was indeed the culprit. His heart pounded a frantic rhythm as he processed the terrifying truth. The cheerful figure before him was a murderer, bringing on a sudden wave of nausea. He took a deep, shaky breath and swallowed hard, trying to calm himself with the rationalization that at least John Cossack wouldn't harm him. Still reeling, Bong Joohyuk asked how he'd known their office, to which John Cossack, with a magical shimmer, explained he'd planted a tracker's mark on them. A tracker's mark? Was it a skill? Bong Joohyuk, confused and exasperated, demanded, why? Why go that far? John Cossack calmly asserted they were a threat to be eliminated in advance, but Bong Joohyuk vehemently interjected, but I never ordered you to, before Cossack cut him off. John Cossack dramatically declared it was because of the 3rd clause of the 3 principles of the summoned. The screen displayed the 3 principles of the summoned, with John Cossack explaining the 3rd clause: absolute obedience could be ignored if the summoner was in danger. Bong Joohyuk mused, so, if I, the summoner, ordered you to kill me, you would disobey. John Cossack emphatically replied, nope. Correct. But Bong Joohyuk pressed, there wasn't any actual threat. Wasn't that your own judgment call? John Cossack conceded, that's true. The 3rd clause can be interpreted in many ways. John Cossack continued to explain his perfectly reasonable judgment for eliminating perceived threats, only for Bong Joohyuk to shriek in horror, that's psychotic. Bong Joohyuk stammered an apology, nervously gasping, only for John Cossack to calmly reply, it's quite all right. I hear that a lot. He understood the principles, but the potential for John Cossack's dangerous interpretations weighed heavily on him. Bong Joohyuk imagined a scenario: walking with John Cossack, he accidentally bumped shoulders with some punk, thinking, the guy I bumped into would probably say something like this, right? The man would yell, you wanna die? I'll gouge your eyes out, but Bong Joohyuk knew such threats were usually empty. But depending on John Cossack's interpretation, the result could be this gruesome. John Cossack mumbled something about, a ribbon for this, a ribbon for that, causing Bong Joohyuk to grimace in disturbed silence. Bong Joohyuk stammered, as John Cossack suddenly knelt, declaring, it was my fault. Bong Joohyuk, startled, told him to get up. Bong Joohyuk insisted murdering people only caused him trouble, but John Cossack, evasive, couldn't promise he wouldn't do it again, forcing Bong Joohyuk to demand a promise unless his life was truly threatened. Bong Joohyuk warned him not to kill on mere suspicion, to which John Cossack, with a crisp snap, declared, yes, sir. I'll use my best judgment. Still finding John Cossack evasive, Bong Joohyuk, with a mix of relief, finally dismissed him. As John Cossack prepared to leave, he asked, by the way, summoner, have you considered leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly confused? He then dropped the bombshell, climbing the tower. Bong Joohyuk knew it was true, climbing the tower was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But he was honest with himself, he was scared. It was dangerous, and he could die inside that ominous tower. Bong Joohyuk asked if John Cossack had other summoners before, to which Cossack confirmed he had. John Cossack reminisced about them, recalling they were very strong and brave. Ashamed, Bong Joohyuk confessed he lacked the courage to risk his life, unlike others who saved the world, leaving John Cossack silent. As John Cossack began, Summoner Bong, you truly are, Bong Joohyuk cut him off, resigned, I know. I'm a pathetic coward. John Cossack, with a sudden, dazzling flare, declared him the greatest summoner of all, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly shocked. John Cossack, leaning in, passionately asked, what is a summoner's greatest virtue? Safety first, of course, leaving Bong Joohyuk to wonder, it is. With a predatory smile, John Cossack explained that bravery was poison because a dead summoner meant no more appearances for the summoned, making Bong Joohyuk finally understand. John Cossack chillingly promised he would handle all the dirty work. With a soft, fading glow, John Cossack instructed Bong Joohyuk to just lay low and live a long, long life, leaving him stunned. A restless creaking punctuated his sleepless night, spent worrying about whether he should climb the tower. He quietly tapped a thought, who am I to be climbing the tower? I should just be grateful my debt and the collectors are gone. With a grunt of effort, he resolved to work a safe, normal job, convinced that if he just worked hard, everything would get better. A hum from his pocket startled him. He called his dad, asking about his rehab, only to hear about a need to transfer to a bigger hospital. Then came the shocking news, his mom got fired, though she tried to reassure him not to worry too much. He promised to visit soon, ending the call with a heavy heart as his mother gently warned him not to push himself too hard. He stood silently, the crushing weight of the news settling over him. With a dramatic flourish, summoner Bong Joohyuk donned his full safety manager set, ready for action. He steeled himself, rationalizing it was just the first floor, a quick peek, and he could leave immediately, before deciding, first, the summon. Suddenly, Bong Joohyuk stopped himself, realizing, wait. I don't have to stick with that psycho Cossack. He wondered, can't I try summoning someone else? Who knows? I might get a legendary special super rare grade. A system chime announced that random summons were unavailable due to a month-long cooldown, leaving Bong Joohyuk in dismay. In the end, with a shimmering materialize, John Cossack returned, cheerfully thanking Bong Joohyuk for 5 stars and reporting for duty. Bong Joohyuk nervously wondered if John Cossack knew about his attempt to summon someone else, before awkwardly greeting him with, "Oh, welcome," leaving Cossack puzzled. Bong Joohyuk declared, "I've decided. Let's enter the tower." John Cossack enthusiastically called him brave, then quickly corrected himself, "You shouldn't be brave." Bong Joohyuk reassured him it was just a taste, and John Cossack deemed it a wise decision. With a playful whoosh and a light tap, John Cossack dismissed Bong Joohyuk's crude safety gear, promising to be his guide inside. With a confident finger wag, John Cossack promised a safe and comfortable experience without Bong Joohyuk lifting a single finger, to which Bong Joohyuk hesitantly agreed, "Oh okay." A chime presented the choice, do you wish to enter Korea's Black Tower? The currently accessible floor is floor 1. Bong Joohyuk nervously asked, well then, shall we go? And John Cossack, with a firm click, eagerly replied, yep. A chime confirmed their entry into floor 1 of Korea's Black Tower, amidst a shimmering whoosh of energy. With a grunt, John Cossack yanked Bong Joohyuk through the portal, who shrieked, and now, wait a second, his protest swallowed by the chaotic rush. The digital void pulled Bong Joohyuk and John Cossack into its chaotic rush. Bong Joohyuk shrieked, his body flapping uncontrollably in pure, unadulterated terror. He screamed, tumbling headlong as the vortex rushed them crashing through the digital barrier. A disorienting whoosh deposited them into a desolate wasteland, the unexpected reality of the Black Tower's interior. Bong Joohyuk could only state the obvious, the first floor is a complete wasteland. The abrupt arrival left him with a sudden, unpleasant surge of nausea. John Cossack showed concern as Bong Joohyuk violently emptied his stomach, promising he would get used to it quickly. John Cossack confidently strode beyond the safe zone, urging Bong Joohyuk to follow despite his lingering discomfort. A chime signaled Bong Joohyuk's abilities surging to match his level, unlocking his traits and combat skills with a powerful shimmer. A newfound strength rippled through him, and Bong Joohyuk, flexing his hand, declared, even at level 1, I feel pretty strong. A system notification laid out their first mission, defeat 5 tough-skinned fatty maggots, which John Cossack cheerfully pointed out. The first floor was a skills test, and while tough-skinned fatty maggots had almost no attack power, their incredibly tough skin made them surprisingly difficult to kill. The knowledge that other players struggled for 30 minutes to defeat just one made Bong Joohyuk gulp nervously. He clenched his fist, resolving to prove himself worthy as a player. Bong Joohyuk strode confidently forward, declaring he would try to catch one first, much to John Cossack's surprised attempt to stop him. He stepped up to the maggot, a moment of awkward stillness before the impending action. Bong Joohyuk suddenly remembered the crucial detail of needing a weapon, just as the maggot began to twitch beneath him. The maggot suddenly squirmed open with a sickening undulation, revealing a glowing, hideous interior that instantly startled Bong Joohyuk. Bong Joohyuk could only stare, frozen in wide-eyed, absolute terror. His confidence utterly gone, Bong Joohyuk desperately reached out for John Cossack. Chibi John Cossack gave a self-satisfied chuckle, praising Bong Joohyuk for his wise decision. John Cossack burst into action, a flash of blue energy following him as he moved. With a powerful slash, John Cossack cleaved the maggot, sending green fluid gushing from the wound. John Cossack shattered the maggots with powerful strikes, telling Bong Joohyuk to step back from the crashing blows. John Cossack moved with focused intensity, dual energy blades ablur around him. He unleashed a flurry of flashing blue energy projectiles. As the shattered remains of the maggots scattered around him, John Cossack stood calm and victorious. John Cossack delivered the dramatic name of his attack, Blade Explosion. The remaining maggots exploded into countless blue shards, completely obliterated. Bong Joohyuk could only stare in wide-eyed awe. He had cut through them instantly, Bong Joohyuk realized, as the last maggot fragment dissolved. A chime announced their success on the first floor mission, a level increase, 100G magic crystal, and an S++ clear rating with a platinum badge. A chibi Bong Joohyuk laughed joyfully, dreaming of imminent riches from such an easy clear. Bong Joohyuk remained blissfully unaware of the implications as the same chime announced their success to others. A female player sighed, her body trembling with exhaustion after her own efforts in the tower. At that very moment, the same system notice appeared to a muscular man relaxing on his couch. The notice chimed across South Korea, appearing to players everywhere. As notifications announced Floor 2 was now open and Bong Joohyuk held the only S++ clear in Korea, he flashed back home, the tower's mission complete. Still feeling a bit queasy from the rapid transport, Bong Joohyuk marveled that it had only taken 5 minutes. John Cossack beamed, showering Bong Joohyuk with praise for his hard work. Bong Joohyuk humbly denied doing anything, but John Cossack insisted his inaction was precisely what he did well, laughing that it made others' struggles seem too simple. Bong Joohyuk examined the glowing crystal with wide-eyed awe, thrilled to finally see a real magic crystal. Magic crystals had become an essential resource in their world, with 100G now valued at roughly 50,000 won. Since the Black Towers appeared worldwide 2 decades ago, their basic knowledge had become common for most ordinary people. But the platinum badge remained a mystery, Bong Joohyuk had never even heard of such an item. Celebrating his quick 50,000 won, Bong Joohyuk happily declared he would now watch some dramas. Bong Joohyuk invited John Cossack to eat, but John Cossack recoiled with a sniff of deep disgust. Despite Bong Joohyuk assuring him the pork feet weren't spicy, John Cossack nervously sniffed, convinced the smell still carried a hint of spice. John Cossack devoured the meal with gusto, enthusiastically thanking Bong Joohyuk, who barely had time to interject. Bong Joohyuk finally asked John Cossack about his unusual speech pattern, which John Cossack explained came from his previous summoner. Bong Joohyuk playfully likened it to an ex-boyfriend's influence, which John Cossack cheerfully corrected to previous summoner. John Cossack offered to change his speech, but Bong Joohyuk found it increasingly funny, and their shared laughter cemented his newfound certainty. John Cossack confidently declared the tower not dangerous at all, then quickly corrected himself. Bong Joohyuk smirked, now certain the tower was entirely doable. The next morning arrived, bringing with it a quiet sense of purpose. Bong Joohyuk meticulously planned his day, revising his routine. He revised his schedule, swapping day labor for tower conquering with John Cossack after his convenience store and restaurant shifts. John Cossack materialized with a flourish and a salute, delighting in Bong Joohyuk's praise and earning yet another 5-star satisfaction rating. Bong Joohyuk pondered the true importance of the satisfaction rating. John Cossack explained that a better rating meant more benefits, like increased manifestation time and more calls, and Bong Joohyuk understood. A chime announced their entry into Floor 2 of the Black Tower, and they flashed into the new environment. The Floor 2 mission presented a new challenge, defeat 10 crafty fatty maggots, described as tricky and mobile, making Bong Joohyuk look on in surprise. Bong Joohyuk asked what he should do on the second floor, but John Cossack smirked, implying he wouldn't have time to do anything himself. John Cossack held up 3 fingers, confidently declaring a 3-minute clear. John Cossack burst with swirling blue energy, promising to finish quickly and escort Bong Joohyuk home. Bong Joohyuk, his eyes gleaming with a new incentive, eagerly suggested chicken and beer for after the mission. John Cossack smirked, channeling his power as he gratefully accepted the offer. With a powerful crash, John Cossack annihilated the crafty maggots, leaving only scattered blue fragments. Bong Joohyuk stared in disbelief as chimes announced another S++ clear for Floor 2, with rewards of 200G magic crystal and another platinum badge. Bong Joohyuk questioned the unnatural ease and speed of his S++ clears, realizing he could even fit tower runs into his morning part-time job. The Floor 3 mission to defeat ice-cold fatty maggots was revealed, and John Cossack cheerfully praised Bong Joohyuk's surprisingly awkward landing. Chimes, crashes, and thuds signaled the successful, rapid completion of Floor 3, bringing another level increase, 300G magic crystal, and an S++ platinum badge. A system notification quickly confirmed their success on the Floor 4 mission, as a triumphant chibi John Cossack celebrated amidst exploding maggot remains. With a final chime, the Floor 5 mission was cleared, culminating in a triumphant chibi high five. Bong Joohyuk stared in utter shock as chimes announced he had cleared all 5 floors, unlocking special privileges, including a doubled awakening rate for all future summons. A system upgrade granted Bong Joohyuk increased concentration, allowing 2 simultaneous summons and the ability to bring one more person, a revelation that instantly made him think of John Cossack's past dominance. Glowing silver badges shimmered upwards, confirming Bong Joohyuk's thought that these S++ clear rewards were truly amazing. Long battles might still loom, but Bong Joohyuk found comfort in the thought that these improvements, vividly represented by John Cossack's triumphant sprint, would make everything much safer. Bong Joohyuk focused on his status screen, noting the random summon ability had over 20 days left on its cooldown, reminding himself they needed to be careful until then. With John Cossack radiating power, Bong Joohyuk envisioned a future where his 2 summons would blast through floors with S++ ratings, ready to climb the 6th floor tomorrow. The scene shifted to Hanam-dong, Seoul, home of the Korea Awaken Management Agency. Inside the agency's lounge, 3 figures waited in expectant silence. Man-A wondered impatiently when the call would finally come, pondering if it would be morning, evening, or perhaps even late into the night. The female character looked at him knowingly, intuiting he was thinking about the notice. Manager Lee. Man-A exclaimed, startled, frustrated that she still kept sneaking up on people, but she simply stated she couldn't help being curious. Man-A asked if a new notice had appeared, and Manager Lee confirmed an S++ grade clear of floor 5 of the Black Tower, making him groan, again. With global S++ clear notices continuously appearing from the Black Tower, Man-A surmised it must be one single person, methodically breaking through floors 1 to 5. This was clearly someone of unprecedented talent, and the implications of them consistently achieving S++ grades on every subsequent floor were staggering. Man-A's hand hit the table with a frustrated thud. The agency director, Park Kyung-soo, reminded them that S++ clears and the global notices they triggered were entirely new, far beyond Korea's previous A-grade record. Park Kyung-soo gravely warned that player naturalization and even kidnapping were rampant internationally, and they couldn't afford to lose this talent to another country. With fierce determination, Park Kyung-soo declared they needed to find this player immediately. 2 days later, a directive remained in place to closely monitor all newly registered players. As he happily washed dishes, Bong Joohyuk confirmed they were on the 8th floor, marveling at how they were breaking through 1 floor per day without any trouble. Watching John Cossack move at lightning speed, Bong Joohyuk mused that everything up to the 10th floor was just the beginner phase, going incredibly smoothly. John Cossack ripped through crafty fatty maggots, their defeat heralded by system notifications announcing floor 6 clear rewards, including 3 kilograms of magic crystals and a new pet, the black fatty maggot. A crafty fatty maggot lashed out with a glowing purple tongue. A swift, blue sword tore through the air. John Cossack cut down waves of enemies, his relentless attacks earning them floor 7 and floor 8 clear rewards, including more magic crystals and new pets, the tough-skinned fatty maggot and the praying mantis maggot. You worked hard today. John Cossack praised, but Bong Joohyuk sheepishly replied that he didn't do anything every day, only for John Cossack to declare that merely entering the tower was the hardest work. John Cossack gratefully acknowledged their easy climbs thanks to Bong Joohyuk, then warned that the latter half of the 10th floor wouldn't be so light, prompting Bong Joohyuk to consider a reward for Cossack's hard work. Bong Joohyuk generously offered money, urging John Cossack to enjoy his remaining manifestation time outside, eat something delicious, and just not cause any trouble. John Cossack adamantly refused the offer, claiming unwavering loyalty to Summoner Bong, leaving the flustered Bong Joohyuk to realize that absolute obedience didn't quite apply to going out. At the mere suggestion of ordering chicken, a chibi John Cossack, sporting a chicken hat, erupted with an enthusiastic, sounds good. While Bong Joohyuk meticulously ordered a non-spicy, honey cheese buttersweet chicken, he suddenly remembered to check his rewards. A new tower-only healing potion appeared among his rewards, and Bong Joohyuk immediately thought of giving it to John Cossack. Bong Joohyuk then pondered his substantial collection of 3.6 kilograms of magic crystals, realizing they were worth around 1.8 million won, and that it was time to start cashing them in. On day 10 of his tower climb, Bong Joohyuk, tiredly stretching, yearned to quit his part-time jobs, reflecting on how he diligently cleared a floor each day after initially planning to just dip his toes in. Bong Joohyuk thought back to yesterday's floor 9 clear, remembering how John Cossack effortlessly shattered the man-eating corpse's messy break, making S++ clears a bonus on top of their guaranteed success. As John Cossack raised a glass with a smirk, Bong Joohyuk found him incredibly reassuring, completely forgetting that he was a crazy assassin who had killed 3 people. After performing a targeted summon for Cossack, Bong Joohyuk reacted with delighted surprise as a notification declared John Cossack's satisfaction rating had reached 5 stars, extending his manifestation time by an hour. A cheerful chibi John Cossack, forming a heart with his hands, promised to assist Bong Joohyuk for an extra hour, proclaiming, "Just trust me." As they entered floor 10, system notifications announced difficulty adjustments and a special privilege ticket reward, and Bong Joohyuk could feel the change around this level. Bong Joohyuk's eyes glowed red as he felt a powerful physical ability readjustment within the tower, a surge of strength and mysterious magical power filling him. He wondered if this meant Bong Joohyuk had transformed into an untamable wild stallion, his mind grappling with the sudden, overwhelming power. Bong Joohyuk, still in his wild stallion form, confidently declared to a surprised John Cossack that he would now help in battle too. No, no. John Cossack vehemently refused, declaring he'd bash his own head in if Bong Joohyuk got a single scratch, insisting that Summoner Bong's encouragement and praise were enough. Still radiating power, the wild stallion Bong Joohyuk firmly insisted he absolutely must fight alongside John Cossack this time. A massive praying mantis maggot suddenly attacked, while a chibi Bong Joohyuk ironically thought how glad he was it wasn't a praying mantis maggot. Bong Joohyuk stared in wide-eyed horror, questioning how other players could possibly kill such a monstrous creature. John Cossack coughed dramatically before declaring it beneath his dignity for two of them to gang up on an insect, emphatically cutting off Bong Joohyuk's protests that his dignity was very hurt. The praying mantis maggot chittered menacingly, its eyes glowing. As the giant mantis lunged, John Cossack prepared for battle while a chibi Bong Joohyuk enthusiastically cheered him on. John Cossack, a blur of motion, unleashed a fierce, glowing sword attack. John Cossack's blue eyes gleamed with intense focus. The praying mantis maggot was overwhelmed by John Cossack's relentless blue energy slashes. Amidst John Cossack's victorious attack, a flurry of system notifications announced Floor 10 clear, granting 3 kilograms of magic crystals and a special privilege ticket, with Floor 11 difficulty already adjusted. The system confirmed another 1 kilogram of magic crystals had been added, bringing his total to 5.5 kilograms. A sparkling platinum badge floated into view, representing the special privileges Bong Joohyuk had earned by accumulating 5 of them. Bong Joohyuk's smile widened with curiosity as a system notification confirmed his special privilege for accumulating 5 platinum badges, wondering what it would do. A large system screen revealed his special privilege, the ability to copy one skill possessed by a summoned entity, a skill copy option that left Bong Joohyuk in surprised awe. John Cossack assertively cut off Bong Joohyuk's questions, emphatically instructing him not to ask or question, but to just learn Shadow Step. When Bong Joohyuk asked why, John Cossack explained that Shadow Step was incredibly convenient for running away, allowing him to escape secretly and quickly should anything happen. Bong Joohyuk pondered the idea of running away, feeling a flicker of indignation that he might appear as someone who would only save himself. As the system announced his new Shadow Step skill, John Cossack, clearly exasperated, lectured Bong Joohyuk about the extreme importance of fast feet and footwork in combat, while Bong Joohyuk remained skeptical. Curious if it would work in reality, Bong Joohyuk cried, "Shadow Step," and attempted the ground-shrinking movement, resulting only in a blurry, rapid movement. Gasping for breath on the floor, Bong Joohyuk ranted about the inconsistency of the system, lamenting that if he could summon, he should be able to Shadow Step in reality, to which an amused John Cossack wholeheartedly agreed. On day 11 of his tower climbing, Bong Joohyuk nervously swallowed as his phone rang. The Awaken Management Agency call center answered, and a blushing, hesitant Bong Joohyuk awkwardly introduced himself, admitting he had awakened. As confetti showered down, Bong Joohyuk, surprised and relieved, quickly provided his address after the agency congratulated him and offered a home visit. Exhausted, a chibi Bong Joohyuk sighed, reflecting that contacting the Awaken Management Agency to sell magic crystals had been the bravest decision of his 25 years. Manager Lee Min-ah walked purposefully across the city street. Inside the car, team leader John Gwang-il asked manager Lee Min-ah about yesterday's awakened person from Daegu, his frustration evident that this one also wasn't their S++ record holder. Manager Lee Min-ah informed team leader John Gwang-il about another new awakening application, and he agreed they needed to tirelessly pursue every lead. With fierce resolve, team leader John Gwang-il declared they must recruit that person for the elite team, even if it meant showering them with the best benefits the agency could offer. Bong Joohyuk frantically cleaned and tidied his room, making everything sparkle. A nervous gulp escaped Bong Joohyuk as a knock sounded at his door, and he heard the Awaken Management Agency announce their arrival. With a click, Bong Joohyuk nervously opened the door, stammering an invitation for the 2 agency professionals to enter, and team leader John Gwang-il introduced himself. John Gwang-il introduced manager Lee Min-ah, another player, and Bong Joohyuk instantly became flustered by her presence, stammering his own name awkwardly. Lee Min-ah leaned in impossibly close, making Bong Joohyuk's heart pound as he mentally exclaimed how close she was. With an intense gaze, Lee Min-ah confronted Bong Joohyuk, declaring, "It's you, isn't it?" S++, leaving him utterly shocked. Manager Lee Min-ah confronted Bong Joohyuk directly, asserting, "It's you, isn't it?" S++, leaving him utterly stunned. Our hero recoiled with a startled yelp, overwhelmed by her sudden proximity and intense gaze. His heart hammered as Bong Joohyuk frantically wondered if there was some secret way to discern the awakened he didn't know about. Internally, he hatched a frantic plan, deny everything and just act natural. Bong Joohyuk offered a strained, robotic laugh, feigning innocence and claiming he'd only heard of that S++ rank but it certainly wasn't him. Manager Lee Min-ah remained unimpressed, observing his awkward arm gesture and identifying it as a classic, lying signal. Team leader John Guangil swiftly intervened, reprimanding Lee Min-ah for her persistent probing. He apologized for their rudeness, a gesture Bong Joohyuk, now relieved, accepted, realizing her earlier accusation was merely a fishing expedition. A cheerful mascot named Tabi announced itself as the face of Korea's Black Tower, inviting everyone to learn more with a whimsical pop. The narration began, describing the ominous, pitch-black Black Tower that appeared overnight worldwide 2 decades ago, rumbling with an unseen power. Armies and scientists were sent to uncover its secrets, but an invisible barrier violently repelled every attempt to approach. The tower's true nature was finally revealed with the appearance of players, who discovered it functioned like a game, climbed one floor at a time. Players, ordinary outside, wielded powerful abilities and skills within the tower, earning rewards that boosted the global economy. The system warned of dire consequences. If no new higher floor was cleared within 6 months, a collapse countdown would begin, ticking towards disaster. 3 years prior, the tower's collapse utterly destroyed the Indian city of Mumbai, demonstrating the catastrophic cost of failure. Tabi then shifted focus to South Korea, detailing its single tower, a player population of 0.01% to 0.02%, and an impressive clearing record, currently second only to America. The narrator concluded, affirming that humanity's players were the modern-day heroes, exploring and learning about the Black Tower just as pioneers once charted new continents. Finally, the mascot directly appealed to newly awakened individuals, calling them the hope of this era, and inviting them to become official players and heroes. Team leader John Guangil announced the conclusion of the mandatory viewing material, unaware Bong Joohyuk was internally dismissing the video as cringeworthy propaganda, before moving on to verification questions. Bong Joohyuk confirmed his awakening in tower clears, offering a pile of clinking magic crystals, and revealed he had reached floor 10 when pressed by John Guangil. Both John Guangil and Lee Min-ah exchanged serious glances, realizing Bong Joohyuk's floor 10 clear matched the S++ record. Manager Lee Min-ah's gaze sharpened, her suspicion deepening as she silently wondered if he could truly be the S++ player. She then subtly asked Bong Joohyuk about the global notices, a question that visibly unnerved John Guangil. Bong Joohyuk awkwardly laughed, trying to act natural, claiming to have heard of the S++ clears but insisting that his companion didn't need to be so tense. His twitching smile and extreme nervousness only heightened their suspicion. The explanation shifted to contract options, detailing the government's division of players into 2 tracks, the elite and general climbing teams. General team players enjoyed a freelance lifestyle, while the elite team worked closely with the Awaken management agency. The elite team faced obligations to climb higher but received extensive support, including personal protection outside the tower, where players were vulnerable. As John Guangil began listing the elite team's benefits, Bong Joohyuk's mind raced, fearing the exposure of his S++ record. He imagined the terrifying prospect of being swarmed by cameras and reporters, asking humiliating questions about his rumored wimpishness and lack of friends, causing him to inwardly scream. Bong Joohyuk's terror was palpable as he adamantly declared that being in the spotlight was the last thing he ever wanted. John Guangil explained that elite team members were lent body cameras to record their runs, prompting a hesitant interjection from Bong Joohyuk. Bong Joohyuk flatly stated he would not be applying for the elite team, catching John Guangil completely off guard. Despite John Guangil's protests about the superior conditions, Bong Joohyuk insisted he was satisfied with the general team, claiming to have no talent. He confessed that climbing was scary and that he was perfectly content stopping at a reasonable floor for moderate rewards. John Guangil urged him to reconsider, but Bong Joohyuk remained firm, his decision unyielding under Lee Min-ah's silent observation. Manager Lee Min-ah sighed, privately labeling this another miss. She internally dismissed Bong Joohyuk, judging him a coward who merely sought safe gains, deeming him unfit for the elite team despite others doing the same. Manager Lee Min-ah firmly believed that the will to climb was the most crucial virtue for the elite team, and Bong Joohyuk clearly lacked it. John Guangil respectfully acknowledged Bong Joohyuk's decision, accepting it with a polite nod, to which our hero expressed his thanks. To confirm his awakening, John Guangil then asked Bong Joohyuk to enter the tower from their location, a request he agreed to. Bong Joohyuk mused about making the most of his daily entry by clearing a floor, while secretly wondering if John Guangil was still probing for his S++ status. He warned that a clear might take nearly 2 hours, but John Guangil, ever professional, assured him it was part of their job. Lee Min-ah offered a reassuring smile, telling Bong Joohyuk not to feel pressured and that they would patiently wait. With a determined stride, Bong Joohyuk prepared himself to enter the tower. He hospitably invited his guests to watch TV and help themselves to drinks, promising his return. In a flash of blue light, Bong Joohyuk disappeared, entering the tower as John Guangil and Lee Min-ah watched. John Guangil acknowledged Bong Joohyuk's awakening, prompting Lee Min-ah to ask for his further thoughts. He commented on Bong Joohyuk's timid demeanor, predicting he would give up on floor 11, which piqued Lee Min-ah's curiosity. Lee Min-ah explained that Floor 11 tested a player's fear, citing the long-tailed burrow centipedes, which she admitted were not difficult to beat. She elaborated on the true challenge, their disgusting appearance and the sheer number of 100 of them, questioning if someone so scared could endure it. Lee Min-ah confidently predicted Bong Joohyuk would retreat to the safe zone, a prediction John Gwang-il noted given her previous accuracy. With a sigh of resignation, yet resolve, John Gwang-il decided to call the director. Inside the tower, John Cossack triumphantly announced another legend end, proclaiming an S++ clear for Floor 11 and thanking Bong Joohyuk for feeding him. The mission details flashed: defeat 100 long-tailed burrow centipedes in 2 hours, a task that horrified Bong Joohyuk, while John Cossack confidently declared he'd clear it in 5 minutes. Panicked, Bong Joohyuk hastily instructed John Cossack to hunt as slowly as possible, taking at least an hour, to avoid an S++ clear record. Bong Joohyuk explained they were being watched and that he'd even cancel the summon inside the tower, a cunning plan John Cossack readily understood. With a sinister chuckle and glowing eyes, Bong Joohyuk internally resolved to intentionally create a messy record to escape the S++ encirclement. John Cossack rapidly attacked the centipede-like monsters, electric energy crackling around him. Bong Joohyuk, shocked by his summon speed, ordered John Cossack to slow down even more, an instruction he obediently accepted. The hunting pace significantly reduced, as the centipede monsters moved with deliberate slowness. Then, a sudden, surprising turn of events caused Bong Joohyuk to find himself standing atop a giant centipede monster. Shit, he cursed in terror, as something went terribly wrong. Bong Joohyuk found himself floating, paralyzed by fear, unable to use any skill to escape the centipede monsters surrounding him. John Cossack instantly reacted, his face set with fierce determination. Declaring he would go, John Cossack rushed forward, electric power surging around him. Enraged, John Cossack furiously attacked the disgusting centipede monsters, causing them to explode into shimmering blue shards. The centipede monsters continued to shatter and explode into blue debris under John Cossack's relentless assault. Wait! Bong Joohyuk cried out, startled, trying to stop the rampant destruction. Surrounded by swarming centipede monsters, a frantic Bong Joohyuk pleaded with John Cossack to slow down, as he was moving too fast. John Cossack defiantly refused, prioritizing Summoner Bong's life above all else as he continued his furious attack. Bong Joohyuk's protests were cut short by an unwelcome system notification: he had achieved an S++ clear rating for Floor 11 and been awarded a platinum badge. Damn it, Bong Joohyuk muttered in frustration as John Cossack, apologizing, faded away, leaving him with an unwanted S++ clear and an unlocked Floor 12. With a resigned sigh, Bong Joohyuk prepared to exit the Black Tower, his form glowing blue. Manager Lee Min-ah remarked that 5 minutes had passed, expecting Bong Joohyuk to emerge soon, when a notification sound rang out. Both John Gwang-il and Lee Min-ah stared in shock at the glowing blue screen displaying an S++ clear notification for Floor 11. In a flash of blue light, Bong Joohyuk reappeared, startling John Gwang-il and Lee Min-ah even further. No way, Lee Min-ah gasped in disbelief, explaining to a confused John Gwang-il that an S++ rating for Floor 11 had just appeared. The S++ clear had occurred almost precisely at the moment Bong Joohyuk rematerialized. With a frustrated grumble, a glowing Bong Joohyuk expressed his regret at having to resort to such extreme measures. His eyes glowing blue, Bong Joohyuk menacingly declared that his 2 observers were going to have to be silenced. An unseen force declared they would have to silence them both, as John Cossack's sudden, powerful summoning caught everyone off guard. Bong Joohyuk cried out as Mr. Cossack seemed to buckle under the immense, swirling energies of his resummoning. A blinding blast of white-blue energy sent Bong Joohyuk and the agents reeling back, even as the command to tie them up hung in the air. Bong Joohyuk screamed, recoiling in abject terror from the horrific sight now burning with crimson energy behind him. Amidst pulsing purple energy, Bong Joohyuk screamed in sheer disbelief, demanding to know who had given the order for such a grotesque act. Trapped in a blood-splattered vision, Bong Joohyuk profusely apologized to the familiar TV characters, whose confused, severed heads now accused him. As Bong Joohyuk began to stammer another apology, both John Gwang-il and Lee Min-ah looked on with bewildered concern. John Gwang-il asked if he was alright, as Bong Joohyuk gasped and stammered apologies, covered in a sudden, cold sweat. Bong Joohyuk nervously assured them he was fine, though internally he admitted his paranoia, as John Gwang-il renewed his earnest pitch about their elite team's dire need for his talent. Bong Joohyuk tried to brush off his S++ clear as an awkward misunderstanding, offering an exaggerated, nervous laugh and feigned wonder at such an amazing coincidence. John Gwang-il's internal thoughts wrestled with the perfect timing, but outwardly, he stammered a nervous, apologetic denial, trying to convince Bong Joohyuk he was innocent. John Gwang-il chuckled and smoothly confirmed their understanding, declaring that with Bong Joohyuk's awakening now undeniable, they would proceed to prepare a contract. Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he realized this was an elite contract, not the standard agreement he had so clearly requested. John Guangael confidently asserted that this contract was on an entirely different level, the only one of its kind in the industry, also known as. It was the ultra-elite contract, designated for a special management target. The narration painted a blissful vision of annual salary, unlimited rooms, top-tier trainers, and even immunity privileges, which one might ask, was essentially bending the law. John Guangael explained that such benefits were practically nobility, currently reserved only for South Korea's #1 player, leaving Bong Joohyuk stunned into blank apprehension. As John Guangael began detailing the extensive state benefits, Bong Joohyuk sharply cut him off with a resounding "no." Bong Joohyuk declared with fierce, red-eyed resolve that he would only agree to be a player if they offered him a standard contract. John Guangael, bewildered by the strong rejection, asked Bong Joohyuk why, only to hear that he simply didn't like being in the spotlight. He thought that if people paid attention to him, it felt burdensome, quickly becoming stressful, and comically imagined himself trying to escape an insistent salesperson. He recalled a shop worker cheerfully recognizing him, which made his heart feel so heavy he vowed he could never return again. John Guangael concluded that Bong Joohyuk was simply extremely introverted, while Bong Joohyuk's inner chibi self worried about the uncertain future of tower climbing and his own lack of confidence beyond the 11th floor. Realizing it was better to step back for now, John Guangael reluctantly agreed to proceed with a standard contract. While many might be frustrated by his rejection, the narration explained that an elite contract came with immense responsibilities, directly proportional to its benefits, as the two men sealed their agreement with a glowing handshake. Elite teams, the narration continued, existed solely to clear unexplored upper floors, meaning that once a part of them, one could not simply stop participating in raids. Bong Joohyuk declared his firm desire to avoid such burdens, content as long as his life simply became easier than before. The scene shifted to the imposing Awakeners Management Bureau in Hanam-dong, Seoul. A high-ranking official confronted John Guangael, stating his current report differed wildly from his earlier assessment of Bong Joohyuk as a timid player with no will to climb, which John Guangael simply confirmed. John Guangael confirmed Bong Joohyuk's S++ rank, admitting he couldn't understand how someone with such an unusual disposition could achieve it. John Guangael thought Bong Joohyuk was surprisingly, almost painfully, ordinary, despite his incredible talent. Lee Min-ah confidently dismissed any chance of misjudgment, stating that the timing of Bong Joohyuk's S++ clear matched far too perfectly. The high-ranking official slammed his hands, declaring Bong Joohyuk's timidity irrelevant given his extraordinary talent, and emphatically ordered him brought into the elite team, no matter what. John Guangael solemnly acknowledged the commissioner's order, confirming they would bring Bong Joohyuk into the elite team. With a dramatic, exaggerated scowl, Bong Joohyuk vehemently declared, absolutely not, internally admitting he was merely acting genuinely angry. Bong Joohyuk, exasperated that his act had been exposed, chided John Cossack, threatening to unsummon him immediately if he ever disobeyed orders again. Bong Joohyuk entered the 12th floor of the Black Tower of South Korea, where the mission was to defeat 20 ice-icicle spear weasels within 3 hours, with failure meaning either death or mission abandonment. Bong Joohyuk instructed John Cossack to proceed with absolute slowness and gentleness, which his summoned warrior readily agreed to. John Cossack, satisfied with his master's proper and unhesitating answers, departed, while Bong Joohyuk worried that a normal clear of the 12th floor might cause the agency to lose interest. Bong Joohyuk shivered uncontrollably, his face covered in ice, realizing with intense discomfort just how brutally cold the 12th floor truly was. John Cossack admitted the cold was worse than he expected, urging Bong Joohyuk to endure, but soon realized his summoner didn't look well at all. John Cossack, panicked by Bong Joohyuk's state, declared he would finish the mission as fast as possible to escort him to a warm room. Despite Bong Joohyuk's plea to finish slowly, John Cossack rapidly attacked, prompting a tiny, chibi Bong Joohyuk to exasperatedly shout for him to listen. John Cossack frantically attacked the ice-icicle spear weasel, dramatically declaring a cold and incurable disease and that summoner Bong's very life was in danger. Bong Joohyuk, still clutching his sword, could only utter a resigned, "Do it," as the system announced his S++ clear of the 12th floor and awarded him a platinum badge. John Guangael stammered in disbelief, asking if Bong Joohyuk had really just cleared the 12th floor, to which he calmly replied it had happened, though the 13th might prove difficult. A chibi John Cossack, relieved by the warmth, urged Bong Joohyuk to relax, who still looked annoyed while holding his phone. As John Cossack contentedly turned to watch TV, Bong Joohyuk abruptly unsummoned him, a determined look on his face. A chibi John Cossack cried as he was unsummoned, wondering how dare he try to watch TV, while Bong Joohyuk sternly declared that those who disobeyed received nothing. On the Black Tower's 13th floor, the mission was to pass through a corridor full of traps, which John Cossack navigated with swift, whistling precision. This time, John Cossack declared there was no helping it, scooping up a surprised and struggling Bong Joohyuk, insisting too many variables could lead to his summoner getting hurt. John Cossack quickly broke through the trap mechanisms, carrying a bewildered Bong Joohyuk straight to an S++ clear of the Black Tower's 13th floor. On the Black Tower's 14th floor, Bong Joohyuk actively unleashed magical attacks to defeat shadowy creatures, earning yet another S++ clear and a platinum badge. Examining his phone, Bong Joohyuk noted the surprising deposits from magic stone sales and a standard player support fund, calculating his total earnings from clearing multiple floors. Bong Joohyuk's face lit up with excited ambition, realizing he had earned over 7 million won in just 14 days, and wondering about the potential if he reached the 20th floor. The narration painted a blissful vision of magic stone rewards, 1 million won daily, and a pure 30 million won monthly income, culminating in the gleeful thought of finally quitting his part-time job. The next day, after John Cossack had been summoned, Bong Joohyuk reflected on the sheer awkwardness of receiving perfect scores despite his summoner's grave crimes of disobedience and insubordination. Bong Joohyuk instructed John Cossack to clear floors comfortably from the 15th onward, no longer asking him to go slowly, to which John Cossack responded with surprised uncertainty. Bong Joohyuk sighed in resignation, realizing the agency already knew everything, and began to calculate the immense value of 15 platinum badges if the 15th floor also resulted in an S++ clear. With glowing blue eyes and a smirk, Bong Joohyuk realized his greed was growing, understanding that the more perks he stacked, the safer he would become. Bong Joohyuk and John Cossack entered the Black Tower's 15th floor, where the mission was to defeat 20 goblin workers, and immediately prepared to confront the axe-wielding enemies. Peeking cautiously from behind a tree, Bong Joohyuk noted that these intelligent humanoid monsters, though fewer in number, would make clearing this floor troublesome, even with sufficient information. John Cossack warned that if even one goblin escaped, it would alert the others, prompting Bong Joohyuk to emphasize meticulous hiding due to the goblin's inherent craftiness. John Cossack confidently smirked, whispering his intent to eliminate all the goblins in one decisive go. Bong Joohyuk watched, awestruck, as John Cossack enveloped himself in blue energy to use a stealth skill, wondering if he would ever be able to learn it himself. John Cossack unleashed a crazy, powerful attack, enveloping the goblins in a devastating rush of blue energy. John Cossack declared the goblins were dying without even realizing it, as the system announced their success on the 15th floor, a level increase, and rewards of magic stones and healing potions. Bong Joohyuk achieved another S++ clear of the 15th floor, earning a platinum badge, before he and John Cossack were enveloped in light and exited the Black Tower. Bong Joohyuk and John Cossack reappeared in a flash, still glowing with residual blue energy from their triumphant return. Bong Joohyuk calmly extended his hand, summoning a glowing blue inventory interface. Bong Joohyuk stood with outstretched arms, a gleeful smile on his face, as 15 glowing platinum badges floated above him. With glowing blue eyes and a smirk, Bong Joohyuk anticipated a new perk and a new skill, realizing the tower was easier than I thought, and eagerly wondered what he would get this time. A flash of digital information heralded the acquisition of an energy barrier kit and a trove of golden platinum badges, leaving Bong Joohyuk to wonder about the mysterious platinum badges. As a blue aura enveloped him, Bong Joohyuk marveled at the energy barrier kit, recognizing its potential as an absolute defense and feeling incredibly lucky. A vibrant jolt of energy confirmed it, the barrier was real, even outside the tower, and Bong Joohyuk's delight was absolute. The thought of selling his golden bracelet, perhaps for 2 or even 3 billion, made him briefly consider quitting the tower for immediate riches. His greed quickly outweighed temptation, as Bong Joohyuk eagerly pressed John Cossack on an immediate S+ clear for the 16th floor, though John cautioned against expecting an S++. "Oh, really?" he muttered, instantly losing his nerve and wondering what they should do next. John Cossack, ever direct, simply asked why he was hesitating. A nervous gulp escaped him as Bong Joohyuk's mind drifted back to selling the bracelet, the allure of instant riches overpowering. The story continued with its 7th chapter. A high-ranking official questioned how long it had been since the last global S++ clear announcement. John Guangael reported that 15 days had passed, and the player appeared to be stuck on the 15th floor. "Even the heavens are merciless," the official thundered, slamming his fist down, furious that such talent belonged to a ridiculously timid player. Despite the sharp difficulty spike after the 16th floor, John Guangael urged them to wait, believing player Bong would never give up. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in, breathlessly announcing that player Bong Joohyuk was coming to the Awakener Management Agency to use the player shop. The player shop, the official stammered, a dawning, terrible realization washing over him. The official's horrified deduction, that Bong Joohyuk had been repeating the 15th floor merely to farm money for items, was confirmed by John Guangael, who recalled his complete lack of equipment. Guilt-ridden, the official slammed his fist, ordering that Bong Joohyuk receive whatever items he desired at dirt-cheap prices, lest they mistakenly blame him again. Then, the scene shifted to 15 days earlier. John Cossack reacted with wide-eyed terror, stammering in disbelief at whatever insane request he had just heard. With unsettling calm, Bong Joohyuk asked John Cossack to stab him with a dagger, causing John to tremble in sheer distress. John Cossack, glowing purple with distress, pleaded with Bong Joohyuk to beat him or curse him instead, while Bong Joohyuk calmly explained he simply wanted to test his energy barrier with a light stab. In an exaggerated fit, John Cossack covered his ears, screaming that he couldn't hear anything, his frustration palpable. "I'll just handle it myself," Bong Joohyuk declared, before calmly plunging the dagger into his own stomach, leaving John Cossack aghast. "Ah, shit," Bong Joohyuk cursed, realizing he'd stabbed himself without activating the barrier, just as an enraged John Cossack prepared to sever his own arm for the offense, only for a healing effect to quickly restore Bong Joohyuk. Bong Joohyuk sternly warned John Cossack against further self-mutilation, deciding to hunt alone, as in the background, blue energy violently struck several goblins. Bong Joohyuk observed John Cossack's efficient, glowing movements, confident he would complete the hunt in under 10 minutes, as always. Seizing the opportunity, Bong Joohyuk resolved to practice his own skills. With glowing blue eyes, Bong Joohyuk declared, "Shadow Step." A surge of blue energy engulfed him. He moved in a blur, leaving a shimmering blue afterimage in his wake. Oh, he mused, a sense of wonder filling him as he truly experienced the skill sensation. Now I get why Cossack told me to learn this first, he thought, exhilarated by the freedom of movement. I can move however I want. A quiet movement made him pause, A low, guttural, kaik emanated from the shadows. Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened in alarm, a G-goblin. A chilling thought pulsed through him, was it hiding to avoid Cossack? A guttural shriek erupted as the goblin charged. "Whoa," he cried, desperately activating his barrier just as the goblin crashed into him. "Ugh, that gave me chills," he gasped, clutching the magic crystal, still reeling from the impact as the goblin was repelled. A blur of blue energy arrived, sending the goblin flying. "Nice pass." Bong Joohyuk quipped, asking if John Cossack played football, eliciting a confused, "huh," from his summon. "Summoner Bong." John Cossack roared, diving through the air with a powerful impact. John Cossack knelt before him, concern etched on his face, asking if he was alright. John Cossack, a blur of frantic worry, checked Bong Joohyuk for injuries, asking if he was hurt, only for Bong Joohyuk to calmly assure him, "I'm totally fine." Deciding against soloing, Bong Joohyuk and John Cossack began their joint hunts on the 15th floor, and with their combined effort, blue magic crystals cascaded like a waterfall, increasing his haul exponentially. Bong Joohyuk nervously called the agency to arrange a shop visit, vehemently refusing their offer to send staff for him, despite assurances it was a standard benefit. A sleek limousine purred to a stop. As Bong Joohyuk stepped out, John Guangael greeted him warmly, "It's been a while, player Bong." "Welcome to the agency," John Guangael declared, guiding him inside, making Bong Joohyuk wonder why he was receiving such undeniable VIP treatment. Bong Joohyuk's vein data was successfully registered. John Guangael informed him of unlimited shop access, offering a guided tour, which Bong Joohyuk politely but quickly declined, preferring to browse alone. The digital interface announced, "Welcome to the player shop." He stepped into the opulent space. "Wow, this place is insanely high-end," he thought, dazzled by the sparkling shop, but a comedic confusion settled in, why was there not a single customer? Wondering if the items were simply too expensive, he decided his first priority was to sell his magic stones. After hearing his magic stones were worth over 1,000,000 won, Bong Joohyuk eagerly asked if he could use the funds immediately in the shop, which was readily confirmed. Shopping really drains you, he thought with a tired smile, deciding to head home after his purchases, as a shop assistant bid him farewell. "So," a voice began. The high-ranking official inquired about Bong Joohyuk's shopping experience, learning that he was browsing, and all other players had been discreetly informed the shop was closed for the day. John Guangael explained their clever strategy, a 50% discount to avoid making the timid Bong Joohyuk uncomfortable with outright freebies, a tactic the official wholeheartedly approved. The city settled into the quiet hues of sunset. Wielding his new adamant mace and basilisk leather boots, purchased for 2 and 3 million won respectively, Bong Joohyuk shimmered with newfound power. "But I heard most items usually start at 20 to 30 million won, he thought, the unusually low prices and John Guangael's personal greeting beginning to stir suspicion. Damn it, he worried, there's no such thing as free in this world, and this makes me uneasy. Yet, his inner chibi self couldn't help but think how cute his new boots were. He realized his new boots offered complete defense, all thanks to the energy barrier, armor system and, ultimately, his special perk. He had vowed not to be greedy when he started, but these perks were a dangerous thing, constantly fueling his desire for more. The next day, John Cossack was specially summoned, and after his formal greeting, Bong Joohyuk declared they would finally move on to the 16th floor. A smirk spread across his face, the summon cooldown was finally over. John Cossack, in his chibi form, giggled with excited anticipation. "It's so cool," he exclaimed, watching the overwhelming burst of purple energy, only to then wonder, what was I summoning again? The ground shattered as an explosive burst of raw purple energy erupted. Utter terror seized him as he cried, "What the hell did I just summon?" Immediately followed by the horrified thought of his dwindling deposit. The story would be continued. Purple energy erupted as a new entity began to materialize. The raw energy pulsed, signaling the imminent arrival of a powerful summon. With a powerful burst, the massive warrior strained against his summoning, emerging into the chaotic space. Bong Joohyuk could only stare at the menacing glare, wondering if he had summoned a human or a monster. Then, a jarring thud filled the air as John Cossack violently kicked the new summon, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly startled. John Cossack executed a powerful, agile kick, radiating blue energy. Amidst the chaotic clattering and crashing, John Cossack furiously demanded to know why this specific summon had to ruin his life, relentlessly attacking the warrior and telling him to lower his gaze, leaving Bong Joohyuk bewildered as to their apparent history. Yet, the summoned warrior remained entirely unfazed, calmly declaring that the attack simply tickled. Enraged, John Cossack drew his daggers, enveloped in a glowing blue aura, and promised to slit the warrior's throat before tying a pretty ribbon for him. Bong Joohyuk quickly intervened, rushing in to stop John Cossack's escalating assault on the calm summoned warrior. "One broken ceiling is enough," Bong Joohyuk exasperatedly pleaded, to which a chibi John Cossack cheerfully saluted his agreement. Bong Joohyuk asked John Cossack to step aside so he could speak with their new friend, but John Cossack insisted the summoner didn't need to know him, dismissing the warrior as a notorious moron who probably didn't even know the 3 laws, causing the warrior to twitch with indignation as he insisted he knew them. Bong Joohyuk then challenged the warrior to recite them, watching as he struggled, stuttering through barely coherent articles about summoner's absolute life and prioritizing understanding value and collide before trailing off. "See that?" John Cossack declared furiously, suggesting they kill the dud to unsummon him for 100 days, leaving Bong Joohyuk surprised and confused by such a rule. Consulting a system screen, Bong Joohyuk discovered the new summon was a dim-witted savage meat shield of only R grade, the lowest rank available, and pondered whether to wait and try summoning again. In a comical interview, chibi Bong Joohyuk grew frustrated as the summoned warrior couldn't remember his name, purpose, or even anything about the tower. As Bong Joohyuk resolved to check the detailed specs, a sudden surge of blue and purple energy sparked around his eye, startling him. "This is..." Bong Joohyuk gasped, realizing he was being pulled into the warrior's memories, just as he had been with John Cossack. Falling through a vibrant, unfamiliar landscape, Bong Joohyuk wondered where he had ended up. There, a younger summoned warrior found pure happiness in nature, captivated by a beautiful butterfly, embodying the innocent spirit of a Great Plains tribe savage warrior. Yet, that innocence was abruptly shattered by the menacing growls of 2 aggressive Great Plains giant wolves. Despite his top-tier physical stats, the young warrior's dim-witted nature led him to innocently attempt to play with the snapping wolves, who bit at him playfully. Arius, with a sinister smirk and glowing blue eye, remarked on the warrior's immense size, just as he had heard. Arius formally introduced himself, but the warrior couldn't even remember his own name. In the end, the naive savage warrior fell for the false hero's deception, deployed as a mere meat shield against the monstrous super beast Hydra. With incredible resilience, he endured the Hydra's toxic breath, tearing off heads one after another, oblivious that his own skin was melting, driven only by the thought of protecting his comrades. However, he eventually succumbed to the acid, melting into death, surrounded by the cruel snickers and mockery of his so-called comrades, who thanked the stupid bastard for an easy win. Bong Joohyuk watched in horror as the warrior's skeleton melted away, finally understanding why he had been labeled a meat shield. That is seriously fucked up. Bong Joohyuk thought, a tear forming in his eye, arguing that the warrior's simple mind didn't warrant such a cruel fate. Returning to reality, Bong Joohyuk warmly welcomed the warrior, extending his hand and inviting him to climb the tower together. Bong Joohyuk offered him a choice of names, Ramen or Gobang, but the warrior remained unsure. After a moment, the summoned warrior decided, choosing Gobang. Bong Joohyuk smiled, promising to make Mr. Gobang happy and asking for his trust, which Gobang affirmed internally, committing to obey. Bong Joohyuk confidently declared that he, Mr. Cossack, and Mr. Gobang were now comrades, ready to make things work, much to John Cossack's utter shock and disbelief. A light bulb flashed above chibi John Cossack's head as his calculations completed, a new understanding dawning. "Oh, say no more, sir," John Cossack exclaimed, suddenly enthusiastic, now seeing Gobang as a reliable meat shield he would whip into shape, prompting Bong Joohyuk to declare their immediate entry to the 16th floor. John Cossack playfully hit Gobang for copying his "yes sir," admonishing him not to mimic, all while the narration described their unlikely trio, a timid player, a deranged assassin, and a dim-witted meat shield, as a recipe for potential disaster. Enveloped in glowing blue energy, the determined trio entered the Korea Black Tower's 16th floor, their physical stats and combat skills enhanced for the challenge. The mission details appeared on a holographic screen: eliminate 30 goblin scouts within 5 hours, with death or forfeit as failure conditions, as John Cossack instructed Bong Joohyuk to activate his energy shield and be ready for Shadow Step. As they walked, John Cossack warned Bong Joohyuk that the goblins shot poison needles, making ambushes unpredictable. A poison needle zipped toward Bong Joohyuk. Multiple poison needles were rapidly fired, striking an invisible barrier with bright, surprising impacts. "It's an ambush!" John Cossack shouted as a torrent of needles and leaping goblins descended, with Gobang steadfastly protecting Bong Joohyuk from the sudden onslaught. John Cossack expertly dodged an incoming attack, while Gobang powerfully blocked projectiles with glowing blue energy, declaring he would shield them. Bong Joohyuk stared in shock at the overwhelming number of attacking goblins, realizing there were far more than 50. Switching to command mode, Bong Joohyuk ordered Mr. Gobang to the front to block the goblin horde. Gobang's eyes glowed fiercely orange with determination as he prepared for battle. He then powerfully stomped the ground, unleashing a burst of orange energy. Gobang dramatically expanded, towering over the startled, minuscule goblins below, who reacted with cries of confusion and fear. John Cossack was shocked as goblins were sent flying through the air by an unseen force, along with shadow creatures affected by blue light. John Cossack gazed upwards, baffled by the source of the immense, shadowy impact. A massive fist slammed down, creating a powerful explosion and sending numerous goblins scattering through the air. John Cossack was violently thrown by the force of the blow, yelling in pain and anger at the sheer impact. Bong Joohyuk peered out, utterly astonished, thinking, "Holy crap. With that weight class, it's not even a fight." The goblin's projectiles harmlessly bounced off Gobang's glowing body, which he casually dismissed as mere tickles. Gobang, declaring he would follow orders, unleashed a devastating series of blows, smashing through the goblins with powerful energy explosions. Bong Joohyuk pondered Gobang's immense combat prowess, wondering if his R rank was unfairly due to his low intelligence rather than his incredible strength. Back in a domestic setting, Gobang happily devoured fried chicken, praising its tastiness, while Chibi Bong Joohyuk, though impressed by his performance, knew it was just chicken. John Cossack furiously yelled at Gobang for calling chicken kitchen and struggled with the spicy chicken, questioning who made it so hot, prompting Bong Joohyuk to inwardly wonder if an get-along option simply didn't exist for them. "Summoner, good person," Gobang declared, surprising Bong Joohyuk mid-bite. Gobang proudly offered his life in return for food, making a blushing Bong Joohyuk realize he would be the one relying on Mr. Gobang. John Cossack abruptly hit Gobang again, yelling at him for his continued misuse of the word chicken, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly shocked. "You scared the hell out of me," Bong Joohyuk exclaimed, scolding John Cossack for bullying someone eating so heartily, lamenting the loss of a touching scene, as John Cossack apologetically explained he thought Gobang needed some education, though Bong Joohyuk couldn't help but notice John Cossack was still inhaling everything. The next day, system messages confirmed their entry into the Korea Black Tower's 17th floor, with stat and skill enhancements. Bong Joohyuk flexed, feeling an almost uncontrollable surge of power as he realized he was now level 17. His heart pounded, awakening the wild stallion within, making Bong Joohyuk eagerly declare it was time he joined the fray himself. The narration mused that around level 20 was when summoners often got cocky, and sure enough, Bong Joohyuk enthusiastically volunteered to take point, only for Gobang to firmly tell him to fall back to live, deflating his enthusiasm. The 17th floor mission was revealed: defeat 30 goblin warriors, and Bong Joohyuk realized the intense pressure of seeing the vast, armed goblin army in person was far different from merely watching a walkthrough. Sweating with anxiety, Bong Joohyuk felt the insane pressure, estimating the goblin battalion at least 40 strong and noting their surprising strategic skills for mere monsters. He recalled the walkthrough strategy: retreat to a safe zone in a forest clearing, wait for the forces to disperse into groups of 3, then return. The standard strategy involved luring out 3 goblins at a time to avoid aggro and picking them off, but it was considerably time-consuming. But for Bong Joohyuk, with Gobang by his side, he realized he no longer needed such a tedious process. Bong Joohyuk confidently pointed forward, commanding Gobang to move out. Gobang unleashed a powerful blast of yellow energy, confirming Bong Joohyuk's confidence that fighting a regular enemy group would be a breeze with him on the team. Bong Joohyuk smiled, pointing ahead and ordering them to wipe out the goblins, eagerly anticipating what kind of perk he would gain next. The 17th floor mission was clear: defeat 30 goblin warriors, but the booming advance of the enemy already promised fierce resistance. Amidst the tense, glowing forest, Gobang declared his presence, ready to answer his summoner's call. Bong Joohyuk's eyes glowed with fierce determination as he commanded his powerful ally to wipe them all out. With a fearsome roar, Gobang unleashed a torrent of golden energy, sending goblins reeling back in shock and pain. A goblin snarled, its desperate attack met with a crushing impact. Despite the heavy impacts echoing through the shadowed forest, the goblin warriors held their ground, shields and spears ready. Gobang moved with incredible speed, a blur of golden light that tore through their formation with a shattering crack. Goblins screamed and fell, pulverized by explosions of golden energy as Gobang ripped through their ranks. Spears clattered to the ground as the defeated goblins lay scattered, the fierce battle swiftly concluded. Bong Joohyuk stared in genuine awe, shielding his eyes from the lingering magic as he exclaimed at the insane performance. Strategy and tactics mattered only when the playing field was level. Against an overwhelming force, it was like 1,000 rental bikes trying to fight a K2 Black Panther tank, utterly hopeless. A triumphant chime announced the S++ clear grade for floor 17 of the Black Tower, Korea, along with a prestigious platinum badge reward. Bong Joohyuk laughed with pure delight, utterly amazed at how smoothly they had cleared the floor. John Cossack reacted with lightning bolt shock, his wide eyes and sweat revealing a deep, unsettling surprise. The 18th floor mission was set, defeat 30 goblin assassins, and a low hum of unseen threats already filled the eerie forest air. With a decisive, move out, Bong Joohyuk sent Gobang charging forward, blue energy surging with each powerful stomp. These particular monsters possessed surprising stealth skills, moving through the dimly lit forest with barely a rustle. Invisible blows snapped and popped around him, leaving Gobang utterly bewildered by the unseen assailants. As Gobang looked around frantically, unable to pinpoint the source of the impactful attacks, Bong Joohyuk watched with a surprised, "This might not be as easy as I thought." Bong Joohyuk wondered, as Gobang furiously swung his fists through the air, daring the cowardly assassins to show themselves. A booming, villainous laugh echoed through the overcast forest, a chilling prelude to what was to come. "You've suffered long enough watching Gobang's ignorant strategy," John Cossack declared with a flourish, promising to purify Bong Joohyuk's eyes with a classy walkthrough. John Cossack confidently asserted that the goblin's stealth was nothing compared to his own, then slid away using his shadow step. John Cossack moved like a phantom, swift slashes and explosive impacts quickly defeating 7 goblin assassins. Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened in surprise as he watched John Cossack's unexpected prowess. A mischievous smirk spread across Bong Joohyuk's face. John Cossack had taken the bait, just as planned. John Cossack, anxious over his dwindling screen time, aggressively shoved Gobang aside, proclaiming his competitive spirit had been triggered and he would help too. Bong Joohyuk's hand glowed with focused energy as he internally reminded himself to keep pushing, needing to acquire more badges for super sweet abilities and perks. He contemplatively held his staff, revealing that he himself was already around level 18. Bong Joohyuk pulsed with red and blue energy, his hidden power beginning to rumble and surge around him. With a magical shimmer, Bong Joohyuk activated his skill, unleashing the wild horse. In his whimsical, horse-like vision, Bong Joohyuk confidently declared he had meticulously checked all the walkthrough information before stepping onto floor 18. He reasoned that the goblin assassin's stealth skill was low level, meaning he could detect their hidden movements if he concentrated. There was nothing to be scared of, he affirmed, because he had diligently practiced shadow step enough while repeating floor 15. With a silent glide, Bong Joohyuk executed his shadow step, appearing beside a bewildered goblin. "Whoa! My balance!" Bong Joohyuk cried out in panic, his supposed perfect stealth quickly devolving into a stumble. He struck a goblin with a powerful, crunching blow, despite his momentary loss of balance. As a goblin fell with a final crunch, the system updated. 10 of the 30 goblin assassins were now defeated. "I caught it just as intended," Bong Joohyuk flusteredly claimed, a triumphant gleam in his eye for his first successful hunt on floor 18. Bong Joohyuk gasped as a goblin assassin lunged from above, striking with a crashing blow. John Cossack struck swiftly, declaring, "Nice," as the goblin assassin count rapidly jumped from 18 to 25. With another precise strike, John Cossack proclaimed only 3 more goblin assassins remained. John Cossack leaped back in surprise as Gobang's fist hummed with golden energy, ready for a powerful strike. Gobang smashed his fists into the ground, unleashing a powerful, explosive golden shockwave. The remaining goblin assassins hissed and dissipated into blue shards, utterly defeated by the shockwave. Despite Bong Joohyuk's order for Gobang to continue helping, an irritated John Cossack crashed into him, yelling for him to get lost. In the midst of the chaos, John Cossack suddenly wondered where Summoner Bong had disappeared to. A powerful burst of blue and purple energy suddenly exploded outwards. Bong Joohyuk gasped as a goblin assassin lunged, forcing him to retaliate with a quick strike of his staff. That would have been dangerous if not for the energy shield. Bong Joohyuk exclaimed, relief washing over him after the flashing near miss. But more goblin assassins swished and struck, rapidly closing in on Bong Joohyuk as he lay on the ground. Bong Joohyuk, surrounded by raw red energy, wondered if his heightened state was simply due to adrenaline pumping through his veins. Suddenly, the goblin's sword strike seemed to move in slow motion, almost as if time itself had slowed for him. Indeed, the entire world felt as if it had slowed down as Bong Joohyuk lashed out with explosive, crashing red energy. As the system announced yet another S++ clear for floor 18 and another platinum badge, John Cossack desperately called out for Summoner Bong. Bong Joohyuk excitedly declared he thought he had gotten the very last hit, beaming with pride. John Cossack collapsed to the ground, crying out Summoner Bong's name in exasperated defeat, while Gobang watched in bewildered surprise. Lee Min-ah announced with wide-eyed surprise that a global notice had just confirmed the S++ clear success of floor 18. He's unstoppable, John Guangael declared with a knowing smile, certain that the player had prepared thoroughly for his ascent. One official playfully wished they could reveal the identity of the person with the 18-floor consecutive S++ clear record, but Lee Min-ah cautioned against such a dangerous joke, to which John Guangael simply laughed, citing his immense pride. John Guangael stressed that Bong Joohyuk was now a top-class player, needing even more delicate care than their elite team. Breaking news announced a new wind blowing through Korea's Black Tower climbing scene, an astounding 18 consecutive floors cleared with S++ grade, rewriting history with an estimated level 34 player. A bright glint of interest focused on the mysterious S++ player, whose identity now captivated not just fellow players, but the entire nation. John Cossack let out a long, frustrated sigh, causing Bong Joohyuk to respond with an annoyed silence. "Don't just sigh, Mr. Cossack," Bong Joohyuk prodded, "if you have something to say, say it," to which John Cossack solemnly replied that something was moving too fast. A tear rolled down John Cossack's face as he finally revealed his concern, the astonishing speed at which Bong Joohyuk was realizing his talent. Talent? Who? Bong Joohyuk sputtered in exaggerated disbelief, pointing to himself, "Surely not me." You're joking." Bong Joohyuk laughed nervously, blushing as he waved his hands dismissively, refusing to acknowledge any talent. John Cossack's expression grew grim. It was no joke, he insisted, particularly the Shadow Walker move Summoner Bong had displayed. John Cossack gravely admitted that Bong Joohyuk's Shadow Walker was a perfect movement he himself would struggle to copy, making it all the more dangerous, much to Bong Joohyuk's humble protests. "You'll gradually find combat fun," Bong Joohyuk enthusiastically declared, only for John Cossack to vehemently retort that bravery was dangerous and they had promised safety first, self-preservation always. "Yes, of course." Bong Joohyuk responded with a falsely reassuring smile, promising he would never do anything truly dangerous. John Cossack could only respond with a heavy, resigned yes, utterly unconvinced by his summoner's words. With a mischievous smirk and a glint in his eye, Bong Joohyuk declared that he had a bad feeling about what was to come. John Cossack groaned in despair, convinced that his summoner was absolutely going to cause endless trouble someday. John Cossack's anguished cry foretold a terrible truth, his summoner was destined to cause endless trouble. The summoned warrior chuckled, openly deriding the assassin for bawling his eyes out like a moron. "I'm gonna boil you alive in a pot." John Cossack roared, throwing a furious punch. A swift kick sent the summoned warrior careening, crashing into the refrigerator. Bong Joohyuk shrieked in utter terror, not for the fight, but for his poor, damaged fridge. "Both of you stop destroying the house and go back," he shrieked, desperately trying to regain control. He lamented the spilled kimchi, a precious gift from his mom, now tragically scattered across the floor. To clear his head, Bong Joohyuk decided a visit to his parents might be just what he needed. The next morning, Bong Joohyuk's footsteps led him towards his parents' apartment. "Your son's here," he announced cheerfully, pushing open the door. His mother's voice called out, welcoming him warmly into their home. His mother immediately began to nag him about visiting more often, though his father swiftly jumped to his defense. Meanwhile, Bong Joohyuk wondered internally if he'd forget her face before asking about his father's hip. His father complained about his slow healing, while his mother sternly insisted he keep lying down, eliciting a slight struggle from him. His mother invited them to eat the stew she had made, explaining that his brother Minhuyuk would be back soon with tofu. The stew simmered invitingly, promising comfort and warmth. His father acknowledged their tough times, but his mother and brother quickly reassured Bong Joohyuk not to worry about them, urging him to live his own life and stop sending money. Bong Joohyuk wondered if this was the moment to test the waters, feeling the bittersweet irony of his awakening during their family's struggle. His mother's probing question made Bong Joohyuk flinch, immediately regretting not being more subtle. His father roared with laughter, dismissing the idea of Bong Joohyuk in the tower by proudly proclaiming he even asked his mother to catch cockroaches. His brother agreed, calling it the funniest joke, leaving Bong Joohyuk speechless. His mother then questioned him about work, and Bong Joohyuk stammered through a lie before finally admitting he had quit everything a while ago. His mother called him out, claiming his face always gave away his lies, which sent Bong Joohyuk into a flustered denial, internally wondering if he really hadn't lied that many times. Still, his mother affirmed her absolute trust in her son, a declaration that moved him deeply. But then came her stern, casual warning, which triggered a wave of horrified realization: absolutely no loan sharks. A forgotten memory of a terrifying news report about a Smile Cash murder resurfaced, making him blurt out a hasty question about his mother's job. His mother recounted how she lost her job after confronting a rude customer who demanded she clean their recycling and food waste too. She proudly declared she let them have it, customer ratings be damned, before admitting she was fired. She possessed an aggressive, brave spirit, a personality utterly unable to stand injustice. His father proudly declared his greatest life achievement was asking his mother out on a date, the man who had fallen head over heels for such a formidable woman. He was, by definition, a real beta male, and as he himself noted, the paternal genes were pathetic but surprisingly strong. Bong Joohyuk acknowledged everyone's worry, and his mother, with a soft sigh, diplomatically suggested they discuss his awakening once things settled down more. His brother Minhyuk was surprised when Bong Joohyuk handed him an envelope, instructing him to give it to their parents as allowance. "Wait, Hyung," his brother called out, but Bong Joohyuk merely offered a questioning glance as he continued on. His brother mused, convinced Bong Joohyuk's generosity stemmed from guilt over his previous tuition payment. Bong Joohyuk, misunderstanding completely, patted his brother's shoulder, assuming he was simply too shy to say thank you. With a cunning grin, his brother elbowed him, revealing his true intention: "Seems like you forgot my share, Hyung." Bong Joohyuk, fuming internally, grudgingly transferred 500,000 won, warning his brother not to spend it on useless things. Bong Joohyuk arrived with a determined step at the Seoul Hanamdong Awakening Management Department. Though he had initially planned to go home, seeing his family solidified his resolve to properly pursue his awakened abilities. He recalled John Gwanghael's firm instruction to contact him before visiting the player's shop, but rationalized it would be fine, not wanting to cause further bother. His energy barrier provided protection, but he knew the monsters would only grow stronger as he climbed the tower. Deciding a shield was necessary, Bong Joohyuk's jaw dropped at the female character's price, a shocking 100 million won. He awkwardly stammered his refusal, internally panicking not just about the exorbitant price, but also the female employee and the sudden, overwhelming crowd. The female employee then presented a smaller, round-hand shield, detailing its adamantium and sectionium alloy, lightweight, and self-repair function. Bong Joohyuk was instantly delighted, feeling the shield perfectly complemented his mace with a satisfying click. He hesitantly inquired about the price, and despite the 40 million won cost, he agreed to buy it. With the payment complete, a triumphant relief washed over Bong Joohyuk at his new acquisition. He humorously reflected that conversing with a staff member was proving infinitely more challenging than battling goblins. Exhausted but relieved, he thought, now he could finally go home. A man suddenly approached him, asking if he was a newly awakened individual. The man, introducing himself as Choi Hoseok, cheerfully revealed he was also a player and extended his hand. Bong Joohyuk, feeling overwhelmed, introduced himself as Choi Hoseok revealed he was already climbing the 30s, making Bong Joohyuk awkwardly admit he was only in the 10s. Choi Hoseok's warm reaction made Bong Joohyuk perceive him as an easygoing, naturally kind individual. Bong Joohyuk assured him nothing was difficult yet, and Choi Hoseok graciously offered his help for future encounters, emphasizing his frequent visits. As Choi Hoseok waved goodbye, Bong Joohyuk internally mused on the man's bold interpersonal infiltration ability and, perhaps more tellingly, his enviable luck with relationships. The city settled into a peaceful night. His updated stats revealed a whopping level 19, making him ready to challenge the 19th floor, but first, he had another matter to attend to. He decided it was time to call Cossack and reach a new agreement. John Cossack was designated summoned, initially offering loyalty before erupting into dramatic groans of pain and distress. Bong Joohyuk proudly displayed his new, glowing shield, oblivious to John Cossack's utter dejection at the prospect of wielding it. John Cossack, weary and resigned, asked if this was truly necessary, to which Bong Joohyuk reassured him that as a wimp, he would prioritize safety and give up the moment things got tough. John Cossack made him promise, with grave earnestness, never to take the lead and charge in. They sealed their agreement with a handshake. If things got tough, John Cossack and Meatball were fair game for sacrifice, with a strong preference for Meatball, just as a portal shimmered open. As they prepared to clear the dungeon, John Cossack was abruptly distracted by an unfamiliar, tantalizing smell. Bong Joohyuk proudly revealed he had bought king dumplings for him, an act that instantly boosted John Cossack's loyalty. John Cossack munched happily on the dumplings, grateful to be prioritized over Meatball. John Cossack, sparkling with joy, declared his intention to eat well. Summoner Bong, John Cossack suddenly asked, is there perhaps anyone you have a grudge against, making Bong Joohyuk deny it with a mouthful of dumpling. John Cossack's voice dropped, sensing someone outside with an overflowing, palpable killing intent. Killing intent. Bong Joohyuk whispered, a tremor in his voice as he cautiously searched the air. Hide for now. Bong Joohyuk commanded, quickly activating his energy barrier as a shimmering shield rose around him. An unseen projectile violently impacted the barrier, shattering into fragments. Bong Joohyuk knelt, staring intently at a small, spherical object that had rolled to a stop. "Hi there," a chilling voice greeted him from the doorway, and Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened in utter terror. "You're the one I saw at the player's shop." Bong Joohyuk stammered, as the man smirked, taunting him for being a loser he had easily followed. Bong Joohyuk pleaded for the gun to be put away, but the man snarled back, demanding his bracelet and inventory before threatening to turn his head into a beehive. Terror seized Bong Joohyuk as he screamed, "What were you thinking pointing that at me? You think this is a joke?" the man roared, but his aggression was abruptly cut short as shadowy figures with glowing red eyes began to emerge behind him. The lone shark roared, convinced Bong Joohyuk was making a mockery of his deadly threat. The lone shark reveled in the fear he saw, confident he had found excellent prey in a wimp like Bong Joohyuk. Believing a single hit would shatter his victim, the lone shark raised his fist, demanding Bong Joohyuk hand everything over before he was beaten to death. A sudden impact deformed the lone shark's face, sending snot flying. The lone shark collapsed in disbelief, wondering how anyone else could have appeared, while John Cossack stood over him, dagger glowing faintly. John Cossack knocked the lone shark unconscious, sending him tumbling, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly bewildered. Bong Joohyuk erupted in gleeful praise for John Cossack's efficiency, catching the summoned warrior completely off guard. The immediate relief that John Cossack hadn't resorted to murder flooded Bong Joohyuk, as a chibi John Cossack feigned innocence. Bong Joohyuk began to connect the pieces, realizing the assailant must have been an item broker. The concept of an item broker, a predator who hunted players outside the tower, stealing their items with no regard for life, was one Bong Joohyuk had only heard of until now. John Guangael's past words echoed in Bong Joohyuk's mind, a stark reminder that outside the tower, players were just as vulnerable as any civilian. A horrifying vision flashed through Bong Joohyuk's mind. Without his summoning ability, he would have been utterly helpless, dying to such a ruthless attacker. Bong Joohyuk couldn't help but realize just how much of a cheat his summoning ability truly was, especially as John Cossack meticulously tied a red ribbon with unexpected focus. John Cossack offered to quietly dispose of the assailant, but Bong Joohyuk firmly insisted on reporting him to the police, the easiest and most practical solution. News of player Bong's repeated visits to the player's shop reached a high-ranking official, who expressed his surprise. John Guangael reported Bong Joohyuk's purchase of a small buckler, internally lamenting that if only he'd signed the elite contract, he could have outfitted the young player completely. As they tried to classify player Bong's traits, John Guangael worried that if he was indeed a melee type, even a full set of protective gear might not be enough to keep him safe. John Guangael, his hand lingering near a glowing magic crystal, resolved to find a way to get player Bong a full set of armor, no matter the cost. His phone vibrated with an urgent call from the police player task force, forcing John Guangael to excuse himself. John Guangael's face contorted in escalating shock, the news on the other end of the line proving deeply disturbing. A police car careened through the narrow alley, its sirens wailing. John Guangael cursed under his breath, scrambling up the stairs with frantic speed. A wave of regret washed over John Guangael, fearing for player Bong's safety and wishing he had secured the elite contract much sooner. Two police officers swiftly arrested Choi Hosiak for home invasion and aggravated robbery, who struggled and complained that they were killing him. Choi Hosiak brazenly accused Bong Joohyuk of kidnapping him, forcing a bewildered Bong Joohyuk to stammer protests as the officer declared he would have to come with them as well. Bong Joohyuk's mind spiraled into a blissful vision of prison life, imagining his new existence governed by a loser's strategy guide to prison life. John Guangael burst through the doorway, his voice ringing out with an urgent command. Choi Hosiak excitedly called out to team leader John Guangael, hoping for a reprieve, while a chibi Bong Joohyuk watched on, bewildered. Choi Hosiak knelt, pouring out his gratitude, certain that John Guangael had arrived to rescue him from his predicament. John Guangael responded to the lies with a sharp, resounding slap across Choi Hosiak's face. Choi Hosiak reeled from the unexpected blow, confused by the sudden violence, as John Guangael's furious voice boomed, accusing him of lying. John Guangael raged at Choi Hosiak for daring to attack a fellow player, while an impassive police officer informed Choi Hosiak that his player registration was being cancelled. John Guangael breathed out a frustrated sigh, bewildered by Choi Hosiak's apparent defiance, wondering what fresh nonsense this was. John Guangael commanded the officers to hand Choi Hosiak over to the NIS, a name that struck terror into Choi Hosiak's heart, knowing they were notorious for their brutal methods. Choi Hosiak's desperate pleas for mercy were met with John Guangael's stern accusation that he was a repeat offender, vowing to uncover every single one of his past transgressions. With a scornful glare, John Guangael told Choi Hosiak to find a lawyer, knowing full well it would be a futile effort. John Guangael confidently reminded the officers of the player arrest manual, explaining that even if Choi Hoseok escaped into the tower, he would reappear in the same spot anyway. Choi Hoseok flinched, desperately promising that he wouldn't commit such acts again. John Guangael, his face still etched with intensity, asked if Bong Joohyuk was hurt, making Bong Joohyuk nervously claim he was only a little surprised, despite thinking his rescuer's face was terrifying. John Guangael addressed Bong Joohyuk directly, his tone suddenly solemn. John Guangael bowed deeply, offering a sincere apology and vowing to prepare thoroughly to prevent any future incidents. With eyes glowing with fierce determination, John Guangael realized he could no longer delay the elite contract, he had to protect player Bong. Bong Joohyuk excitedly recounted how the police took the assailant away, then recoiled at the thought of a death penalty, immediately dismissing the idea. Bong Joohyuk's curiosity led him to ask about the detention center, to which John Cossack sternly advised against finding out, then quickly agreed to his summoner's implied wish. The barbarian meatball was designated and summoned, surprisingly counting the stars with childlike wonder, leaving Bong Joohyuk amazed he even knew how to count. As they prepared to enter the 19th floor of the Black Tower, John Cossack asked about their next mission, which involved defeating 30 goblin shamans, who, despite their curses, were generally not considered threatening. Bong Joohyuk confidently dismissed any worries as the summoned warrior unleashed a devastating punch, scattering goblin silhouettes. Dark, ominous energies crackled and swirled as the goblin shamans began to cast their spells. The summoned warrior grimaced, inhaling sharply as a curse began to take hold. With a mighty roar that shook the very air, the summoned warrior unleashed a powerful energy burst, breaking free of the spell's hold. Bong Joohyuk watched, wide-eyed, amazed that a curse could be dispelled with such a brute-like, thunderous roar. John Cossack moved with swift precision, his sword flashing as he drew it. With a smirk, John Cossack reminded the summoned warrior to clear the floor as quickly as possible, receiving a fierce confirmation in return. Both John Cossack and the summoned warrior charged forward, enveloped in a surge of purple energy. John Cossack and the summoned warrior unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, rapidly overwhelming the goblins with brutal efficiency. With mace and shield ready, Bong Joohyuk declared his intention to join the battle. A system message instantly announced the 19th floor mission's success, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly bewildered. Bong Joohyuk stared at his victorious summons, still reeling from the mission's abrupt end. John Cossack smugly asked if the clear was refreshing, but Bong Joohyuk knew he had been deliberately excluded from the fight, even as a system message awarded him an S++ clear rank and a platinum badge. The next day, they entered the long-awaited 20th floor of the Black Tower, known as the Talent Evaluator, infamous for its atrocious difficulty. John Cossack turned to deliver a serious warning about the 20th floor's diverse and dangerous goblin population, causing a chibi Bong Joohyuk to cower in fear. John Cossack advised Bong Joohyuk to stay in a safe place, while the summoned warrior confidently declared he would defeat all enemies, as the 20th floor mission details appeared before them. Bong Joohyuk agreed to stay back, but then a wave of annoyance washed over him as he realized his summons were once again planning to clear the entire mission without him. John Cossack commanded the summoned warrior to draw the enemy's attention, and the warrior confidently roared that he would draw all of it as he charged forward, shaking the ground. Goblin shamans cast spells, archers fired arrows, and warriors swung axes, but all were met with a torrent of powerful blue energy attacks from John Cossack and the summoned warrior. Bong Joohyuk defiantly thought he wouldn't simply sit back and let them do all the work, catching John Cossack's surprised attention. With an unexpected burst of blue energy, Bong Joohyuk leaped high into the air, soaring over the astonished summoned warrior. Declaring he was going on ahead, Bong Joohyuk vaulted over the startled summoned warrior. As Bong Joohyuk plummeted through the air, glowing blue, goblins below fired a volley of spears at him. John Cossack could only marvel in disbelief, Bong Joohyuk had actually gone and done it. John Cossack screamed in horror, his voice cracking with alarm for summoner Bong. Since childhood, Bong Joohyuk had always possessed an introverted personality, preferring the quiet company of his toy car. Then, a gleeful voice declared ownership, snatching his toy car in a swift, unexpected move. The culprit chuckled, running off with the stolen car, leaving a bewildered Bong Joohyuk simply to utter, In elementary school, the situation worsened, with poverty becoming a cruel catalyst for his isolation, a mocking note stuck to his back. Middle school brought more of the same, with classmates casually mocking his low game rank, declaring, "That's why you're bronze, lol." Even in high school, he remained a complete social outcast, dining alone amidst the echoing cafeteria, the clatter of his utensils marking the silence. Bong Joohyuk was afraid of change itself, burdened by the daunting question, could someone like him, who couldn't even befriend delinquents, truly wield power over monsters? However, monsters were not people, they held no social fear, existing only as game quest mobs for him to conquer. With a new resolve, he decided he only needed to crush them and claim his reward. Summoner Bong. No. John Cossack screamed, his face contorted in sheer terror. Their menacing cries echoing, goblins lunged forward, spears thrusting violently. Bong Joohyuk moved like a blur, blue energy slashing through the air as he attacked the goblins with furious speed. A goblin cried out, its face contorting in pain as the blow landed with a sickening force. Blue energy flashed repeatedly as Bong Joohyuk tore through the goblin ranks with dizzying speed, taking down foe after foe. "You're using Shadow Walker at this level?" John Cossack exclaimed, dumbfounded by the display of power in such a short time. "Summoner Bong, watch out!" John Cossack cried out, as a barrage of red projectiles hurtled towards him. "Whoa!" Bong Joohyuk yelled, straining as he raised his shield, the projectiles hammering against it repeatedly. He realized, if not for his energy barrier, he would have been a pincushion by now. It truly was scary, his chibi self panicked, wondering if he had gotten too carried away, his heart pounding in his chest. "You wah! Help me!" John Cossack shrieked, flailing desperately as he plummeted through the air, pursued by tiny figures. "Yes, Summoner Nim." John Cossack urgently instructed, "Keep heading towards the cliff first," to which a chibi Bong Joohyuk, despite his confusion, replied, "Okay. Summoner must protect." Gobang roared, flexing with a powerful surge of energy, ready to fulfill his duty. "Ugh, I'm running out of stamina," Bong Joohyuk grunted, his energy wavering as more goblins approached, their menacing cries growing closer. A sudden, wide-eyed realization dawned on him, his gaze fixed on something unseen. "Are we there yet?" Bong Joohyuk wondered aloud, his chibi self immediately complaining, "But there's nothing here." "Kuggeek," cried his chibi self as projectiles hammered his shield. Bong Joohyuk grunted, asking himself, "What do I do? What am I supposed to do? I am gonna die," his chibi self thought in terror, as Gobang's massive hand slammed down, shielding him from the barrage of incoming projectiles. The massive summoned warrior let out a terrifying roar, causing the cowering goblins to recoil in fear. With a devastating ground pound, the summoned warrior unleashed a shockwave that obliterated the nearby goblins. From a safe distance, Bong Joohyuk cheered, "Good job, you bastard," as John Cossack and Gobang swiftly cut down enemies with their blue energy blades. Menacing shaman goblins shrieked, preparing to unleash their spells from a rocky outcrop. Then, John Cossack muttered, taking a sharp breath as he lunged towards a surprised goblin shaman. He thought, "If I just take care of the shamans on the cliff," as he spun, his swords cutting through the air with blue energy. John Cossack stood victorious amidst the fallen goblins, looking around to confirm, "Is it just about done?" "Seems like we caught all 100, John Cossack mused, anticipating the main target, "It should be coming out soon." "You two cleared them in an instant," John Cossack exclaimed, catching Bong Joohyuk off guard, who merely managed a stunned M-dash. As Gobang inadvertently squashed him, a grimacing chibi Bong Joohyuk thought, "I'm grateful, but, ugh." "This sound is," a startled Bong Joohyuk exclaimed as an ominous, bone-crushing growl echoed loudly. The ground thudded as the hobgoblin appeared, the final evolutionary stage of a goblin, a massive, aggressive beast wielding a sword and shield. John Cossack sprinted across the terrain with incredible speed, a trail of blue energy in his wake. "Gobang!" Bong Joohyuk commanded, as John Cossack, glowing with blue energy, leaped into the air with his twin swords ready. "Leave it to me." Gobang roared, charging towards the hobgoblin with immense, ground-shaking power, yellow energy blazing around him. Their weapons met in a powerful, explosive clash of energy and steel. The hobgoblin cried out, its face contorting in surprise and pain as a swift blow landed. Floating confidently with blue energy, Bong Joohyuk smirked, commanding, "You're earning your keep today, hold it tight." John Cossack delivered a powerful, decisive blow, plunging his two blue energy swords into the hobgoblin. The system flashed, announcing the successful clear of the 20th floor mission, confirming all goblins and the hobgoblin were defeated, awarding a level increase, 200 mana stones, and 50 power-boosting healing potions. He, good work, Bong Joohyuk complimented, though he secretly thought that taking out a boss in an instant meant it might just be better to leave everything to his summons, anyway. "You all worked hard, thank you for protecting me," Bong Joohyuk said, bowing deeply, while a comically dismembered Gobang proudly declared, "Protect." Summoner, and John Cossack, flustered, just exclaimed, "Loyalty." The system announced an S++ clear for the Black Tower's 20th floor, awarding a sparkling platinum badge and permission to challenge the 21st, before exiting the tower. Breaking news of the Black Tower's 20th floor S++ clear sparked fervent online debate, with viewers speculating wildly about the mysterious challenger's identity and elite status. A high-ranking official sighed, finding the consecutive 20th floor record good but troublesome, concerned by the intense public attention it would draw. When John Guangael suggested controlling the press, the official sharply refused, fearing a leak of their knowledge about the S++ record holder. "How did you look into player Bong's family situation?" the official asked, as John Guangael discreetly presented a folder of his findings. Player Bong's father, Mr. Bong Sukyol, was currently in rehabilitation after hip surgery due to an accident a few months prior. John Gwang-ail proposed introducing Bong Joohyuk's father to the nation's best rehabilitation center, fully paid for, a plan the official immediately approved. Next was his younger brother, Bong Min-hyuk, a university freshman soon to enlist, for whom the official suggested scholarship support as a perfect benefit. Finally, they discussed his mother, Ms. Hong Jumja, who, after being forcibly fired for a conflict with an abusive customer, was now unemployed, prompting Lee Min-ah to gasp, "Oh my." The official emphatically declared that Ms. Hong Jumja was the most important family member, possessing such a strong personality that neither her husband nor sons could make a peep. "Execute it," the official commanded, smiling with determination, "even if we have to use all the authority of the Awakening Management Department, make it succeed." John Gwang-ail pledged to proceed immediately. "Delivery here," a menacing voice announced from outside, adding, "Smells good," as a knock echoed at the door. "Delivery, tasty thing." Go Bang boomed from the floor, his body glowing with excitement as a panicked chibi Bong Joohyuk frantically tried to make him just stay still. "Both of you hide for a moment so you aren't seen," Bong Joohyuk urged, quickly throwing a blanket over John Cossack and the massive Go Bang. 12 tangsuyuk, 12 bowls of jjajangmyeon, the delivery person listed, joking, "Having a party today?" Bong Joohyuk awkwardly agreed, accepting the huge order and a single fried dumpling as service. As the delivery person departed, wishing him to enjoy his meal, a chibi Bong Joohyuk privately grumbled that one fried dumpling as a freebie was far too stingy. "Ha! Coupons," Bong Joohyuk exclaimed, realizing, "there's not a single one. Isn't that too much?" A chibi Bong Joohyuk sighed, admitting to himself that even if he had coupons, he probably couldn't figure out how to order food with them anyway. "You can come out now," Bong Joohyuk announced, pulling back the blanket, as Go Bang erupted with a delighted, "Hup. The smell of jjajang is incredible." "You've never had this yet, right, Go Bang?" Bong Joohyuk asked, as Go Bang drooled with extreme anticipation, his stomach rumbling loudly. "Jjajangmyeon. Crispy," Go Bang declared between loud, voracious bites, prompting John Cossack to yell, "What do I do if you eat the plate too, you ignorant bastard," while Bong Joohyuk decided to check something. "Inventory." Bong Joohyuk commanded, and with a whoosh and shimmering sounds, a blue screen materialized before him. The inventory displayed a notification: perks would be provided for accumulating 20 platinum badges. Bong Joohyuk thought, already the 20th platinum badge, his face illuminated by the blue light, wondering what the perk would be this time. A bright chime sounded as the system revealed the perk, providing one random box. "What is this? Random box?" Bong Joohyuk exclaimed, wide-eyed and illuminated by a golden glow. The system chimed, revealing the immense potential of the random box, promising 3 unpredictable treasures from a vast array of tower items, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly dumbfounded. He fretted over the overwhelming number of choices, admitting he couldn't distinguish one from another, wondering if it was best to just skim, since the outcome was random anyway. He mused on the less exciting offerings, dismissing mana stones, herbs, and metals as meh, and even weapons and armor as not that great. Bong Joohyuk weighed his options, pondering the utility of a rune of level up versus a tower jumping ticket, and even a multinational tower access ticket, trying to pinpoint the ultimate prize. His heart fixated on the grade confirmation summon ticket, especially the tantalizing prospect of pulling an LSSR. In a blissful vision, Bong Joohyuk imagined an LSSR summon doing all the heavy lifting, cleaning the tower while he simply enjoyed a Black Tower tour. He broke his fantasy with a cunning grin, remembering he had 3 chances from the random box, igniting a spark of mischievous hope. With a fervent plea, he commanded the box to open, promising a lifetime of saintly behavior if it just granted him something good. Blue light swirled as a golden item box vibrated, and Bong Joohyuk waited with bated breath for the first result. A crystalline glow appeared in his inventory, confirming the distribution of 10 kilograms of mana stones. He sighed, initially labeling the mana stones a easily acquired, but then his eyes sparkled as he mentally calculated their staggering 5 million won value. Eager for his second item, he commanded "open," and a chime signaled the acquisition of a powerful-sounding offensive skill, Chaos Lightning Staff, which he decided to examine later. With a final, hopeful plea, he reached out for the last item, blue energy swirling around the golden box. A bright chime confirmed the distribution of a rune of summon grade up, glowing with a purple aura. Bong Joohyuk's face lit up, absolutely ecstatic, declaring the rune a total jackpot. The rune could upgrade a summon's grade, which was exactly what Bong Joohyuk wanted most, but now he faced an unexpected dilemma. As John Cossack yelled at the gluttonous summoned warrior to stop eating everything, Bong Joohyuk inwardly struggled to choose which of his equally reliable summons deserved the upgrade. He tilted his head, deciding John Cossack should likely receive the rune, though he chuckled at the thought that the summoned warrior had probably eaten far more meals in their company. The rune of summon grade up carried a detailed description of its power, leading Bong Joohyuk to conclude he'd give it to John Cossack later, as their current firepower was already sufficient. Blue energy pulsed as he decided to test his new skill first. A chime announced the description of Chaos Lightning Staff, a growth-type offensive skill, confirming his need and prompting him to instantly learn it. A powerful rush of energy engulfed him as the first form, Lightning Soul Chaser, unlocked, feeling like the technique itself was being beamed directly into his brain. He gripped his mace, charged with crackling lightning, wondering if he should try it out. With a shout, he unleashed Lightning Soul Chaser, a powerful beam of blue energy. But the attack resulted in an underwhelming puff of smoke. He sighed, realizing his power wouldn't work in reality, and decided to test the skill inside the tower instead, citing the world's potential doom if it did. John Cossack, surprised by the mace swinging, questioned Bong Joohyuk, who casually explained he had received a new skill as a reward. John Cossack stuttered in shock, asking if it was offensive, while Bong Joohyuk, making a gleeful peace sign, confirmed it was a growth-type skill. A shiver ran down John Cossack's spine, uttering a terrified, awesome, at the prospect of his master wielding offensive power. The summoned warrior continued to eat, oblivious to John Cossack's deepening annoyance. John Cossack erupted, attacking the summoned warrior for eating the last bowl, to which the warrior calmly replied, "A warrior never spits," prompting Bong Joohyuk to exasperatedly consider unsummoning them. The next day, Bong Joohyuk yawned, reflecting on John Cossack's worries, knowing they stemmed from his unique summoner trait. The summoner trait meant most of a player's combat power was delegated to their summons, leaving the summoner with a fraction of the total strength. This ability meant summoners rarely fought directly, a truth even more profound for an irregular like him, capable of summoning in reality. He thought of the much stronger summoner from a parallel universe who possessed the same trait, the one who had commanded John Cossack before him. Yet despite their strength, that summoner had died, and their world, too, was utterly destroyed. It was only natural that John Cossack was so worried, but Bong Joohyuk firmly resolved to push past those fears. He puffed up his chest in defiance, declaring his humanity and his newfound taste for being a tough guy, determined to try out his attack skill. Confident in his absolute obedience over his summons, he commanded, "Summon," trusting he could easily talk John Cossack and the summoned warrior into his plan. John Cossack appeared, uttering a weary loyalty, while the summoned warrior simply announced their presence, prompting Bong Joohyuk to note John Cossack's face looked a year older from worry. He nervously mused that his offensive skill might prove to be a poison, admitting his unease during the 20th floor clear, when they were lucky it was only goblins. John Cossack's tone turned grim. Goblins were one thing, but their current strategy would fail against orcs. Bong Joohyuk exclaimed in shock, asking if they were seriously planning to tie him up, with a butterfly knot. John Cossack, crackling with blue energy, flatly denied any intention of tying him up, but stressed there was a condition. John Cossack dramatically declared that summon principle number 3 was now in effect. The 3 core principles of summons appeared, with John Cossack comically emphasizing the third: if loyalty conflicted with the summoner's life, life would always take priority. The colossal summoned warrior slammed down, snatching Bong Joohyuk in his massive grip, leaving him utterly terrified. John Cossack smacked the warrior, yelling at him to save his strength for the tower, as the behemoth simply uttered a surprised grunt. John Cossack declared that the summoned warrior would safely hold Bong Joohyuk throughout the tower, with John Cossack clearing it alone, a realization that left Bong Joohyuk utterly dismayed. He let out a dejected sigh, lamenting that he hadn't wanted to resort to his ultimate strategy. Bong Joohyuk unleashed his sad puppy eyes attack, pleading to be let off just this once with a promise to be careful, but John Cossack remained unconvinced. He swore on everything he had that he wouldn't run out alone again, but internally, his mind was already scheming to cautiously take down just one orc. As John Cossack pondered his plea, Bong Joohyuk continued to press, emphasizing safety first, and self-preservation above all. John Cossack reluctantly conceded, but sternly warned of immediate intervention if danger arose, to which Bong Joohyuk joyfully agreed, his little companion saluting a final loyalty. They officially entered the 21st floor of the Black Tower in Korea. As they explored the new floor, Bong Joohyuk quipped that orcs were strong but stupid, prompting the summoned warrior to indignantly declare his own superior intellect, which John Cossack quickly shut down. Bong Joohyuk enthusiastically suggested practicing his skill 10 times, to which John Cossack responded with an exasperated, "You can do it 100 times for all I care." John Cossack playfully presented the summoned warrior as the perfect practice dummy, utterly shocking Bong Joohyuk. As both summons insisted on being the ideal, invulnerable dummy, an exasperated Bong Joohyuk vehemently refused, internally threatening to charge into battle alone rather than strike his companion. Bong Joohyuk, crackling with determination, declared it would be easier to practice his already learned technique on an actual orc, to which John Cossack sighed a resigned, "Yes, sir." The mission for the 21st floor demanded they defeat 30 forest orcs within 4 hours, as the menacing creatures emerged from the shadows. John Cossack surged forward, proclaiming he was going first, with the summoned warrior swiftly joining the charge. Impacts thundered as they struck, sending an orc flying. The summoned warrior delivered a brutal punch, while other orcs were tossed into the air. John Cossack tore through multiple orcs with a flurry of energy-infused attacks. Bong Joohyuk watched, wide-eyed and surprised, at their incredible speed. He fretted, realizing the battle would be over before he could even land a single blow. John Cossack whipped his head around, startled by an unseen presence. Bong Joohyuk's face lit up with an excited smile, mistakenly believing an orc had been specifically chosen for him. Bong Joohyuk charged forward, his mace crackling with blue energy. John Cossack stepped back, deciding to observe from a distance as Bong Joohyuk's attack connected. The orc reeled back from the hit, uttering a surprised cry. Bong Joohyuk pressed his assault, striking again. The first form, Lightning Soul Chaser, was a simple vertical strike, leaving the orc dazed and confused. But the true, raw power behind that simple strike was just beginning to unleash. He channeled the full might of his Chaos Lightning Staff skill. With precision, he landed the Lightning Soul Chaser, first form, directly on the orc's head. The orc roared in pain and shock as the full force of the attack struck. With a proud, confident smile, Bong Joohyuk declared that its power was no joke. The combined power of night scans, aurora scans, quantum scans, and leviathan scans merged, promising massive variety, lightning-fast releases, and a thriving community for all readers. A fierce roar erupted as the orc was consumed by a searing, explosive energy. Bong Joohyuk strained, his glowing staff striking deep into the orc's flesh. With a final metallic click, Bong Joohyuk stood victorious over his defeated foe. He let out a satisfied breath, smirking, easy, too easy, even with a small cut on his cheek. Then, with a sudden crash, another menacing orc appeared, axe ready, catching him off guard. Unfazed, he merely offered a challenging smirk, one more. With a guttural grunt, Bong Joohyuk brought his foot down in a powerful thud, crushing the struggling orc. A system alert crackled, confirming his S++ clear of the 21st floor, a level increase, and a platinum badge, yet Bong Joohyuk wondered, this one is only supposed to be rank 1. The next day brought a desert orc, swiftly dispatched as he earned another S++ clear for the 22nd floor. The following day, a cave orc fell to his glowing blue energy, securing an S++ rating for the 23rd floor. Even a volcano orc, though just a little difficult, was no match for him and his summons, as he achieved yet another S++ clear for the 24th floor. The next day, with a pleased grin, he declared, now, the highly anticipated 25th floor. He scratched his head, frustrated that having to catch only one at a time is getting frustrating, but knew he had to keep up a front for now. He realized with his summons always by his side, I haven't been able to give them items, and decided now was a good chance to give them a rune. John Cossack, glowing blue, snapped a salute, demanding to know why Bong Joohyuk wasn't resting today. With a soft glow, Bong Joohyuk presented a new item, telling John Cossack to see for yourself if it was edible. John Cossack gasped, trembling with shock as a system message revealed the rune's incredible power to increase a summoned being's grade. Heek. What is this? GR grade increase rune. John Cossack shrieked, as a chibi Bong Joohyuk snickered, asking, good, right? Do you like it? Overwhelmed, John Cossack stammered, are you really giving it to me, his heart swelling at the thought of reaching SSR grade. John Cossack happily declared his renewed dedication to protecting Bong Joohyuk, blissfully sucking on the rune as Bong Joohyuk thought, seeing him so happy makes me happy too. When Bong Joohyuk suggested starting the grade increase immediately, John Cossack advised caution, explaining that rushing such a delicate process would be dangerous. John Cossack saluted, promising to return with an awesome new form, but Bong Joohyuk wished he'd stay longer to hang out. John Cossack laughed, settling in to watch some TV. John Cossack grumbled about a TV rerun, pondering how many times it had aired, prompting Bong Joohyuk to snap, what are you going to do with all that saved money? Bong Joohyuk suddenly trembled, urgently demanding they rewind the channel. As John Cossack stopped the rewind, Bong Joohyuk stared at the screen, a single word escaping his lips, Mom. Panicked, Bong Joohyuk could only ask, why is Mom on the news? His mother stood resolute in front of a towering corporate building, her protest sign held firm. She couldn't stand the unfair contract termination, disgusted by the injustice as onlookers passed by. She recalled the infuriating incident when an employee was told to separate trash, asking, does that make any sense? The company demanded she apologize even when she'd done nothing wrong, and when she refused to back down, they handed her a termination notice. Her 10-day solo protest only earned her the mocking snickers of shadowy executives who dismissed her efforts as useless. With fierce determination, she vowed, go ahead and laugh at me again. Next time, I'll make sure to hit you back. A calm man approached amidst the murmuring crowd, asking if she was Ms. Hong Jiamja, and she braced herself for more nonsense. The man, Lee Chong-suk, introduced himself as an attorney from the prestigious Park and Kim law firm, acknowledging her hard work. A law firm, she questioned, her confusion tinged with suspicion. Her eyes narrowed, an angry jolt of distrust shooting through her. In a chibi vision of defiance, she declared, "Let them sue, I won't back down," as a nervous chibi attorney tried to calm her. "Actually, I'm here for the opposite reason," the attorney revealed, handing her his business card. "Let's officially sue Jinsemel Company, Limited." Standing before the grand facade of South Korea's top law firm, the attorney declared, "Park and Kim law firm will represent Ms. Hong Jiamja free of charge." He explained that his firm annually takes pro bono cases for socially vulnerable individuals, trying to reassure a skeptical chibi Bong Joohyuk's mother that he was no fraud. She was conflicted, finding it suspicious, but it doesn't seem like a lie, as she weighed whether to accept the unexpected offer. The attorney urged her to accept this small blessing, promising to stake their reputation on the case, and she resolved, "All right, I've come this far. It's now or never." With a decisive nod, she entrusted him with the case, and the attorney, pleased, began to outline their next steps. With a confident snap, the attorney suggested they start with the media campaign. She trembled with surprise as flashing lights exploded around her, surrounded by a throng of reporters. The attorney advised her to be detailed, even if it's long, promising to thoroughly expose every instance of unfair treatment she had endured. She nodded with firm determination amidst the camera flashes. The realization that his mother had been struggling with a one-person protest hit Bong Joohyuk with a heavy thud, leaving him guilt-ridden. What's the point of having two sons, he despaired, consumed by the guilt of being unfilial sons who can't even be relied upon at a time like this. Then, a new thought struck him, but how did she get a lawyer? Park and Kim law firm wouldn't take a case for just a few pennies. John Cossack, with two swords drawn and a determined shake, offered, "Summoner Bong, should I go visit Jinsemel Company, Limited once?" Bong Joohyuk observed his summon's tense, ready stance, noting, "Seems like he's roughly grasped the situation, so quick on the uptake, although it's admirable." In a chibi exchange, Bong Joohyuk told John Cossack not to intervene, explaining his mother had a good lawyer, while John Cossack wistfully thought, "I would have just sent a ribbon or something." A metallic hum resonated as he calculated, thinking he should send his mother lawyer's fees from his 10 million won in magic stones, or even sell the energy barrier kit or something. His phone vibrated with an incoming call from his father. After a button press, his father joyfully announced that his mother's lawyer fees were free, dismissing Bong Joohyuk's attempts to offer help and telling him to focus on your work. His father then mentioned receiving a call from Ilsong Hospital, prompting Bong Joohyuk to ask, "Huh? Why there?" He learned his father had been selected for a hip joint surgery rehabilitation project at Ilsong Hospital and would be admitted in a few days. Bong Joohyuk was stunned to learn his father's hospitalization and rehabilitation would also be free, promising to visit home soon. He hung up the phone, a click echoing his thoughts. Ilsong Hospital is Korea's top hospital. It's a good thing, but something feels strange. Another ringing call, this time from his brother, Minhyuk, left Bong Joohyuk utterly shocked, wondering, the whole family, what day is today? His brother's voice, brimming with anger, confirmed he'd seen their mother's interview, agreeing that those bastards had made his blood boil. His brother generously offered to send his allowance for the lawsuit, reassuring Bong Joohyuk that he had enough for tuition and a laptop. With a cheerful smile, his brother announced he had received a scholarship, concluding, "Looks like good deeds bring good fortune, huh? What kind of scholarship is it?" Bong Joohyuk asked, his suspicion growing when his brother revealed it was from the Awaken Management Bureau. As expected. He mused, realizing all the sudden good fortune, his mother's lawyer, his father's hospital, Minhyuk's scholarship, was far from mere coincidence. The imposing structure of the Awaken Management Bureau loomed, a silent confirmation of his suspicion. With a beep, Bong Joohyuk called team leader John Gwang-ael, requesting a quiet meeting, to which the team leader, driving, readily agreed to pick him up for a meal. The gentle sizzle of cooking food filled the traditional restaurant as they ate. Bong Joohyuk finally confronted him, asking, "Why did you do it?" "Mom's lawsuit, father's hospital, and my brother's scholarship," leaving John Gwang-ael in a telling silence. As the meat sizzled on the grill, John Gwang-ael calmly stated, "Because it was absolutely necessary," his frankness surprising Bong Joohyuk, who thought, he's not even trying to hide it. John Gwang-ael explained that worries at home would inevitably affect his tower clearing attempts, but Bong Joohyuk questioned why he hadn't been consulted. Bong Joohyuk pointed out that such extensive care was usually reserved for the elite team, questioning his own standard contract. With a dramatic flourish and a rustle of paper, John Gwang-ael presented an ultra-elite contract, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly shocked. John Gwang-ael smiled confidently, proposing, "Then let's discuss it right now, the elite team contract." Bong Joohyuk's mind reeled with an overwhelmed, disbelieving, huh. John Guangil enthusiastically urged Bong Joohyuk to sign the ultra-elite team contract right away. Bong Joohyuk realized his manager had truly come prepared. Yet, Bong Joohyuk couldn't shake his doubt, believing he wasn't that talented. John Guangil ground his teeth and sprang to his feet, aghast at the self-deprecating comment. He challenged Bong Joohyuk, asking if he truly believed his own words, especially after setting an unprecedented record. Bong Joohyuk looked utterly surprised and taken aback. Internally, Bong Joohyuk admitted he had no real comeback. Anyone who cleared 24 floors in a row with S++ ranks would sound like they were humble bragging if they denied their talent. John Guangil bowed deeply and sincerely, prompting a shocked Bong Joohyuk to wonder why he was going so far, especially after the recent incident with Choi Ho-seok. As John Guangil implored him to join the elite team and claim the treatment he deserved, Bong Joohyuk fell silent, a traumatic memory of a gun pointed at his younger self flashing through his mind. Awkwardly, Bong Joohyuk asked John Guangil to sit down, to which the manager assured him that an elite contract would ensure VVIP-level protection, but Bong Joohyuk groaned, unwilling to be constantly followed and unable to film his clears. Bong Joohyuk secretly harbored a major reservation about the elite contract's video recording requirement, unwilling to expose Cossack and Gobang to unnecessary trouble. John Guangil, however, was flexible, offering Bong Joohyuk complete freedom over video filming and adjustable security levels, instantly piquing Bong Joohyuk's chibi curiosity. John Guangil further elaborated, explaining that he could live alone in a secure residence and only receive protection during outings, even offering security for his family, causing chibi Bong Joohyuk to internally struggle against being swayed. Overwhelmed and blushing, Bong Joohyuk realized how impossible it would be to refuse when John Guangil offered 2 houses as soon as he signed, one for his family, and one for himself. Bong Joohyuk, still in chibi form, voiced his hesitation about making such a quick decision and potential changes in terms, yet John Guangil inwardly smirked, seeing his acceptance already, and confidently reassured him he had full authority from the director. John Guangil indicated the signature line, and chibi Bong Joohyuk, entranced by the thought of 2 houses, prepared to sign. Then, Bong Joohyuk abruptly hesitated, causing John Guangil to stop dead, wondering why he was suddenly pulling back. Bong Joohyuk requested more time, and a concerned John Guangil, sweating slightly, asked for his reason. Bong Joohyuk explained he wanted to get some advice before deciding, to which a relieved John Guangil readily agreed to wait. The next day, John Cossack loudly declared his loyalty, with a surge of purple energy. Bong Joohyuk cried out, shielding his eyes from the blinding light as the special super rare assassin made his grand entrance. Amidst a dazzling flourish of light, John Cossack proudly completed his grade increase to SSR, while Bong Joohyuk, still shielded, grumbled for him to change back. Bong Joohyuk mused that he should invite R-rank Gobang too, finding Cossack surprisingly cool now, but then turned serious, telling Cossack he'd called him alone to discuss something before they tackled the 25th floor. John Cossack agreed, remarking that one couldn't exactly have a conversation with that meathead Gobang, as Bong Joohyuk began to explain his meeting with a manager from the Awakening Management Bureau. Bong Joohyuk laid out the elite team offer and asked John Cossack for his opinion on whether to join or remain on a regular team. With an emphatic gesture, John Cossack declared he was all for it, stating that Summoner Bong was a national-level player and deserved to be treated as one. Bong Joohyuk worried if joining would pressure him to climb to the 60s or higher, but John Cossack confidently insisted it was possible, only to abruptly interrupt Bong Joohyuk's offer to train hard with a firm nope. John Cossack firmly advised Bong Joohyuk that his greatest asset was to simply stay alive as long as possible, leaving Bong Joohyuk confused. With a faint glow, John Cossack revealed that his original world teamed with legendary SSR-grade summons that Bong Joohyuk could eventually acquire by staying safe. He explained that each of these powerful, silhouetted figures would obey without question, as long as it didn't violate Article 3. John Cossack excitedly disclosed that his world held even more, demigod-class monsters that transcended human limits. Bong Joohyuk gasped, his mind reeling, finding the concept of demigod-class summons beyond his imagination. He cautiously asked if he could summon such unranked beings yet, and John Cossack confirmed not for now, but assured him it would be possible as his summoning proficiency increased. John Cossack urged him to stay alive for a long time and continue his random summons, proclaiming it Bong Joohyuk's ultimate move, his true finishing blow. Bong Joohyuk calculated his potential summons, about 12 a year, possibly more with good items, but then wryly noted it would all be for nothing if his gacha luck was bad. His internal thoughts then shifted to a digital interface displaying the precise cooldown for his next random summon, 19 days. Suddenly serious, John Cossack informed Bong Joohyuk there was one condition he absolutely must demand. John Cossack vehemently insisted that Bong Joohyuk demand the sole right to decide when to climb uncleared floors, explaining that it was crucial to prevent trashy people from pressuring him, leaving chibi Bong Joohyuk surprised and excited by the autonomy. John Cossack winced and hiccuped, clutching his nose, indicating a painful memory, which Chibi Bong Joohyuk observed with sympathy. Taking a deep breath, John Cossack concluded his advice: never let himself be pushed, and accept national support if that key condition was guaranteed, which surprisingly made Bong Joohyuk grateful for the counsel. With a powerful grunt, the savage meat shield, Gobang, was specially summoned, pledging his obedience to Bong Joohyuk, who welcomed him back, while John Cossack playfully asked if he wouldn't greet him. Gobang dismissively retorted that a warrior doesn't greet just anyone, leaving John Cossack to echo in disbelief, just anyone? With a triumphant smirk and a glowing aura, John Cossack proudly boasted about his new SSR rank, complete with spelling it out, much to Gobang's visible surprise. John Cossack leaned in aggressively, taunting Gobang about having 2 S's in front of his R, demanding to know why he wouldn't look at him, as Bong Joohyuk internally wondered if Gobang was actively avoiding Cossack's eyes. John Cossack continued his taunts, questioning why Gobang avoided his gaze now that their rank gap had widened, to which Gobang awkwardly replied that a warrior only looks forward, leading Bong Joohyuk to realize even the dull Gobang was reading the room. Chibi Bong Joohyuk, feeling bad for Gobang, resolved to give him the next summon grade increase rune he found. Bong Joohyuk then thought about making Gobang work even harder, but paused as John Cossack's detailed SSR stats and skills, including Blade Explosion and Mean Ambush, displayed before him, ending with a comedic observation about the sheer amount of text. Chibi Bong Joohyuk confidently decided he could probably sneak in a few extra kills. John Cossack stretched, cracking his knuckles, and confidently proposed a warm-up to celebrate his SSR promotion. With another confident flex, John Cossack ordered Gobang to go first and pull the aggro. Gobang charged forward with fierce determination, declaring he would take all the aggro. His foot slammed down, creating a powerful impact on the ground. Gobang flexed, his muscles bulging and glowing with raw power. 2 orcs looked up, surprised and grunting with confusion. A powerful explosion erupted, sending multiple orcs flying backward. With a smirk, John Cossack announced his move, transforming into a swift, blue energy blade that shot across the landscape. Bong Joohyuk was utterly shocked, exclaiming that it felt like a fighter jet had just flown past. John Cossack dove downwards at immense speed, leaving shimmering trails of blue energy. His blue energy blade swiftly pierced through multiple orcs. John Cossack unleashed his Blade Explosion skill, causing multiple powerful, popping blue explosions around him. Bong Joohyuk was utterly astonished by the skill's devastating power, comparing the widespread explosions to a bazooka. Orcs shrieked in panic as projectiles flew through the air around a calm John Cossack. John Cossack rapidly twisted, engulfed in dark purple energy, preparing his next attack. An orc grunted angrily, its red eyes narrowed in defiance. The orc's eye widened dramatically in a sudden, startled shock. A figure, outlined in bright blue light, moved with incredible speed. John Cossack suddenly appeared with a playful surprise, catching the grunting shadow creatures off guard. He executed his Mean Ambush skill, rapidly striking multiple orcs with bursts of blue energy. John Cossack stood triumphant, his glowing blade indicating his swift victory over the enemies. The chaotic battlefield was filled with the sounds of continuous impacts as goblins and orcs fought. 2 goblins looked worried, grunting nervously. John Cossack smirked and taunted the anxious enemies, asking why the long faces, as he prepared to unleash his Poison Dagger skill. John Cossack, glowing with malevolent purple energy, smirked and declared that the battle was only just getting started. Panicked, Chibi Bong Joohyuk thought he needed to move fast before John Cossack killed them all, and his real self used Shadow Step to rush toward a group of goblins. Bong Joohyuk's blue energy attack landed with an impact, eliciting cries of pain and surprise from the goblins. John Cossack reiterated his advice to Bong Joohyuk, emphasizing that his survival was his most valuable asset. Despite John Cossack's words, Bong Joohyuk resolved to grow rapidly, his weapon glowing with golden energy. Radiating determination, Bong Joohyuk vowed to become strong enough so that everyone who cared about him could finally feel at ease. Bong Joohyuk surged forward, crackling with energy, to confront a growling orc. He knew he couldn't keep relying on Cossack forever, an internal struggle for self-reliance brewing. Even as an orc landed a devastating blow, Bong Joohyuk's resolve hardened, he needed to grow, too. With a swift kick, he surprised the massive orc. The powerful blow sent the orc's sword flying from its grasp. The orc crashed to the ground, utterly defeated. Yet, the creature stirred, eyes burning red, letting out a furious growl as new heads emerged. Bong Joohyuk focused, eyes glowing, activating the first form of his Chaos Lightning Staff. He unleashed Lightning Soul Chaser, striking the orc with destructive bolts. The lightning pulsed through the orc's head, visibly damaging it, though it managed a pained gasp. Bong Joohyuk roared, continuing his assault even as more goblins closed in. He then moved with blinding speed, using his Shadow Walker skill to tear through multiple orcs. With powerful energy, he continued his relentless flurry of attacks. A system message chimed, confirming that Scattered Lightning, the second form of his Chaos Lightning Staff, had been unlocked. Bong Joohyuk's face lit up with joyful surprise at the new skill. Even as orcs shrieked and attacked, he excitedly wondered what kind of skill, Scattered Lightning, would turn out to be. He took a powerful stance, crackling with golden and blue lightning, ready to unleash the new ability. Multiple orcs cried out as they were simultaneously electrocuted, soaring through the air. The Scattered Lightning skill deployed, splitting lightning force into multiple lasers to strike all targets. His face ecstatic, Bong Joohyuk realized with a triumphant cry that it was an area of effect skill. John Cossack, bewildered by the unexpected lightning, suddenly cried out in pain as the shockwaves hit him. As energy exploded around him, John Cossack desperately called out for his summoner. Bong Joohyuk darted away, leaving a stumbling John Cossack still reeling from the unexpected strike. John Cossack angrily scolded him for getting too excited and abandoning their plan, to which Bong Joohyuk sheepishly replied, "Oops." Sweating, Bong Joohyuk apologized to John Cossack, looking thoroughly chastised. Then, a realization began to dawn on him. He shook his head in frustration, wondering why he was apologizing to his own summon. He angrily declared that while he might seem like a wimp on the outside, inside the tower, he was a total badass. John Cossack nervously insisted that safety should come first, but Bong Joohyuk defiantly retorted, eager for the orc great chieftain to appear. He confidently vowed to charge right in and crack the chieftain's skull. His confident expression quickly shifted to one of surprise. A massive, menacing orc great chieftain loomed over him, making Bong Joohyuk regret his words instantly. As the giant chieftain raised its axe, a terrified Bong Joohyuk desperately called for Corsac. With a declaration of loyalty, John Cossack valiantly shielded his summoner from the orc's attack. Bong Joohyuk hunched over, filled with regret for not listening to John Cossack earlier. Recovering his composure, Bong Joohyuk angrily pointed at the orc chieftain, ordering his summoned warriors to get it out of his sight. The chieftain, bewildered by the command, could only utter a confused grunt. John Cossack and the summoned warrior confidently stepped forward, ready for battle, assuring their summoner they would protect him. John Cossack playfully dubbed the summoned warrior his meat shield and ordered him to charge. The summoned warrior charged into the fray, blue energy blazing as an enraged orc roared its challenge. The summoned warrior powered up his arm, which glowed with formidable energy. He decisively placed his glowing hand down. A powerful burst of energy erupted from his hand. The orc reacted with startled surprise. The summoned warrior powerfully stomped the ground. He unleashed a relentless barrage of glowing punches upon the orc. A devastating punch landed, sending purple energy splattering as the orc reeled. The system announced, "Despicable ambush," as John Cossack swiftly moved to strike the wary orc. Eyes glowing, John Cossack completed his swift attack with shards of blue energy. The system chimed, announcing the successful completion of the 25th floor mission, including a level up, a reward of mana stones, and an S++ rank clear that granted a platinum badge and unlocked the 26th floor. A new notification appeared, granting Bong Joohyuk an Encore perk for accumulating 25 platinum badges. Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened with surprise and curiosity at the mention of an Encore perk. A menu displayed selectable Encore perks, trait enhancement, skill copy, random item, and summon grade up, causing Bong Joohyuk to exclaim at the windfall and decisively make his choice. Confidently, he chose to enhance his awakening trait, declaring that anyone who picked otherwise would be an idiot. His status screen appeared, confirming his level and an improved trait that now allowed him to simultaneously summon 3 allies. Bong Joohyuk excitedly pondered his future team, knowing that with himself, they would be a 4-man party, anticipating who his third teammate would be once the random summon cooldown ended. For now, however, he pondered his next move, turning to his current summons. With a warm smile, Bong Joohyuk casually asked his summon companions what they wanted to eat. John Cossack hesitantly requested tteokbokki, leading to a humorous exchange about his supposed newfound spice tolerance, which Bong Joohyuk greeted with skepticism. As the summons happily ate their tteokbokki, Bong Joohyuk commended them for their excellent work on the 25th floor. John Cossack, surprised, asked if it wasn't spicy, only for the summoned warrior to deadpan that it was actually sweet. John Cossack swallowed nervously, his face showing apprehension at the summoned warrior's surprising words. John Cossack then writhed in comical agony, slurping for relief as the intense spiciness overwhelmed him. As John Cossack lay incapacitated by the spice, the summoned warrior declared he was about to die, prompting Bong Joohyuk to jokingly suggest replacing him. Bong Joohyuk calmly sipped his drink, reflecting on clearing 25 floors, and decided it was time to tell his family about his achievements, ignoring John Cossack's desperate pleas for water. The cityscape glowed under the warm hues of a sunset. Bong Joohyuk beamed as he announced his arrival, proudly presenting a pack of beef to his mother. His family peppered him with questions about where he got the money for such expensive beef, his mother worried and his father trying to ease the tension, as Bong Joohyuk smoothly deflected. As the family ate, his brother praised the meat, his mother urged them to eat fruit, and Bong Joohyuk felt a profound relief that his mother's lawsuit and father's treatment were finally settled. Bong Joohyuk cleared his throat, warning his family not to be too shocked by what he was about to say. Calmly, he revealed to his family that he had awakened and was working as a player. His family responded with stunned silence. His brother dismissively told him to eat his fruit, while his father joked about his inability to tell a proper story, asking if it was some computer game. Bong Joohyuk, now serious, made a phone call, introducing himself to the team leader. The next day, the city stood bright and modern under the sky. Officials John Gwang-il and Lee Min-ah discussed Bong Joohyuk's new status as an elite awakened player, guiding him and his brother toward a building. Bong Joohyuk inserted a card into a machine, announcing, "Here." With a proud flourish, Bong Joohyuk presented a luxurious apartment to his speechless, utterly shocked family. His new life began at the official gates of the Awaken Management Department. With a pen in hand, Bong Joohyuk formalized the beginning of his new existence, making the contract valid from that very day. He could barely believe it himself, an elite contract was actually signed. A nervous swallow caught in his throat as he realized life truly was unpredictable. Agent John Gwang-il apologized for only being able to offer 2 billion won annually, paralyzing Bong Joohyuk's sense of reality, though John Gwang-il felt a player of his caliber deserved far more. Bong Joohyuk explained his choice to keep his S++ rank record holder status secret, fearing public revelation would expose his personal information. The terrifying thought of his family being mobbed if his S++ record became public made him keep it hidden, even from them. John Gwang-il politely inquired if Bong Joohyuk's family had enjoyed their new home, offering to address any potential shortcomings. Bong Joohyuk's brother's ecstatic text confirmed their absolute delight with the new house, leaving him wondering if things could possibly get any better. John Gwang-il then presented Bong Joohyuk with images of his new, fully furnished office-tel, offering an even larger size if he wished. Bong Joohyuk was genuinely amazed, exclaiming that the new place felt like a penthouse to him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Korea's largest penthouse towered over Seoul, a beacon of opulence. Within its walls, two women gleefully splashed in a luxurious indoor pool. Their playful giggles echoed as a muscular man showered nearby, showering him with attention. One woman suggestively embraced him from behind, calling out his name. Yoo Kil-min, Korea's rank 1 player and an all-weapon warrior currently climbing the 66th floor, suggested they move on from swimming to more exciting fun. Two guests clinked glasses, one casually remarking on the 5 million won price of a single drink. A female guest flirted with Yoo Kil-min, praising the expensive alcohol before asking about the mysterious 25th floor S++ record holder. Yoo Kil-min's eye narrowed, growing serious. He scoffed, dismissing the 25th floor S++ record as insignificant and beneath his interest. Despite his annoyance, the female guests persisted, attempting to convince him of the record's importance. Then, with a sudden furious gesture, Yoo Kil-min poured his drink over the woman's head. Glaring menacingly, he demanded she listen, threatening the severe consequences if he were to stop clearing the 66th floor. Yoo Kil-min, his back to them, declared his profound disgust with the situation. He ground his teeth in fury, enraged that even the civilians he invited were obsessed with the S++ rank. Covering his face, he sighed in exasperation. He recalled China's offer, an annual salary of 180 billion won, a mansion, caretakers, a private jet, and treatment befitting a national leader. Japan's offer had been even more enticing, 200 billion won annually, a top-class mansion, and 10 maid caretakers to fulfill his every desire. Yet he had remained in Korea, battling the 66th floor to the death for months, only for people to talk about a 25th floor achievement, making him see them as ungrateful bastards. With glowing red eyes, he contemplated the grave possibility of naturalizing in another country, as the 66th floor's burden was immense. The 60s floors marked the terrifying beginning of the undead section, where specters on the 66th floor were immune to physical attacks and caused tremors just by sight. These specters were no ordinary undead, their demonic energy was so overwhelming that a single encounter necessitated 3 days of mental recovery. Despite all his powerful gear, Yoo Kil-min still barely survived his brutal encounters with those damned undead bastards. He continued to ponder the idea of naturalization, realizing it was more than just a passing thought. A montage of fictional news headlines sensationally predicted national chaos and the collapse of the Black Tower if Korea's top player, Yoo Kil-min, were to leave. Within approximately 3 months, the tower's collapse countdown would activate, signaling the nation's sluggish progress. A malicious smirk twisted his lips, acknowledging his status as Korea's sole hope, yet with a sinister intent. With a maniacal laugh, he reveled in the thought that it would soon be too late for them, gleefully anticipating the regret and despair of those ungrateful bastards. Bong Joohyuk, a bit overwhelmed, accepted a delivery of 10 fried chickens, apologizing for the trouble. He found immense comfort in his new residence, a place where players live together. Resident staff handled everything, from office-tel management to small errands, even dispatching cleaners for him. The building's amenities were exhaustive, boasting restaurants, coffee shops, gyms, and even a swimming pool, making him regret not moving in sooner. A chibi Bong Joohyuk happily carried fried chicken, reflecting on how they had just completed the 26th floor mission by eliminating 20 swamp trolls. Thanks to his shadow step skill, the notoriously tough swamp environment of the 26th floor was easily cleared, with him even catching one troll himself. Radiant with excitement, Bong Joohyuk called out to his summoned companions, Mr. Meatball and Mr. Cossack, to join him for chicken. John Cossack winked playfully, causing the muscular summoned warrior to blush in confusion as Bong Joohyuk watched, delighted. A chibi Bong Joohyuk grew annoyed, trying to get his distracted companion's attention. Bong Joohyuk, the summoned warrior, and John Cossack stood captivated by a girl group performing on the massive TV screen. He was utterly enchanted, acknowledging that a girl group on a 100-inch TV was indeed dazzling. The summoned warrior prepared to eat, clutching a piece of fried chicken. As they munched on chicken, John Cossack asked about the next mission, to which Bong Joohyuk enthusiastically declared their plan to clear straight through to the 29th floor. John Cossack, still chewing, questioned why they would stop at the 29th floor. Bong Joohyuk confidently explained his strategy, 10 days of repeat clears, then a 4-person assault on the 30th floor once his random summon cooldown expired. John Cossack reacted with excited anticipation at the prospect of a new party member. The summoned warrior enthusiastically cheered for a new member, but John Cossack secretly worried about being replaced by a stronger summon. John Guangael arrived with a smile, delivering the requested glowing volcano orc leather armor, which blocked cold with its residual flame aura. Bong Joohyuk thanked him for the continuous support, promising to make good use of the armor, and they wished each other luck for the 27th floor. They entered the 27th floor of the Black Tower, a place notorious for its bitter cold. Surprisingly, Bong Joohyuk felt no cold at all, marveling at the power of his new equipment, though John Cossack clearly shivered. He asked the bare-skinned summoned warrior if he felt the cold, receiving a stoic, confused denial. Bong Joohyuk expressed concern for a visibly shivering John Cossack, who unconvincingly claimed he could ward off the cold with magic. He thought to himself that if only the summoned warrior possessed intelligence, he would be a true SSR rank summon. John Cossack's legs shivered uncontrollably, shattering ice shards around him as he struggled to move. In a desperate, freezing frenzy, John Cossack suddenly declared they should start hunting immediately and launched a powerful ice attack. Bong Joohyuk watched John Cossack's frenzied behavior with concern, deducing the cold had driven him berserk. Feeling comfortably warm, a chibi Bong Joohyuk reluctantly decided he should still contribute by catching at least one enemy. Bong Joohyuk urged the summoned warrior to follow quickly as they charged through the snowy landscape. To Bong Joohyuk's utter surprise, he received notifications for mission success, a level up, and a new item, all before he'd even moved. He expressed excitement, realizing he had finally received an equipment item, a weapon type, in the form of the captain's holy sword. As he examined the sword, he noted its two-handed nature but questioned its worn-out appearance. He struggled with its weight, finding it damn heavy and doubting its superiority over his current mace. He sighed, deciding to check the sword's disposal price later, already contemplating its worthlessness. The captain's holy sword, though powerful against the undead with increased attack, sacred fire, steadfast spirit, and critical hit rate, was limited solely to those enemies, with low durability requiring constant repair. Bong Joohyuk offered the heavy sword to John Cossack, asking his shivering Mr. Meat Shield if he wanted to try it. The summoned warrior, with a powerful flex, declared he would stick to his fists. Bong Joohyuk then turned to John Cossack, who, with a smug click of his glasses, proclaimed he only handled high-end gear like his wyvern leather armor and custom dwarf dagger. With both companions rejecting the blade, Bong Joohyuk lamented the chore of selling the old sword, dreading the trip to the player's shop and doubting its worth. Bong Joohyuk decided he would at least swing the sword a few times before getting rid of it, earning an enthusiastic "good luck" from John Cossack. With a grimace of exertion, Bong Joohyuk prepared to swing, gritting his teeth against the sword's immense weight. The sword's momentum proved too much, and Bong Joohyuk was comically flung into the air, flailing against the unexpected force. Still, he struggled, making another strenuous swing, the sword pulling at his entire frame. After only 2 swings, Bong Joohyuk collapsed, completely out of breath. John Cossack clapped enthusiastically, calling his flopping incredible, a compliment Bong Joohyuk knew was flattering beyond all reason. John Cossack explained that physical abilities were limited outside the tower, and Bong Joohyuk gasped, asking if that limit could be removed. Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened, shocked, as John Cossack revealed that it was indeed possible. The boundary between worlds would vanish, the limits would lift, and reality would become one with the tower as the structures on Earth collapsed. That, John Cossack grimly stated, was the true sign of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, in the Grand Japanese Embassy in Gwanghwamun, Seoul, an unnamed high-ranking official grinned slyly, expressing his delight that the rabbit was moving to a new nest. He assured the person on the other end of the line that he would personally handle the escort, as the wolves were watching closely. Tomo, a counselor at the Japanese embassy in Korea, smirked from his luxurious office, declaring that a typhoon was coming soon. 2 days later, John Cossack's unsettling talk of the apocalypse left Bong Joohyuk feeling on edge as he reviewed his player status. Bong Joohyuk reassured himself that higher floors were a job for players like Yoo Min, deciding to keep climbing at his own pace, since worrying wouldn't solve anything. With a firm resolution for safety, Bong Joohyuk declared his intention to tackle the 29th floor after having cleared the 28th. He recalled the 28th floor, where jungle trolls attacking from giant trees made it a nightmare that even John Cossack would have struggled to clear alone. But with his loyal meat shield roaring and flexing, Bong Joohyuk knew they had succeeded. Bong Joohyuk wondered how the warrior had pulled down such a huge tree, thinking that if he were just a bit smarter, he'd be a true SSR. John Cossack's flashy finish, with daggers flashing like falling chestnuts, was the perfect end to the fight. But the 29th floor, Bong Joohyuk grimly anticipated, wouldn't end so cleanly. Even the name, Plague Trolls, was gross, with the monsters reportedly covered in dripping pus and fluid, even infecting players with disease. With a disgusted bleh, Bong Joohyuk summoned John Cossack and the summoned warrior, who humorously reported for duty as Mr. Meat Shield and G-Grade Meat Shield, much to Bong Joohyuk's internal exasperation. Bong Joohyuk initiated the 29th floor mission to defeat all Plague Trolls, deciding to monitor from a distance while his summoned beings charged ahead. The summoned warrior and John Cossack charged into the 29th floor with explosive speed. Thanks to his disease-immune companions, the hunting speed on the 29th floor was actually faster than on the 28th. The 29th floor mission was a triumph, earning an S++ rank, a level up, mana stones, and a gleaming platinum badge. John Cossack excitedly asked Bong Joohyuk if they would be celebrating with a party that day too. Bong Joohyuk apologized to John Cossack, who tilted his head in confusion. Then, Bong Joohyuk sternly commanded them to dismiss, much to the surprise and protest of his fading companions. Bong Joohyuk internally chastised himself as a cruel employer, but justified his actions by reasoning that he couldn't bring his pus-dripping companions into his new house. The next day, at the Awakening Management Office gym, a female player pushed her limits with intense weight training. Heavy weights crashed to the floor, echoing the intensity of her workout. Nam Jae-eun, South Korea's ranked number 2 player and a swordsman currently climbing the 62nd floor of the Black Tower, paused to adjust her hair. She reflected on the dark zombies of the 62nd floor, whose corrupting dark aura made victory seem impossible. Nam Jae-eun questioned if the 62nd floor truly marked her limit. Yet, she resolved to keep pushing her body until it broke, driven by her status as an elite player. Nam Jae-eun vigorously drank a protein shake, powering up with fierce determination. Flexing her bicep, she rallied her spirit, channeling her gold power to continue. Suddenly, Nam Jae-eun noticed people running frantically outside, their blurry forms passing by the window. Startled, Lee Min-ah turned when someone called her name. Nam Jae-eun rushed over, asking why everyone was in a hurry, to which Lee Min-ah responded by asking if she had seen the news. At the mere mention of it, Nam Jae-eun's eye narrowed with furious anger, clearly directed at Yoo Min. Narration harshly criticized Korea's Awakening Management Office for its political focus and neglect of the elite team, as an unnamed figure stood bathed in camera flashes on stage. Reporters murmured and captured the declaration that South Korea's future was bleak, hinting at a significant announcement to follow. At an emergency press conference, Yoo Min, Korea's ranked number 1 player, announced his decision to leave Korea and become a Japanese player. Bong Joohyuk reacted with thunderstruck disbelief to the news. He stammered, shocked, asking if their ranked number 1 player had truly naturalized to Japan, as John Gwang-ail of the Awakening Management Office began to explain the urgent reason for summoning him. John Gwang-ail nervously asked Bong Joohyuk how long it would take him to reach the 60th floors, confirming Bong Joohyuk's internal suspicion that he was summoned for a clear. Bong Joohyuk calculated that reaching the 66th floor could take 37 days at his current pace, theoretically possible within the 90-day limit, but with a significant caveat. He worried it would be difficult to clear the floors within 90 days, as tough floors often required 10 days of preparation, and his contract gave him autonomy over his climbs. John Gwang-ail apologized for the urgent request, admitting their desperate situation, which made Bong Joohyuk feel guilty. Despite the emotional pressure, Bong Joohyuk firmly resolved that he could not make a promise he couldn't keep. Suddenly, Nam Jae-eun burst into the office, surprising John Gwang-ail as she addressed him. Having heard from team leader Lee Min-ae, Nam Jae-eun eagerly asked if the US would lend them light attribute items. Jeon Gwang-ail revealed the worldwide shortage of light attribute items and the lack of a final answer, prompting Nam Jae-eun to apologize for her anxiety. Jeon Gwang-ail noticed Bong Joohyuk, causing him to blush and internally praise Nam Jae-eun's beauty. Bong Joohyuk stammered awkwardly, unable to form a coherent sentence. Recovering quickly, Bong Joohyuk declared he was there to sell some items, then offered a light attribute item he'd found, noting their current shortage. Bong Joohyuk presented a sparkling, ornate sword, saying someone had told him it was a high-end light attribute item. Nam Jae-eun, curious, asked if she could check the sword, and Bong Joohyuk agreed. Nam Jae-eun extended her hand, enveloped in blue magical energy, to examine the blade. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she read the sword's stats, realizing its overpowered effects for increased damage and critical rate against the undead were beyond anything she'd ever heard of. After realizing the sword's power, Nam Jae-eun frantically grabbed Bong Joohyuk by the shoulders, shocking him and Jeon Gwang-ail. With intense desperation, Nam Jae-eun pleaded with Bong Joohyuk to borrow the sword, just once. Crying, she continued to beg, offering to do anything if she could only borrow the weapon. A blissful vision unfolded as Bong Joohyuk found himself walking down a majestic aisle, a romantic march playing out his wildest dreams. Cheers erupted as the newlyweds, Bong Joohyuk and Nam Jae-eun, basked in the festive glow of their imagined reception. His perfect dream continued onto a tropical beach, where soft giggles and sighs of contentment underscored a romantic honeymoon walk. Amidst bursting fireworks, Bong Joohyuk playfully suggested a honeymoon baby, wondering aloud what they should name the child, to Nam Jae-eun's shy delight. Nam Jae-eun, blushing, then murmured a surprising name for their child, Bong Holy Sword, leaving him bewildered and then dissolving into laughter. But as Nam Jae-eun began to speak, Bong Joohyuk playfully interrupted, declaring he would stop her joking with a kiss. Then, with a sudden jolt, he snapped awake, his delusion abruptly cut short. Nam Jae-eun, radiant and holding the Holy Sword, asked if he had really promised to lend it, while Bong Joohyuk realized with a sweat-drenched chuckle that he'd been completely lost in his own delusions. Jeon Gwang-ail readily agreed to lend the sword, asking only for a performance review, while a grateful Nam Jae-eun promised Bong Joohyuk her help anytime, to which he overzealously declared he'd do anything. With the shimmer of her armor, Nam Jae-eun confidently declared her immediate intention to clear the 62nd floor. As Nam Jae-eun departed, Jeon Gwang-ail, concerned, wondered if the sword would be useful enough to sell for a good price, while Bong Joohyuk internally insisted they shouldn't be greedy, having planned to get rid of it anyway. As Nam Jae-eun entered the Black Tower's 62nd floor, her physical abilities increased, and her stats adjusted for use, revealing the mission: defeat 20 dark zombies within 5 days, under penalty of death or mission abandonment. A guttural growl echoed through the eerie darkness as something that should not be alive emerged. The ominous figure, an undead horror, continued to snarl in the gloom. Nam Jae-eun grunted under the oppressive aura, her grip tightening on the holy sword, thinking that no matter how many times she faced it, the disgusting energy always made her want to flee. With a soft hiss, the holy sword activated, emitting a bright white radiance that cut through the desolation. Nam Jae-eun, observing the holy sword, worried that its light was dimmer than expected, making her question if it would truly be enough compared to other items. With a tearing rush, the dark zombie lunged, its purple aura blazing. Her eyes narrowed with resolve, she knew she had no choice but to try it herself. With a swift movement, Nam Jae-eun attacked, believing it her destiny as a player to face the enemy without running away. The holy sword sharply clashed against the dark zombie. As a groan escaped her, the dark aura swept in, enveloping her entirely. Nam Jae-eun gasped, her body feeling heavy under the crushing dark aura, wondering with a frustrated grunt if the holy sword had changed nothing at all. With a powerful crash, Nam Jae-eun cursed her fate, just as a system notification chimed, revealing the holy sword's steadfast mind effect had activated. The dark zombie emitted a confused growl as golden light unexpectedly engulfed it. Golden light exploded with crashing force, sending the dark zombie reeling as Nam Jae-eun wondered what was happening. A system chime confirmed critical damage inflicted upon the dark zombie, its aura shimmering and crashing away, leaving Nam Jae-eun to realize the dark energy had been nullified. With a resolute swing and a determined impact, she pressed her attack forward, empowered by her new understanding. System chimes rang out as critical damage after critical damage ravaged the dark zombie, tearing and shattering it completely as it let out an agonizing scream. A system chime confirmed one dark zombie defeated, leaving Nam Jae-eun utterly shocked and gasping, this easily. Jeon Gwang-ail subtly checked his watch. 2 hours had passed since she entered the 62nd floor, and with a nervous gulp, Jeon Gwang-ail began to worry. He trembled with anxiety, wondering how she would fare this time, knowing she usually returned around now when a clear failed. With a sudden whoosh and click, Nam Jae-eun reappeared, startling Jeon Gwang-ail even as Bong Joohyuk calmly noted her arrival. As Nam Jieun immediately drank a healing potion with relieved gulps, a worried John Guangael wondered if she had abandoned the mission, thinking it impossible even with the holy sword. With a deep sigh of relief, Nam Jieun recovered, and Bong Joohyuk enthusiastically declared how glad he was that she had returned safely. Bong Joohyuk, trying to sound casual, asked Nam Jieun how useful the holy sword had been, reassuring her she could be honest if it wasn't good. With a surprised cry, Bong Joohyuk found himself engulfed in Nam Jieun's enthusiastic hug. An internal shriek of pure panic echoed in Bong Joohyuk's mind as he was held captive. He stammered, awkwardly protesting her aggressive closeness, even as his delusion mode instantly switched on, imagining them together at their child's elementary school briefing. "Thank you so much," Nam Jieun sincerely said, crediting the holy sword he lent her with her success, causing John Guangael to gasp in surprise as he began to process the implications, while Bong Joohyuk remained happily in delusion. Nam Jieun triumphantly announced her 60-second floor clear was a success, jarring Bong Joohyuk out of his daydream with a surprised gasp and a thumping hug. John Guangael erupted in enthusiastic agreement as Nam Jieun optimistically declared that even the 66th floor might be possible with the holy sword. Bong Joohyuk felt a wave of relief, imagining the truly terrible consequences if the holy sword had fallen into the black-hearted Yukielman's hands, who, according to a news report, had already swallowed all support items and fled to Japan, giving up on being human. John Guangael found Bong Joohyuk increasingly fascinating, wondering if one person could truly perform so well alone, while an embarrassed Nam Jieun apologized for her overwhelming happiness, leaving a confused Bong Joohyuk to internally muse that it had been a good life. Nam Jieun regretfully informed them the holy sword's blade was damaged in several places, leading Bong Joohyuk to thoughtfully hum, concluding he might just use it a few more times and then throw it away. John Guangael confidently declared their skilled craftsmen could easily repair the holy sword for long-term use, easing Nam Jieun's relief and assuaging Bong Joohyuk's immediate concern about high repair costs, which the management department would cover. Bong Joohyuk casually offered to sell the sword, reasoning they would need it for higher floors, but John Guangael advised against selling, leading Bong Joohyuk to mistakenly believe he had no intention of buying it. Instead, John Guangael shrewdly proposed they rent it, asserting that retaining ownership would be far more financially beneficial for Bong Joohyuk. John Guangael then painted a grand vision of hundreds of towers across the world, explaining how other countries, as they progressed to higher floors, would eagerly seek to borrow the holy sword. 10 billion won per use, John Guangael declared, leaving Bong Joohyuk wide-eyed and utterly shell-shocked. John Guangael pressed on, reassuring a silent, stunned Bong Joohyuk that the management department's statistics proved its worth, and he could raise any concerns anytime. With a joyful clang, Bong Joohyuk burst into ecstatic realization, that's way too good, a rental business was pure profit. An easy agreement was reached for the management department to handle all holy sword rental procedures on his behalf. Bong Joohyuk, now flush with projected wealth, generously offered to rent the sword to his own department for a mere billion, with the current use free, urging John Guangael to advertise its global potential well, who then stammered profound thanks. A pot of pork belly simmered with a comforting bubble. As the pot continued to bubble, Bong Joohyuk reveled in the unreal feeling of making 10 billion won for a single loan, realizing that being a holy sword lord was far superior to a landlord, as his discardable item had become a serious gold mine. With a triumphant flourish, Bong Joohyuk proudly presented his piping hot boss Sam, inviting everyone to eat plenty. His summoned warriors erupted in overjoyed gratitude, exclaiming that Summoner Bong was the only one who treated them so well, ready to eagerly devour the meal. With a sparkling capitalist smile, Bong Joohyuk urged them to eat their fill, acknowledging internally that thanks to them, he was now truly rich. That evening, breaking news exploded across every Korean media outlet, announcing Nam Jieun's successful 60-second floor clear, revealing an item with divine attributes as the key, and highlighting her as a new alternative confident in clearing the 66th floor, thus turning Korea's crisis into an opportunity, all thanks to Bong Joohyuk's performance. 10 days later, Bong Joohyuk reflected on his last 10 days spent grinding only the 28th floor, strategically passing on the troublesome plague trolls of the 29th. Now, with the random summon cooldown finally returned, he meticulously prepared himself, diligently scrubbing in the bathhouse, trimming every nail, and changing into fresh, fragrant clothes. Having fasted since yesterday to completely empty his stomach, his rumbling hunger was immense, making him wish to finish quickly so he could finally eat. Lastly, with a soft gurgle, he set out the purified water, logically reasoning that water purifier water counted. His hands clasped tightly, Bong Joohyuk prayed earnestly as the random summon cooldown neared its end. He prayed fervently, his voice humming with desperation, pleading for only a legend special super rare summon, definitely a legend special super rare. One of his summoned warriors tried to calmly reassure him, adding hope that surely another meatball wouldn't come out. Bong Joohyuk quickly shushed him, then defensively asked what was wrong with Mr. Meatball. Bong Joohyuk proudly declared they had cleared many floors thanks to him, causing the other summoned warrior to hastily backtrack, insisting he only meant to reassure his summoner. The first warrior, angered by the smug smirk on the second's face, glared, challenging him to smile like that one more time. Okay, focus. Bong Joohyuk snapped, signaling it was time as the countdown reached its final seconds. Initiating the random summon, Bong Joohyuk fervently prayed for a good grade result amidst the growing blue light. An intense whoosh of purple light engulfed Bong Joohyuk as the summoning ritual dramatically unfolded. Shimmering with purple and blue energy, a new figure began to coalesce within the summoning light. The newly summoned entity spoke, its voice soft and ethereal, thanking him for the summoning. The maiden introduced herself as Giant Dalray, humbly offering her greetings to young Master Bong, though her true grade and type remained a mysterious question mark in the system catalog. Amidst a magical burst of energy, Bong Joohyuk, his summoned warrior, and Gobang watched as a powerful new entity began to coalesce before them. From shimmering purple energy and light, a graceful female figure slowly formed. Her voice, soft and serene, expressed profound gratitude for the summoning. The newly manifested shaman, Giant Dalray, formally introduced herself to young Master Bong, her S rank marking her as a special super rare human shaman. She stood elegantly in the lavish room, causing Bong Joohyuk and his allies to stare in wide-eyed surprise. Both the summoned warrior and Bong Joohyuk immediately panicked, flustered at the unexpected arrival of a woman. With a mystical whoosh, a glowing blue sword and a staff adorned with bells materialized in the air. Giant Dalray formally pledged her full, albeit humble, strength and loyalty to young Master Bong, her bells jingling softly. Bong Joohyuk's mind reeled, trying to process the implications of a sword, bells, and a shaman. The summoned warrior let out a surprised exclamation, catching Giant Dalray's sudden fury. "You insolent cur!" Giant Dalray snapped, a small blade appearing in her hand, challenging his gaze. She fiercely accused the stunned summoned warrior of lecherous ogling, threatening a flogging, as he desperately tried to explain his innocent curiosity. Giant Dalray issued a dire warning against any dark thoughts, promising divine punishment, causing a chibi Bong Joohyuk to timidly attempt intervention. Bong Joohyuk flinched back, startled, as Giant Dalray casually glanced over her shoulder. Her demeanor softening, Giant Dalray then granted Bong Joohyuk full permission to admire her as much as he desired, leaving him to ponder the consistently eccentric personalities of his summons. He beamed, elated by the S rank, realizing she was now on par with Kosik after his rank up, an absolute win. Bong Joohyuk wondered about the hierarchy even among S ranks, reflecting on Giant Dalray's imposing charisma and strictly solemn nature, as her detailed catalog entry appeared. He questioned whether his earnest ritual, complete with a bowl of pure water and desperate prayers, had influenced her summoned personality. Bong Joohyuk mused, consciously delving into the memories of his new summon, Giant Dalray. The vision dramatically shifted, and Bong Joohyuk found himself confused, standing before a grand, ancient Asian palace. The sudden, echoing ring of golden bells caught his attention. This was Giant Dalray, daughter of Emperor Mujong of the Heavenly Empire, who, fascinated by shamanism since childhood, had become the imperial shrine's shaman. But tragedy struck, her younger brother ascended the throne after their father's passing, only to be murdered by their usurping uncle. Enraged and heartbroken, a younger Giant Dalray cried out, vowing bloody revenge and commencing a forbidden death hex ritual. Her uncle, aware of her vengeful nature, cunningly prepared magical defenses and even scapegoats, but his efforts would prove futile. Having served the Heavenly Empire's chief deity since childhood, Giant Dalray was renowned as the greatest shaman of her generation, her power unmatched. "Death hex," she screamed, unleashing her fury, eyes glowing with destructive power. Her power was unstoppable, the uncle screamed in agony as the dark red energy consumed him, his talisman scattering uselessly. However, her personal vendetta, brought forth by a death hex, went against the will of heaven, and a heavy price was exacted. Giant Dalray succeeded in her revenge, but the hex rebounded, tragically ending her short life, a fact that connected deeply with Bong Joohyuk as he observed her strict, serious personality. Witnessing Giant Dalray's tragic past, Bong Joohyuk finally understood her demeanor, but the bitter taste of her fate lingered. Politeness guiding him, Bong Joohyuk asked Giant Dalray the name of the Heavenly Empire's founder. She calmly explained it was the magnificent Emperor Giant I, who had defeated wicked clans and expanded their territory to ancient Goryeo. As Giant Dalray continued, mentioning the nation's name change from Beach to the Heavenly Empire, Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened in profound shock. Incredulous, Bong Joohyuk questioned if it was the Giant I who founded later Beach, and her calm confirmation led him to a startling conclusion. A parallel universe. Bong Joohyuk realized, the cosmic implications expanding in his mind. He connected the historical divergences, noting how Giant Dalray's world saw later Beach unify the three kingdoms, confirming the concept of parallel histories. Bong Joohyuk marveled at Giant Dalray's captivating, royal charisma before abruptly remembering his own growling stomach, having fasted since yesterday for the summoning. With chibi enthusiasm, Bong Joohyuk suggested ramen for everyone, and after his summons chimed in with their preferences, Giant Dowry insisted on polite etiquette. Summoned Warrior and Gobang eagerly praised Bong Joohyuk's ramen, ready to move, while he bustled about, searching for the large pot under Giant Dowry's stern gaze. "You insolent fools!" Giant Dowry erupted, furious at their perceived arrogance. She angrily demanded to know how they could let their young master prepare the meal himself, startling Bong Joohyuk with her commanding presence. The summoned warrior bristled, questioning if it was a bit much for an equal-rank SSR to scold him, but Giant Dowry instantly dismissed him as a fool who didn't know his place. Her voice taking on a menacing tone, Giant Dowry threatened to cast a Yangdap, a shamanic curse, to knock some sense into him, her staff bells ringing sharply. "A curse? I hate those," the summoned warrior shrieked, recoiling in absolute terror. Panicked, the summoned warrior and Gobang scrambled to prepare the ramen, prompting Bong Joohyuk to realize that even a lunatic assassin and a savage warrior had their fears. Bong Joohyuk playfully suggested entering the tower after eating, and Giant Dowry, with utmost loyalty, agreed, before a whooshing sound transported them to the 30th floor of the Horn Black Tower. Walking through the dense forest, Bong Joohyuk mused on the unexpected perks of having Giant Dowry, particularly her ability to keep the summoned warrior in check. Giant Dowry firmly instructed Bong Joohyuk to stay put, then angrily confronted the summoned warrior, ensuring her master could hunt to his heart's content. With a mischievous giggle, Bong Joohyuk playfully declared his aim to take down at least 10 enemies. Summoned warrior and Gobang, now radiating determination, loudly declared their fierce loyalty and readiness to protect their summoner, even unto death, piquing Giant Dowry's curiosity. Giant Dowry offered a backhanded compliment, admitting their hearts were in the right place, despite their peasant-like etiquette, making Bong Joohyuk wonder if she had already established the pecking order. The mission objectives for the 30th floor appeared, demanding the defeat of 80 trolls and one twin-headed troll within 13 hours, as menacing orcs grumbled nearby. Bong Joohyuk pondered Giant Dowry's combat role, wondering if she, as a shaman, would resort to powerful curses like the Death Hex. Suddenly, with a quick swirl, Giant Dowry presented a mysterious, glowing blue cube, surprising Bong Joohyuk. "A portable speaker?" Bong Joohyuk exclaimed in utter bewilderment, as Giant Dowry serenely held the modern device. Giant Dowry explained her desperate measure was a substitute for a master drummer, and after a reassuring chibi Bong Joohyuk told her to be comfortable, she declared she would begin. With roars of battle, summoned warrior and Gobang charged aggressively into the fray. Giant Dowry tapped a play button on the ground, initiating her shamanic ritual. Bong Joohyuk's eye glowed with surprise as a deep thrumming sound resonated through him. The summoned warrior's eye also widened in surprise as the powerful energy began to take effect. Giant Dowry, holding her sword and staff, chanted a powerful invocation, calling for blessings upon young Master Bong and banishing wicked spirits. A shamanic ritual, inside the Black Tower. Bong Joohyuk thought, disbelieving the drum beat. A powerful burst of bright blue light radiated outwards from Giant Dowry's position. The overwhelming spiritual power of the ritual expanded, engulfing the entire area in a blinding blue light. Bong Joohyuk clutched his head, completely surprised and overwhelmed by the transformative effect. Gobang's body is growing bigger, a notification exclaimed, as he roared, his muscles bulging and an orc recoiling in fear. Gobang's skin hardened like metal, clanging as it repelled the orc's attacks. With surging strength, Gobang powerfully attacked, sending multiple orcs flying with his blows. "This is unbelievable," the exhilarated summoned warrior cried, unleashing destructive purple energy slashes that caused orcs to explode. "It's killer," the summoned warrior exclaimed, grinning widely as he reveled in his heightened senses and power. Bong Joohyuk, his fist clenching with a red glow, realized with pleased surprise that Giant Dowry, whom he thought was a debuff character, could also cast powerful buffs. He observed that the trolls were noticeably slower, amazed by the simultaneous application of buffs and debuffs, a combination he had never encountered before. His fighting spirit boiling over, Bong Joohyuk felt like he could accomplish anything and boldly declared, "All right, the alpha male is making his move." But just as he moved, Bong Joohyuk let out a sudden, pained gasp. Bong Joohyuk muttered, his advance halted as Giant Dowry calmly held him back by his shirt, advising him to leave the fighting to his subordinates, a feeling that filled him with a bad premonition. As Bong Joohyuk struggled to explain that he only wanted a few kills, Giant Dowry firmly dismissed his desire to stand shoulder with such lowly creatures, and his desperate claim of being a beta male as utterly preposterous. "Damn it, it's going to end without me getting just one kill." Bong Joohyuk thought in frustration as Giant Dowry pulled him away, and the mission completion notifications, including a level up, flashed, confirming his fears. "Yua! I didn't get to catch a single one this time either." Bong Joohyuk wailed, burying his face in his shirt, while Giant Dowry awkwardly tried to console his profound frustration, leaving him to regret not fighting back. Bong Joohyuk, confused, noticed an unexpected tremor coming from Giant Dowry. Huh? She's crying. Bong Joohyuk questioned, stunned to see tears streaming down the stern shaman's face. The conflict between absolute obedience and the summon's third principle caused Giant Dowry such distress that she openly cried. Even as a chibi, Bong Joohyuk's deepest fear surfaced, sobbing, "I was just afraid that I might lose you, young master. Why do I always lose everyone?" Bong Joohyuk gasped, realizing his words about losing her echoed the summon's own deepest fears. Watching the summon cry, Bong Joohyuk berated himself, wondering, am I an idiot? Her past was a tapestry of loss, losing her father young, betrayed, forced to flee her brother's death, and expecting her own end when her empire was invaded, a history filled with isolation, fear, and despair. The narration confirmed her pain. She was a girl who had lost everyone precious, and the summoned, after all, were not just familiars, but beings with emotions and reason. Perhaps her usual strong demeanor was merely a facade, a desperate attempt to hide her own profound weakness and vulnerability. Reassuring her, Bong Joohyuk gently promised, "Don't worry, I won't go anywhere dangerous," bringing a tearful, "I am truly grateful," from the comforted summon. John Cossack and a fellow warrior returned triumphantly, announcing, "Summoner Bong, we've splendidly cleared the mission," wondering why he hadn't joined the hunt. "Why is the princess crying?" John Cossack blurted, misinterpreting the scene, only for Bong Joohyuk to deny it, exclaiming, "Mr. Cossack, you're the one who did something wrong. I'm hurt, I'm gonna cry too." The summon, swiftly composed, pointed an accusing finger at John Cossack, declaring, "You knave. How dare you approach the young master with a body stained by monster blood?" With sharp shooing sounds, the summon chased John Cossack away as they prepared for their exit from the Black Tower in Korea. Bong Joohyuk dismissed his 3 glowing summons, telling them, "Good job, everyone, get some rest." Having accumulated 30 platinum badges, Bong Joohyuk wondered what new perk awaited him. A system message announced a perk, an item skill cooldown reset ticket, which would be sent to his tower-exclusive inventory, prompting an excited "Oh" from Bong Joohyuk. The cooldown reset was an ultimate jackpot item, allowing another random summon, and Bong Joohyuk excitedly debated using it immediately. No, he decided, it would be a waste now. He would save it for a truly hopeless situation, though a mischievous chibi Bong Joohyuk wondered if he would ever even need it. Korea's player Nam Jaeun successfully cleared the 63rd floor, following her earlier triumph on the 62nd. As an unnamed official on HTBC announced, prepared footage of player Nam Jaeun's successful 63rd floor clear was about to be shown. The news graphic revealed the Holy Sword, a holy attribute item, was the key to defeating the undead by neutralizing their dark aura, making them no different from regular monsters. The report then highlighted the public's anxiety over the approaching 66th floor deadline and Yukielman's defection, all while Yukielman watched, quietly amused. The stern official promised to clear the 66th floor within a month, aiming to assuage the worried citizens. Then came the sting: the Holy Sword would be leased globally, but not to the country Yukielman was affiliated with, causing his eye to narrow in furious indignation. "These fucking bastards!" Yukielman roared, smashing his surroundings in a fit of pure rage. Amidst the wreckage, Yukielman stomped and raged, convinced that if only they had supported him with such an item from the start, he would have cleared everything for them. A sudden doorbell and an unseen voice calling, "Yusan, are you there?" startled Yukielman, beads of sweat appearing on his face. The unnamed visitor reacted with shock at the broken TV, but Yukielman dismissed it, demanding to know why they had come so suddenly when he had specifically asked for rest. The visitor quickly changed the subject, asking when he planned to clear the 57th floor, which prompted a confused and annoyed Yukielman to remind them they had said he could take his time. Japan's inability to borrow the Holy Sword meant the higher-ups now expected him to clear the floor as soon as possible, a fact the visitor believed Yukielman would understand. Yukielman tersely agreed to clear the 57th floor tomorrow, much to the visitor's delight, who mentioned Prime Minister Kawaguchi would be pleased. The visitor then proposed a live TV broadcast to calm negative public opinion, to which Yukielman decisively agreed. With an offer to replace the broken TV, the visitor suggested Yukielman get some rest before departing. Ha! Yukielman sighed, seething internally that both Korea and Japan knew how to infuriate him, obsessing, "The Holy Sword, what fucking bastard found it? If I catch them." Bong Joohyuk scrolled through his phone, seeing a headline celebrating Korea's splendid achievement of clearing the 63rd floor of the Black Tower. His phone screen showcased a flurry of news about player Nam Jaeun's clear, the Holy Sword, the world's first holy attribute item, and the growing mystery surrounding its true owner. Online comments buzzed with praise for the new clear records and S++ global rank, and rampant mockery of Yukielman, causing Bong Joohyuk to feel an awkward, "Geez, how embarrassing. People are buzzing a lot about me," Bong Joohyuk remarked with a blush, secretly pleased by the attention, as his summoned companions observed him intently. A cheerful doorbell rang out, and a chibi Bong Joohyuk exclaimed, "Oh, it's here." The delivery person confirmed his order of 10 heavy tubs, offering assistance, but Bong Joohyuk, with a hint of pride, insisted he could handle it himself. A magnificent array of premium ice cream tubs awaited their fate. He reflected on his past, when he could only drool over premium ice cream at the mart, now reveling in his triumph as he bought 10 whole tubs, his chibi self ecstatic. Bong Joohyuk savored his ice cream, thinking a billion won was soon to be deposited, concluding with self-satisfied pride, "You've grown a lot, Bong Joohyuk." Another change since Giant Dalray arrived was that his summon wouldn't eat until he took the first bite, prompting Bong Joohyuk to say, all right, I've started eating, please, dig in." John Cossack and the other warrior devoured their ice cream with joyous abandon, declaring it the best, while the summon silently critiqued their frivolous and unreserved behavior. True etiquette, the narration explained, meant restraining emotions no matter the excitement, but a chibi summon humorously countered with a pragmatic cough, "Let's just eat comfortably, or we'll get indigestion." A spoon delivered another sweet bite. Then, her composure utterly shattered, the summon exclaimed with wide, sparkling eyes, "So good. What was that frivolous expression just now?" "I saw everything," John Cossack declared, making the summon clear her throat, attempting to regain her lost dignity. The summon tried to deflect by praising the ice cream, claiming her mouth was pampered beyond even royal palace treats, but John Cossack immediately called her out, saying, "Princess, you're changing the subject." The summon bowed in deep gratitude, saying she was moved by the ice cream bestowed by young Master Bong, who, pleased she enjoyed it, promised to buy her more next time. Therefore, the summon offered to perform a ritual for good fortune or to ward off bad luck, asking if anything troubled him, which led Bong Joohyuk to mention a damn scoundrel named Yukielman. "What? Such a despicable wretch," the summon roared, engulfed in flames of fury, indignant that a person of great power would betray his homeland to the Japanese. "This is truly absurd," the summon declared, vowing to make the knave pay the price, while John Cossack zealously agreed, as expected of the princess, "You are absolutely right." John Cossack suggested obtaining an item Yukielman used, but Bong Joohyuk cautioned against interfering, though the summon passionately argued that such a person, having forsaken human decency, could not be left alone. Bong Joohyuk firmly opposed the idea of a death curse, concerned about its backlash, declaring, "I'm absolutely against the princess getting hurt just to deal with a guy like him." "Wow, as expected of Summoner Bong," John Cossack exclaimed, agreeing completely and calling him compassionate, wise, and simply the best, which prompted Bong Joohyuk to ask, "Are you a bat?" The summon expressed deep gratitude for his consideration, then revealed the curse she intended to cast was not a death curse, leaving Bong Joohyuk surprised, wondering what it could be. With eyes glowing blue and a determined gaze, the summon declared, "I will send karma." "Karma?" Bong Joohyuk repeated, his face a mask of sweating confusion. The narration explained that karma would accelerate consequences, bringing either good fortune or misfortune based on Yukielman's deeds, which Bong Joohyuk finally understood. The summon reassured him that she would suffer no harm, explaining karma merely determined fortune according to heavenly principles, leading a chibi Bong Joohyuk to conclude, "Oh ho, is that so? Then, there's no reason not to." With a glowing item in hand, the summon stood tall and determined, preparing to begin the ritual as Bong Joohyuk watched. John Cossack returned with a glowing entrance, announcing his loyalty, and Bong Joohyuk immediately asked if he had been successful. "Tada," John Cossack announced, proudly presenting the remote from the traitorous punk, and after a concerned chibi Bong Joohyuk asked if he got caught, John Cossack loudly declared his SSR grade, earning a satisfied, "Okay, good job." Finding an item Yukielman used proved surprisingly easy, as he had fled in such a hurry, leaving all his belongings behind. Holding a ritualistic knife, the summon declared, "Then, I shall begin the karma ritual." With a sharp cut, the summon drew blood from her finger, causing Bong Joohyuk to gasp in surprise. As blood dripped from her finger, the summon invoked, "Gods of heaven and earth, look down upon us." Holding the remote control, her finger still bleeding, the summon continued her incantation, "As they have sown, as they have gathered." Green and blue energy emanated as the summon gestured, causing the remote to float, and she commanded, "If this man's karma is like a mountain, crumble that mountain today, and if it's like a river, let it overflow today." The remote glowed intensely with ancient symbols, becoming a focal point as the summon continued, "Upon the scales of heaven and earth." The summon delivered her final command, "Weigh his burden," as the remote supercharged with vibrant red energy. The remote control pulsed and crackled, enveloped in a swirling sphere of turquoise energy. Bong Joohyuk watched in stunned surprise as the remote transformed into a sleek, glowing black stone tablet. With a serene smile, the summon declared, "It's all done, leaving Yukielman's fate to the judgment of the heavens." The narration warned that if his sins were light, it would be a minor misfortune, as Japan's greatest player, Yukielman, walked confidently onto a grand stage. "Please welcome Yukielman-san," an announcer boomed, as a smirking, confident Yukielman greeted the crowd, unaware that if his sins were heavy, a great misfortune would fall upon him. The crowd roared and clapped as Japan's greatest player, Yukielman, was introduced to a waiting world. Cheers erupted for Yukielman-san, filling the arena with thunderous applause for the arriving hero. As the audience clapped, an interpreter named Naoko was introduced for the upcoming interview. The interviewer thanked him profusely for the honor, to which Yukielman simply replied, "Don't mention it." The interviewer inquired about his unusually early 57th floor clear attempt, and the hero, with a chuckle, admitted he had plenty of time, but he dramatically declared his intention to uplift disheartened citizens, earning a surge of cheers and the interviewer's heartfelt appreciation. The interviewer then urged him to prioritize safety, recalling Japan's painful loss of a previous top player before his naturalization. "Please don't worry," he confidently declared, boasting about his previous clear time of 8 hours at level 57, and hinting at his vastly improved level 66. A dramatic glow emanated from his hand as he announced his new target, 5 hours. He intended to shorten the record to just 5 hours, a smirk playing on his lips. With the crowd roaring, he grandly proclaimed Japan's safety under his watch, promising to prove it then and there. With a farewell, he shimmered away, entering the 57th floor of the Black Tower, his physical abilities and skills now fully enhanced for the challenge ahead. As his boots met the desolate ground, he murmured that it had been a while since his last visit, and a system window shimmered into view. The mission was clear: hunt 15 fire wyverns within 14 hours, with death or surrender as the only conditions for failure. Wyverns, monstrous kings of the sky, known to feed on ogres, flew with a powerful beat of their wings. He confidently thought he had perfectly mastered the floor's patterns through countless raids, scoffing at the idea of failure as he prepared to begin. A sudden, inexplicable chill made him snap his head around, a question mark in his mind. He wondered what had just caused that sudden chill, a bead of sweat forming, questioning if he was truly in top condition. Resolving to finish quickly and get some rest, his glowing blue crossbow shimmered into existence. As he crouched, ready for battle, he knew solo tower raids demanded one-on-one combat, because even a high-level player risked grave danger from multiple giant monsters. He fired a powerful, glowing projectile. His plan was to isolate targets, and the projectile struck a wyvern's leg, causing it to recoil. As the wyvern closed in, he knew a normal archer would have to retreat, but he continued to fire. As an all-weapon player, he had no need to fear close quarters, but for now, he poured out arrows, striking the monster with relentless force. To his utter disbelief, an arrow simply bounced off the wyvern's hide. "Damn it," he cried, bewildered, unable to fathom how his calculations could have been so wrong as the wyvern roared. He gripped his sword and shield, acknowledging it would be tough, but convinced he could handle 2 of them. A heavy impact reverberated as a wyvern fell to the ground. He cursed, utterly baffled by the absurdity of not a single critical hit landing as he struggled through 2 opponents. This time, he vowed, aiming his crossbow, "I won't let my guard down. I'll do it right," he muttered, bracing himself. A guttural sound escaped him. And then, a massive, explosive sneeze. His shot, deflected by the sneeze, startled 2 wyverns with a screech. "This is driving me crazy," he thought, overwhelmed by the 3 wyverns now circling him. Gritting his teeth, he knew exiting now would mean live broadcast humiliation, giving up was simply not an option. A torrent of fire erupted, and he gasped in shock as all 3 wyverns unleashed their breath attacks. He spun, dodging the rare, strenuous breath attacks, astounded that 3 wyverns were using the skill simultaneously. "Ugh," he groaned, realizing there was no time to calculate cooldowns in this desperate struggle. Cornered, he resolved to unleash every ultimate skill and finishing move at his disposal. He stood panting, exhausted, but victorious amidst the mangled forms of the defeated wyverns. He sighed deeply, thinking his bad luck had ironically turned into a good outcome. By hunting in a group, he had downed 5 wyverns in under an hour, with 1 more almost finished. He smirked, already imagining the immense splash his 4-hour record would make. He scoffed at the wyvern's weakened, desperate final struggle, certain such a powerless attack could never land. He considered it a textbook situation, impossible to mess up, as he prepared to step back and finish it with a counter. His face contorted in a grimace of shock and pain. He stared, stunned, as baby wyverns chirped and squirmed out of newly hatched eggs right beside him. "Ha, fuck, seriously," he choked out, his face red with disbelief and anger. More tiny hatchlings squirmed from their shells. He fumed at the astronomical improbability of wyverns, creatures that usually laid eggs in high places, having laid them right here on the ground. He mentally catalogued the escalating chain of misfortune, stepping on a hatching egg, and then, impossibly, an entire flock of wyverns roaming near the ground hearing the cries. His face contorted in rage as he screamed, realizing the final, impossible insult: not a single critical hit had landed in an entire hour of hunting. He sprinted away in a desperate panic, shouting, "How does this make any sense?" Choosing utter humiliation over death, he gave up the mission and was forcefully exited from the Japanese Black Tower. Meanwhile, cheerful idols sang of Mr. Ryu, their hero, urging him not to fall. Just as the song continued, Yukielman suddenly shimmered onto the stage, collapsing in a heap, shocking everyone. Disheveled and sweating, he frantically chugged from a bottle, letting out a pained gasp. The interviewer awkwardly tried to rally applause for Mr. Ryu's unexpected return. An awkward silence descended as the interviewer gently inquired about the raid's outcome, given how early he had returned. "Fuck, this is bullshit," he screamed, his veins popping, shocking the entire audience and interviewers alike. Breaking news headlines screamed of player Yukielman's failure, branding him a fraud and sending the Kawaguchi cabinet's approval ratings plummeting. 2 days later, a defeated Yukielman attempted a second quiet raid, failing again, and he cursed in utter despair. Social media exploded with schadenfreude over his failure, while, in stark contrast, the Black Tower in Korea was being cleared with S++ rank for the 31st time in a row. Player Nam Jaeun had also succeeded, clearing the 64th floor in just 3 hours, sparking amazed reactions. At the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, officials discussed player Gerald's persistent request to rent the Holy Sword as soon as possible. Antonio, the tower raid director, believed Gerald, suffering from his item hoarding disease, wanted to test the only holy attribute item, intending to repeatedly clear the 66th floor for testing purposes, much to Macmillan's surprise. Macmillan, the Secretary of Homeland Security, smirked and agreed to rent it out, anticipating an official diplomatic request. Antonio then informed Macmillan of contact from the Japanese Prime Minister's office, prompting a sharp inquiry about its nature. Antonio revealed Japan's unofficial inquiry about temporarily naturalizing a U.S.-affiliated player, suggesting their own naturalized hero had utterly failed, and the situation seemed quite serious. Macmillan, with a glint in his eye, readily stated that temporary naturalization was more than possible, prompting Antonio to ask about the conditions. With a malevolent smirk, Macmillan declared they would wring Japan dry, extracting even the Holy Sword's rental fee, and dragging out negotiations until Japan's collapse to maximize their desperate leverage. News broadcasts highlighted Yukielman's ongoing failures, mystifying experts and enraging the Japanese public, prompting Bong Joohyuk to simply utter, "Wow." In a dim room, unseen figures mused on the heavy blow of karma, wondering if its effects would truly last forever, or if balance would eventually restore him to normal. Bong Joohyuk found the situation almost pitiful, but considering the player's past antics with fake media and item freeloading, he concluded it was simply Yukielman's own karma to deal with. The next tower challenge awaited, as Bong Joohyuk prepared his team for the 32nd floor, reminding Princess Giant Dalray to focus while the summoned warrior stretched in readiness, and John Cossack affirmed his perpetual preparedness. Before they stepped through the portal, Bong Joohyuk requested a private chat with Princess Giant Dalray. With a sudden scoop, Bong Joohyuk offered Princess Giant Dalray a taste of something that made her heart thump with shock and delight. Princess Giant Dalray gasped, recognizing it as the month's best flavor out of 30, while the summoned warrior wondered how she knew, and John Cossack jokingly asked if the treat was only for them. Bong Joohyuk quickly promised to buy them all something delicious later, but his dramatically wounded summons insisted their loyalty had been questioned and their hearts could not be healed by mere promises. Princess Giant Dalray, with a determined gulp, reached out for just one more taste. "Okay. Let's settle on 3. Bong Joohyuk declared, and the chibi summon readily agreed to the compromise. System notifications confirmed their entry to the 32nd floor of the Black Tower, tasking them with defeating 20 Stage 2 Minotaurs, all within a familiar environment matching floors 31 to 35. The narration explained that these tower zones, designed for large monsters, featured creatures that continually grew in size, with the Minotaur King reaching a towering 6 meters. For this particular floor, they faced a 4-meter Minotaur, and its overwhelming presence made Bong Joohyuk tremble, even after going through so much trouble to persuade the princess. Still, Bong Joohyuk mentally steeled himself, knowing it would be ridiculous to back out now. Princess Giant Dalray launched into action, striking the Minotaur with a glowing sword and green energy. Giant Dalray prepared to cast her signature buffs and debuffs, a confident smile on her face. Elsewhere, the summoned warrior, affectionately known as Meatball, was already clearing out the surrounding area with powerful, golden blows. John Cossack remained on standby, radiating readiness to jump in should any unexpected situation arise. A subtle smirk played on Bong Joohyuk's lips. Bong Joohyuk acknowledged his confidence, knowing that with this much support, it would be weird if he couldn't pull it off, and blue energy surged around him. He unleashed his falling thunder flash, a move so swift it struck the Minotaur with an explosive crash. The attack's power was as immense as its speed, delivering an electrifying thrill despite its somewhat long cooldown. Bong Joohyuk reflected on how he managed to catch 3 Minotaurs without issue, while his buffed companions, Meatball and Cossack, quickly finished the rest, earning them an S++ clear and a platinum badge. The next day dawned. Lee Min-ah approached a dissipating summon, praising Jaeun's hard work. Nam Jaeun sighed, admitting the 65th floor had been a bit tough, but Lee Min-ah simply advised her not to overdo it, suggesting she could try again another time. Nam Ji-eun then declared that while it was tough, she hadn't failed, and with a confident smile, she revealed her clear was indeed a success, completed in 6 hours. Nam Ji-eun confidently affirmed her plan to tackle the 66th floor in 3 days, right on schedule. Do you think player Bong's talent is any less than theirs? Lee Min-ah asked, to which John Gwang-ael emphatically replied, absolutely not. John Gwang-ael proudly declared Bong Joohyuk an anomaly, whose talent was so immense they wouldn't worry even if the holy sword broke, boasting of his unprecedented record of 32 consecutive S++ clears. Ah, you're wrong about that, Lee Min-ah corrected, catching John Gwang-ael by surprise. An electronic hum signaled an update, announcing yet another S++ clear, this time on the 33rd floor of the Black Tower. Lee Min-ah updated the record with a smile, confirming Bong Joohyuk's 33rd consecutive S++ clear. Looking out over the city, John Gwang-ael reflected that Bong Joohyuk's status as an anomaly had just become even more certain. Bong Joohyuk examined a glowing talisman with surprise, questioning what a perception-blocking talisman was. The summon explained that the talisman would allow them to appear human to others, preventing anyone from perceiving their true identities, a trick even the late emperor used quite often. With a hopeful ding, Bong Joohyuk realized that, thanks to the talisman, his summoned companions could now venture outside with him. A system notification showed a staggering 1 billion Korean won deposited into his account as a rental fee for the Holy Sword, prompting Bong Joohyuk to recall lending it to the management department for free just a few floors ago. Bong Joohyuk fantasized about properly flexing his immense wealth someday, but decided dining out with his summons was the more pressing, immediate priority. Amid the bustling sounds of a city street, Bong Joohyuk walked with his disguised summons. A gasp escaped a female passerby as she stared at Meatball, and Bong Joohyuk immediately noticed her reaction. The female character giggled and called Meatball cute, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly bewildered. Bong Joohyuk wondered what Meatball looked like to her, picturing a cute, waddling mascot as the woman laughed in delight. He observed that no one was freaking out over a 3-meter giant, confirming the talisman's effect was definitely working. Bong Joohyuk declared their hard work on the 32nd and 33rd floors earned them a celebration, proclaiming they would go destroy some beef. As the summon eagerly anticipated expensive meat, Bong Joohyuk lamented the cost, reminding them that further work would be required if they wanted more, before the system announced their entry to the 34th floor, tasked with defeating 20 Stage 4 Minotaurs. A heavy thud announced a massive Minotaur leg crashing down, startling Bong Joohyuk. He found himself before a gigantic Stage 4 Minotaur, nearly 6 meters tall, which let out an ominous growl. Bong Joohyuk, sweating with wide eyes, thought to himself, it's really freaking huge. He contemplated a strategy to focus his attacks on its lower body, then finish it off once it fell. As Bong Joohyuk admitted he'd hit his limit, John Cossack confidently offered to handle the enormous Minotaur, asking Bong Joohyuk to only catch one. Bong Joohyuk agreed to catch just one, and John Cossack triumphantly praised his quick decision. Bong Joohyuk reminded Meatball that he needed to earn his beef, while John Cossack instructed the surprised summoned warrior on how to interlock his fingers to help. Meatball understood, forming a crouching launch platform, while John Cossack triumphantly confirmed he would boost his summoner, leaving Bong Joohyuk impressed by the genius. Bong Joohyuk called out to Meatball to launch him, and with a powerful boost, he was propelled high into the air. His foot made solid contact with the summoned warrior's interlocked hands, using them as a springboard. Bong Joohyuk soared rapidly through the air, leaving a bright blue trail. Suddenly, in mid-air, Bong Joohyuk realized his mistake and thought, I'm screwed. He plummeted down the tower shaft, panicking but trying to calm himself with the thought that his game levels would protect him from a fatal fall. Bong Joohyuk screamed in terror as his fall continued, desperate for reassurance. He concentrated, activating Shadow Step, recalling how sometimes, in a trance, it felt like stepping on air, like having thruster rockets attached to his feet. He imagined it, and a palpable energy hummed at the soles of his feet, making him wonder what it was. Mana! Bong Joohyuk exclaimed triumphantly, realizing the source of his new ability as blue energy vibrated around him. With a triumphant laugh, Bong Joohyuk demonstrated his Shadow Step skill, now fully capable of walking on air. Bong Joohyuk soared skyward, enveloped in a shimmering blue trail of raw mana. His bewildered companions watched him climb, a feat they thought only existed in legend. John Cossack himself recognized the impossible mastery of Shadow Step, stunned by its execution mid-air. He recalled a past conversation where the hooded warrior claimed Shadow Step's peak allowed one to walk on the sky, a notion John Cossack dismissed as a scam. Now, John Cossack laughed, utterly astonished that such a feat was truly possible, realizing the sheer immensity of Summoner Bong's talent. Bong Joohyuk rocketed through the air, his rapid ascent transforming into a furious attack, but he wondered if he could even aim at such blistering speed as the monsters exploded around him. Only one way to find out, he thought, unleashing the primal lightning staff in its third, crackling form. A devastating falling thunder flash then erupted, shattering the tough-skinned fatty maggots into countless shards with brilliant strikes of lightning. He declared his successful landing, expertly utilizing the attack's powerful recoil as the last monster reeled from the impact. While his summons piled on dazzling praise, even declaring him worthy of a warrior's title and begging him to be careful, Bong Joohyuk could only wonder if he had accidentally wet himself. Even with the summons dramatically claiming their hair stood on end from worry, Bong Joohyuk confessed he had been quite flustered himself, barely pulling off the incredible feat. As Gobang confidently promised to clear the rest, system notifications flooded in, confirming an S++ clear of the 34th floor, a level up, and a surprising reward, a summon grade up rune. Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened in realization. A grade up rune as a regular reward meant he had truly hit the jackpot, earning a platinum badge and access to the 35th floor of the Black Tower. Back in the control room, the Antonio Tower raid director commended everyone on their good work, specifically addressing Cossack. Bong Joohyuk, now curious about the rune, asked if it could upgrade an SSR to an LSSR, but John Cossack firmly explained that runes only ascended summons to SSR. Gobang, radiating childlike hope, eagerly asked if they were eating out again, proclaiming his love for delicious Korean beef. John Cossack berated the clueless oaf Gobang, reminding him of Bong Joohyuk's expense and that no master wanted a servant with a bottomless stomach, to which Gobang guiltily promised to eat less next time. Yeah right, John Cossack scoffed, playfully kicking Gobang as he predicted another 100 servings, while Nam Jaeun lamented the poor, dull barbarian meatball, who seemed in more pain now than during tower raids. Unable to watch his summon suffer, Bong Joohyuk offered him something, but Gobang, with feigned strength, insisted a warrior could go hungry. Gobang could only let out a stunned, huh. Bong Joohyuk, with a warm smile, presented the glowing grade-up rune directly to Gobang, urging him to rank up. Drops of liquid began to fall, pattering softly onto the surface. Gobang then burst into profuse tears of gratitude, startling Bong Joohyuk, who had no idea why he was crying so much. Bong Joohyuk's pleas to stop crying were swallowed by a suffocating hug from Gobang, prompting a frantic shriek about hair filling his mouth. Far away, a respectful operative entered the dimly lit offices of the Chinese Special Information Department, asking if the deputy director had called for him. The deputy director pressed for news on the 59th floor, learning that over half of their forcibly naturalized resources had gone missing in the tower, causing significant setbacks. The operative grimly revealed that many of those resources were taking their own lives within the tower, earning a furious curse about useless bastards from the deputy director. A sharp intake of breath preceded the operative's surprised query about the file in front of him. Deputy Director Xiao Jun then introduced himself, revealing the file contained a list of South Korea's elite players. When the operative dared to question how he acquired such a list, Xiao Jun coolly dismissed him, forcing an immediate apology. Xiao Jun then instructed his subordinate to find a suitable rookie from their recent contracts, specifically warning against choosing anyone with a famous name who might cause trouble. As he crushed out his cigarette, Xiao Jun emphasized the critical importance of leaving absolutely no evidence, ensuring the operative's country would have no reason to disown him. With a sharp salute, the operative passionately declared his unwavering loyalty, shouting, "For the great nation." As the door clicked shut behind the operative, Xiao Jun scoffed at Japan's clumsy, open naturalization tactics, deeming them worthy of public humiliation. A malicious smirk spread across Xiao Jun's face, his eyes glowing with a dark energy as he chuckled, confident they could simply kidnap a player if the need arose. 2 days later, the city resumed its ordinary bustle. As ramen bubbled in the pot, John Cossack insisted they must consume it for at least 5 days for true peace of mind, despite the grumbling about ordering delivery. John Cossack asked if Bong Joohyuk was really passing on the ramen, but Bong Joohyuk, engrossed in his holographic display, found 3 consecutive days of ramen a bit much. Bong Joohyuk gasped in surprise at the holographic catalog, dull barbarian meat shield, unable to summon, confirming meatball was still unsummonable despite John Cossack's attempts to entice him with eggs. With a grave intake of breath, John Cossack explained that ranking up was dangerous, involving the soul and the risk of permanent deletion if the upgrade failed, terrifying Bong Joohyuk. Nam Jaeun calmly reassured the still terrified Bong Joohyuk that Gobang's name would have vanished entirely if he were deleted, causing John Cossack to recoil and frantically backtrack his words for scaring their young master. Nam Jaeun then gently suggested that Gobang's continued presence on the list, despite being unsummonable, implied another, more complex reason for his state. She explained that in extremely rare cases of massive multi-rank jumps, a summon could remain unsummonable for several days, a possibility that piqued Bong Joohyuk's curiosity. John Cossack chuckled in agreement, confirming that Gobang's pure soul had surely guaranteed a successful upgrade, while a chibi Bong Joohyuk glared, still annoyed about being scared with talk of deletion. Bong Joohyuk innocently queried if a 2-rank jump meant Gobang would become SSR grade, just like John Cossack, who choked in dismay at the thought. Bong Joohyuk burst into laughter at John Cossack's sudden long face, who internally agonized over the possibility of Meatball reaching his rank, before he suggested they head to a cafe for drinks and dessert. But as they considered their next move, a new worry dawned on Bong Joohyuk: what if Meatball returned even larger than before? Bong Joohyuk sighed, lamenting the need for an even bigger place so soon with both giant Dalray and a potentially colossal Meatball, a thought John Cossack still vehemently rejected. Amidst the lively chatter and laughter of the cafe, a man excitedly asked his companion if he had seen the news. He revealed that the 66th floor raid was scheduled for tomorrow, and his companion confidently predicted an easy clear, given their opponents possessed the fabled holy sword. As they walked, a passerby lustfully commented on Nam Jaeun, drawing an enraged scolding from John Cossack, who demanded respect for a hero. With a triumphant flourish, John Cossack presented their ordered drinks and cakes, delighting Bong Joohyuk and astonishing Nam Jaeun, who had never seen such treats before. As Bong Joohyuk sipped his drink, his phone vibrated, and he answered, addressing the caller as Team Leader John. Team Leader John congratulated Bong Joohyuk on his record-breaking S++ clear, which Bong Joohyuk humbly attributed to their support, before John Guangael hinted at an important topic he wished to discuss. Bong Joohyuk stammered in surprise when John Guangael abruptly mentioned the penthouse where Yukielman once lived, his mind racing with paranoia about Cossack's secret visit. John Guangael smoothly offered Bong Joohyuk the entire penthouse, promising an immediate title transfer if he wanted it, leaving Bong Joohyuk speechless with surprise. Bong Joohyuk's chibi form shrieked, "For free," as John Guangael explained it was a token of appreciation from the Awakening Management Department for his generous rental of the Holy Sword. Bong Joohyuk thanked the team leader and promised to consider the offer, ending the call, which immediately piqued John Cossack's curiosity about the caller. Bong Joohyuk then brought up the house, realizing John Cossack had seen it firsthand and could provide valuable insight. John Cossack dreamily described the magnificent penthouse, complete with a rooftop garden perfect for growing lettuce for beef, while Nam Jaeun, in chibi form, agreed it was a home worthy of their young master's status. When Bong Joohyuk asked for their thoughts on the management department's free offer, John Cossack vehemently warned against freebies, reminding him that cold-blooded capitalism always demanded a price. Nam Jaeun, however, calmly advised him to accept the house, seeing it as a trivial reward compared to his benevolence, leaving Bong Joohyuk feeling deeply conflicted. Bong Joohyuk internally debated the free penthouse, worrying that accepting it would leave him unable to refuse a desperate request from the management department later, given his own personality. With a decisive thud, Bong Joohyuk slammed his hand on the table, declaring he had made his decision. He declared he would simply buy it, reasoning that taking it for free would give him indigestion, but paying for it would truly put his mind at ease. Bong Joohyuk laughed heartily, declaring he would buy the apartment himself with his own money and purchases, earning approving nods from John Cossack and a declaration of his sharpness from Nam Jaeun. Tapping confidently on his phone, Bong Joohyuk estimated the penthouse would cost around 2 billion won, convinced that with an upcoming payment, 4 billion in his bank would make such an apartment nothing. The screen revealed the XXX apartment ultra-luxury penthouse's current market price, a staggering 20 billion won, which Bong Joohyuk slowly, painfully, tried to count out. T20 billion. Bong Joohyuk shrieked, his worldview crumbling into dust around him. John Cossack noticed Bong Joohyuk's sudden pallor, but our hero, quickly flustered, dismissed it as nothing and abruptly suggested they simply go home. As they walked out, Bong Joohyuk immediately reconsidered the need for such a massive apartment, while Nam Jaeun gently assured him that anywhere with Summoner Bong was fine by her. John Cossack muttered a comically long list of downsides to a large house, from endless cleaning and astronomical maintenance fees to potential bugs and far-off bathrooms, to which Bong Joohyuk feigned impressed agreement, praising his brilliant insight. Suddenly, John Cossack's relaxed demeanor vanished as he sensed something amiss. His eyes flared with a keen, blue glow as he quietly wondered what trouble lurked nearby. He detected the undeniable scent of fresh blood and noted the telltale scars etched onto their hands. A faint whiff of gunpowder confirmed his suspicions, they were carrying weapons. His glowing eyes hardened as he recognized their kind, professional killers who had claimed dozens of lives, making their presence near Summoner Bong's apartment no mere coincidence. Suddenly, the skill mark of tracking activated, sending 2 glowing blue energy spikes downwards. The blue energy spikes descended rapidly, targeting the 2 men. As a chibi Bong Joohyuk innocently questioned his actions, John Cossack playfully assured him he was coming, all while secretly deciding to keep this new threat hidden from his young master. The Awakeners Management Administration stood, an imposing beacon under the golden sun. Within a bright room, Nam Jaeun maintained a serene and focused contemplation. She sighed, acknowledging the Holy Sword's essential power against the undead's dark aura. Her resolve hardened, she knew she could not rely solely on its power. Energy crackled and roared as she charged into a chaotic, dark battle against multiple undead. Nam Jaeun swiftly attacked dark mummies and zombies with her glowing sword. Her rapid assault continued against dark skeletons and ghouls. She had cut down hundreds of their legion, a triumphant path leading her to this very point. Her intense image training concluded, Nam Ji-eun's eyes suddenly flared with power. She rose with confidence, announcing her departure to those observing her. As a blue column enveloped her for teleportation, her team wished her luck and urged caution. Nam Ji-eun entered the 66th floor of the Korea Black Tower, immediately confronting a menacing dark zombie. The dark zombie roared, radiating a terrifying purple energy. She screamed, exerting herself with every strike of her glowing sword. 10 grueling hours later, Nam Ji-eun reappeared through the blue energy, utterly exhausted, as Lee Min-ah rushed to her side. Covered in sweat, she gave a tired but triumphant thumbs up. Lee Min-ah gasped in surprise as the mission notification declared the 66th floor cleared, updating the time limit to 71 days. Lee Min-ah, John Gwang-ael, and their colleagues celebrated the successful clearing with triumphant shouts. An urgent command was given for a press release, as news channels globally announced South Korea's success, garnering widespread public relief. The public erupted in adoration, praising Nam Ji-eun as a national hero across countless online comments. Citizens cheered and celebrated in the bustling streets, as confetti rained down on their joyful faces. At a press conference, Nam Ji-eun humbly thanked the citizens and the unknown owner of the holy sword. While Nam Ji-eun spoke on TV, Bong Joohyuk watched, confidently planning his own tower ascent, much to the satisfaction of John Gwang-ael on the phone. Bong Joohyuk, itching for some action, declared his eagerness. He frowned at his glowing catalogue, realizing with a start that the "cannot summon" sign for Savage Meat Shield was gone. The restriction was gone. With sparkling eyes, Bong Joohyuk eagerly cast the summon for Savage Meat Shield. As a glowing figure began to materialize, Bong Joohyuk wondered if it would be an SR or an SSR. Mr. Gobang, welcome, he began, before his expression shifted to shock as the partially obscured summon revealed itself. The newly summoned muscular warrior, not Gobang, appeared confused and demanded to know Bong Joohyuk's identity. The muscular warrior gratefully expressed his thanks, as Bong Joohyuk's catalog displayed the new SSH rank summon stats, a savage warrior with a 7-hour manifestation limit. Gobang, the female warrior, began to express gratitude when a new summon notification interrupted her. John Cossack, mid-salute, was utterly bewildered as yet another summon notification appeared. Flustered by the muscular warrior's presence, John Cossack questioned Bong Joohyuk about revealing their existence, noting the warrior had been observing all their summons. Bong Joohyuk playfully introduced the muscular warrior as Mr. Gobang, leaving John Cossack thoroughly confused. Bong Joohyuk explained that this gentleman was Mr. Gobang, much to John Cossack's disbelief, as narrative confirmed his appearance change was due to a 2-level rank reinforcement. John Cossack, still skeptical, tested the new Gobang by asking him to recite the 3 laws of the summoned, which Gobang confidently agreed to do. Gobang struggled to recall the second law, much to Bong Joohyuk's relieved amusement and John Cossack's exasperation. Bong Joohyuk suggested a tower farming mission, now that Gobang was back, and John Cossack and the female warrior readily agreed. They entered the 34th floor of the Korea Black Tower, immediately confronting several imposing minotaurs. Gobang confidently declared he would take the lead, instructing the others to follow Bong Joohyuk, prompting a surprised protest from John Cossack. Bong Joohyuk worried internally about Gobang's reduced size, wondering if he could still effectively perform his role as a tank. Bong Joohyuk advised the kneeling female warrior to apply her buff and for Gobang to go with Cossack, a command she immediately accepted. Gobang declared his intention to test his evolved strength entirely alone, without any assistance. Kneeling before Bong Joohyuk, Gobang earnestly pleaded to fight alone, while the female warrior urged Bong Joohyuk to trust him. Bong Joohyuk reluctantly agreed to Gobang's request. Bong Joohyuk instructed John Cossack to be ready to intervene at a moment's notice, and Cossack confidently assured him. Gobang stood ready, radiating energy, facing 2 intimidating minotaurs. Gobang unleashed his power, roaring and radiating intense golden energy. The minotaurs roared aggressively, questioning the unknown challenger. Bong Joohyuk gasped in alarm, worried by Gobang's reckless strategy of drawing all the minotaurs' attention at once. Gobang rapidly struck multiple targets, a blur of golden energy. As Gobang dramatically increased in size, Bong Joohyuk and John Cossack shouted in pure shock. Bong Joohyuk was utterly stunned by Gobang's colossal size, realizing he was now comparable to the minotaurs themselves. The gigantic Gobang delivered a powerful punch, sending a minotaur flying, demonstrating his increased sturdiness and strength. The enormous Gobang unleashed a flurry of powerful punches against multiple minotaurs. Gobang landed a devastating punch, sending a minotaur reeling. Gobang relentlessly pummeled a minotaur with multiple powerful punches, leaving it groaning in pain. John Cossack and Bong Joohyuk expressed their utter amazement and approval of Gobang's powerful, decisive fighting style. Bong Joohyuk lightheartedly wished for popcorn and praised the effectiveness of the reinforcement rune given to Gobang, much to John Cossack's exasperation. John Cossack visibly struggled with his thoughts, expressing clear displeasure. John Cossack raged internally, calling Go Bang's power increase a balance breaker and demanding its cancellation, given his own paltry gains. The female warrior sternly scolded John Cossack for his vulgar thoughts, making him cower and apologize. Bong Joohyuk intervened, asking the female warrior to be less harsh with John Cossack, who appeared embarrassed. Bong Joohyuk revealed he also got startled by her shouting, leading the female warrior to blush and humbly accept punishment for disturbing him. Bong Joohyuk ordered the female warrior to speak respectfully to John Cossack, who then awkwardly made amends and promised a future where they would be married, much to Bong Joohyuk's internal hope for strong allies. The gigantic Go Bang effortlessly threw one minotaur while engaging another. Bong Joohyuk gasped in shock and worry to see the gigantic Go Bang injured and bleeding, realizing he had momentarily forgotten about the battle. The gigantic Go Bang let out a thunderous roar, his eyes glowing with intensified golden energy. The gigantic Go Bang relentlessly unleashed a barrage of golden energy punches, devastating the minotaurs. The gigantic Go Bang effortlessly defeated the minotaurs, clearing the 34th floor, as Bong Joohyuk marveled at his insane performance. Bong Joohyuk gazed at the victorious, gigantic Go Bang, who stood powerfully with glowing ethereal images of his previous forms behind him. Go Bang confidently declared the 34th floor too easy and expressed his desire to fight endlessly on stronger floors. Bong Joohyuk, invigorated by Go Bang's power, declared that clearing floors would no longer be a problem and set his sights on climbing the tower quickly. A comfortable quiet settled over the living room as the trio casually munched on their snacks. With significantly upgraded firepower and a more compact meatball, John Cossack felt a certain satisfaction, yet something still nagged at him. He messily splattered food from the container. Bong Joohyuk couldn't help but wonder why John Cossack's manners remained completely unaltered. The female warrior snapped, demanding an immediate stop to the constant splattering. A serious, blue-eyed gaze fell over her, a quiet contemplation replacing her earlier frustration. Bong Joohyuk questioned why John Cossack wasn't eating, only for him to fluster and deflect with vague talk of pondering. Nam Jaeun sternly admonished John Cossack, accusing him of making his jealousy far too obvious in front of their young master. John Cossack, flustered, vehemently denied any jealousy, insisting he was genuinely happy for Bong Joohyuk's safety thanks to Meatball. Nam Jaeun warned that Meatball's appetite had only grown despite his size, while a nervous gulp from John Cossack was met by Bong Joohyuk's offer of a saved snack, touching him deeply. Overcome with tearful gratitude, John Cossack eagerly asked if there was anything else he could do, before realizing he already had something in mind. John Cossack, citing an overseas football match that night, requested to be resummoned around midnight as his manifestation time ended, prompting Bong Joohyuk to question his sudden interest. Bong Joohyuk, however, seemed suspicious of John Cossack's sudden, emphatic declaration of love for football. Bong Joohyuk agreed to resummon him later, much to John Cossack's jubilant thanks, before mentioning his upcoming trip to deposit a pile of mana stones at the Awakening Management Department. John Cossack nervously insisted on accompanying Bong Joohyuk, citing the dangers outside and the warrior's duty to protect their summoner. Bong Joohyuk forcibly dragged the two complaining summons out the door, reminding them they couldn't enter the department without being registered players anyway. Our hero arrived at the impressive Awakening Management Department. He made his way inside, an urban symphony of traffic passing by. John Gwang-ael, the manager, formally thanked player Bong for making the trip. Bong Joohyuk outwardly dismissed the car service as no hassle, though internally he knew it was for leaving his summons, while John Gwang-ael playfully exaggerated their generosity. John Gwang-ael confirmed the deposit of 54 kilograms of mana stones, instantly crediting Bong Joohyuk with 27 million won. John Gwang-ael congratulated him on clearing the 66th floor, praising Nam Jaeun, but Bong Joohyuk quickly credited his lending of the holy sword. When asked about the penthouse deed, a chibi Bong Joohyuk demurred, feeling too much pressure to accept it for free and preferring to earn enough to buy it himself later. John Gwang-ael, utterly determined to give him the house, assured him the penthouse would remain vacant, leaving a flustered Bong Joohyuk feeling guilty for his refusal. But then, John Gwang-ael shifted to a more important matter, capturing Bong Joohyuk's surprised attention. John Gwang-ael then dropped a bombshell. U.S. player Gerald Watson was scheduled to visit Korea in a few days, surprising Bong Joohyuk. Gerald Watson was a name no one could ignore, the world's highest-level U.S. player and a formidable magic swordsman. Bong Joohyuk questioned the relevance, only for John Gwang-ael to reveal Watson's true purpose: he wanted to rent the holy sword. Upon hearing the 10 million rental fee per use, Bong Joohyuk's mind reeled, his voice barely a whisper as he questioned if they meant dollars. John Gwang-ael calmly confirmed it was indeed $10 million, a sum equivalent to roughly 13 billion won. 13 billion won sent a tidal wave of pure disbelief crashing over Bong Joohyuk. John Gwang-ael, reading Bong Joohyuk's reaction, shrewdly decided 10 million wasn't enough, planning to demand more from the U.S. negotiation team. Bong Joohyuk, panicking, internally screamed at John Gwangael's reckless pride, fearing the deal would fall through and a similar item might be discovered. While John Gwangael emphasized seizing the rare global opportunity, a desperate Bong Joohyuk comically pleaded to just take the more than enough $10 million. The day slowly gave way to a golden-hued sunset over the city. Bong Joohyuk returned home, a quiet surprise on his face. The sheer weight of 13 billion won overwhelmed him, sending him collapsing to his knees in blissful surrender. Tears of joy streamed down his face as gold coins cascaded around him, declaring his past 2 billion won salary mere pocket money. His mother's son had finally made it. Skipping gleefully down the hallway, Bong Joohyuk indulged in lavish food fantasies, only to conclude, with a sigh, that ramen would suffice. He happily slurped his ramen, deciding to save the luxurious tuna sashimi for a future meal with his summons. As the clock ticked, the apartment settled into the quiet rhythm of night. John Cossack joyfully burst forth in a flash of blue light, thanking Bong Joohyuk for resummoning his loyalty. A bone-tired Bong Joohyuk yawned, admitting he was too exhausted to see John Cossack off, who warmly praised his hard work. Bong Joohyuk told him to fully enjoy the football game, receiving a delighted salute in return. John Cossack's mischievous smile hinted at a secret agenda. As time quietly passed, John Cossack remained intently watchful. A shimmering blue energy trail appeared in the darkened room. John Cossack majestically surveyed the sparkling city from a skyscraper ledge, bathed in an ethereal blue glow. His tracking marks were microscopic shards of magic, invisible and undetectable to any human on Earth. Just yesterday, he had covertly placed these tracking marks on two particularly suspicious individuals. Throughout the day, the magic shards confirmed his fears. They were monitoring Summoner Bong's residence, igniting a furious rage within him. With glowing blue eyes, John Cossack dramatically declared he knew the exact location of those two bastards. The lair of the suspicious individuals was a rather questionable, imperial traditional massage parlor. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, secretive office, a tense silence hung heavy. An unnamed high-ranking official moved briskly through a grim hallway, confirming critical information on his phone. The official presented a profile for Kim Minji, an elite team member estimated to be around the 30th floor, before demanding the next candidate. He curtly dismissed the next name, impatient to move on. Bong Joohyuk's profile flashed onto the screen, detailing his 2-month-old elite team contract and high 20th floor estimate, concluding with, no problems there. Captain Deng Guanlin, of the Northeast Special Forces Brigade, declared a one-time operation to capture as many targets as possible. With gavels pounding, the captain set a strict 1-hour deadline for securing all confirmed targets. Suddenly, a man lay unconscious and bleeding, a silent victim of an unseen attack. A panicked shout rang out, confirming an intruder in the hallway, followed by a furious command to find and kill him. As the men rushed frantically, the frustrated official cursed the interruption. The official, complimenting Summoner Bong's photo, suddenly froze, startled by an unexpected presence. His wide, horrified eye conveyed the chilling realization that John Cossack had been there, silently watching, for an unknown duration. The official violently lunged, a knife flashing in his hand. John Cossack's glowing hand effortlessly blocked the blade. The blade bent against his unyielding grip, a testament to his sheer strength. John Cossack coolly taunted the furious official, dismissing him with a calm order not to interfere. A desperate scream echoed, bringing armed men bursting into the room demanding to know the intruder's identity. Gripping his bloody hand, the enraged official screamed a desperate order to shoot John Cossack immediately. Shots rang out as the men opened fire. John Cossack casually deflected the barrage of bullets, confidently assuring his attackers that they would all perish today anyway. His eyes glowed with fierce determination. They had dared to cross someone they should never have. Fire, rang out the desperate command as pistols barked, but Bong Joohyuk, a blue aura now swirling around him, lunged through the gunfire. He plummeted through the air with dizzying speed, a blur of motion leaving trails of light in his wake. Bong Joohyuk struck with blinding force, and a man cried out as blue energy surged through him, the sudden pain shocking his accomplice. Blue light flared from the weapon in Bong Joohyuk's hand as he fended off the desperate grasps of men reaching out from the shadows. Then, with a sickening slash of blue energy, hands were severed, blood splattering against the wall. Bong Joohyuk sat calmly on a table, a slight smirk playing on his lips, remarking that they no longer had hands to grab with, even as the injured men groaned in agony. An unnamed official watched in stunned disbelief, wondering if he was dreaming as Bong Joohyuk summoned delivered a powerful, glowing kick that sent an assailant flying. The official sweated, gritting his teeth in confusion, unable to reconcile the display of power with any known intelligence agent or special forces soldier. He mentally connected the superhuman strength to the only place he'd ever seen such power, the terrifying videos of Black Tower raids. But a more troubling question plagued him: how could this player use his abilities outside the tower? With a final, decisive strike, Bong Joohyuk finished off the last opponent, leaving a trail of blood and downed men in the messy room. Our hero sighed, a slight smirk crossing his face as he closed his eyes, his task seemingly complete. With a threatening blue glow, Bong Joohyuk loomed over the terrified lone shark, demanding an apology in Korean. The lone shark, drenched in sweat, could only stare in horror at the bloody knife hovering inches above him as Bong Joohyuk offered him a slim chance at survival. I am sore dash, the lone shark stammered, fear twisting his words. A powerful strike descended with brutal force, obscuring everything in a flash of light. Bong Joohyuk's eyes glowed with chilling blue light as he revealed his true, vengeful intentions, asking his victim if they knew who they dared to mess with. A severed head, still adorned with a red bow, lay grotesquely on the floor. Bong Joohyuk walked away from the gruesome scene, a satisfied glance back at the severed head resting on a table. The head with the red bow remained, still and silent, observing the empty room. Bong Joohyuk entered the sparse room, stopping dead as he caught sight of the familiar head. In a whirlwind of anxiety, a chibi version of the summon worried that Bong Joohyuk would hate her if he found out she'd clung to her signature red ribbon, no matter the cost. I don't need a party member I can't control. Bong Joohyuk fumed, his hands wrapped in bloody bandages, as his summon knelt before him, pleading. The summon's hand clutched her red ribbon, her fear palpable at the thought of being cast aside. The next day, against the backdrop of a bustling city, Bong Joohyuk casually asked Cossack if he had enjoyed himself yesterday. John Cossack, glowing with blue energy, snapped a salute and enthusiastically confirmed he had a blast, all thanks to Bong Joohyuk. Bong Joohyuk, however, wanted to know why Cossack hadn't touched the snacks in the fridge, prompting an embarrassed stammer from the summon. In a playful flashback, Chibi John Cossack admitted he'd been too engrossed in a soccer match, much to Chibi Bong Joohyuk's delight, who then eagerly suggested a rematch. The group stood ready for action, excited as Bong Joohyuk declared it was time to climb the 35th floor and hunt the Cowhead King. As they entered the 35th floor, mission objectives for defeating Minotaurs and their king appeared, and Bong Joohyuk gasped at the sheer number of roaring beasts swarming the cavernous space. The female summon, Princess Jian Dalray, swung her sword and scepter, casting powerful buffs that swirled with blue energy. Go Bang, the summoned warrior, roared as golden energy enveloped him, his muscles bulging as he powered up for battle. He charged forward with a determined punch, a force to be reckoned with. I'm going first. Go Bang declared, a blur of golden light as he launched himself towards the distant Minotaurs. John Cossack, determined to prove his worth, declared he would show them what a true SSR looked like, fueled by a desire to outshine Go Bang. Faster. Cossack demanded of himself, a streak of blue energy as he leaped gracefully over a hulking Minotaur. More decisively, he roared, slashing fiercely at a Minotaur with black and blue energy, the sounds of bone and flesh giving way. Bong Joohyuk, perplexed, wondered why Cossack was suddenly acting so aggressively. Go Bang suggested Cossack fight safely from behind him, but Cossack furiously retorted, I can do it too, as he furiously slashed at a Minotaur while Go Bang punched another. Bong Joohyuk grinned, realizing their clear speed was insanely fast with both Cossack and Meatball going at it, and decided to join the fray himself. As he executed a mid-air shadow step, blue rings of energy spreading around him, Bong Joohyuk pondered his own newfound identity. He was a prodigy, he thought, confidently executing a mid-air shadow step before flinging a small, glowing object. Die. Bong Joohyuk declared, even as the system noted his Wimp trait of only picking off the weakest enemies, as he electrocuted a roaring Minotaur. Suddenly, a fearsome roar echoed through the cavern as the Minotaur King, eyes glowing powerfully, revealed its imposing presence. Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened in terror, he couldn't believe the king had appeared already, thinking they had just started. Go Bang delivered a powerful, resounding punch that connected squarely with the Minotaur King. With a coordinated attack, Go Bang landed another glowing red punch, and John Cossack slashed fiercely at the Minotaur King, both raining blows upon the beast. And just like that, with a flash of light, the Minotaur King was defeated, tumbling from the sky. Bong Joohyuk wiped his brow, impressed by Go Bang's game-breaking power, and praised him for his amazing performance. John Cossack, meanwhile, was privately disappointed he hadn't been the one to take down the boss and prove his worth, as the system announced an S+ clear for the 35th floor, awarding a platinum badge. Outside the tower, police tape cordoned off an imperial traditional massage parlor, an ordinary street scene turned into a crime scene. Inside, blood stained the floor around evidence tags marking an axe, a pistol, and a knife. A man held up police tape while a reporter diligently photographed the grim scene. Team leader John Guang-al and section chief Lee Min-ah, both from the Awakening Management Department, introduced themselves, presenting their IDs. An unnamed character greeted them politely, thanking them for their swift arrival and inviting them to follow. John Guang-al asked about the photos, and the unnamed character confirmed they showed Management Department personnel. John Guangyao knelt, a wave of concern washing over him as he realized the leaked data was true and wondered how such a breach could have occurred. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm shot through John Guangyao, his eyes widening in shock. He realized with horror that even player Bong Joohyuk's personal information had been leaked. Contact an emergency assembly of all high-level personnel. John Guangyao urgently commanded Li Min-ah, who immediately responded with a saluting, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Bong Joohyuk's hand trembled with excitement, eager to claim the 35th batch perks. John Cossack offered to fetch purified water, while the female summon suggested a prayer before drawing for the perks, and Bong Joohyuk agreed it was probably for the best. The female summon, Princess Jian Daorei, then gravely warned Bong Joohyuk that the dispenser water was not purified, and a prayer with it might bring bad luck. Bong Joohyuk slyly pointed out that she herself had been summoned by that very water, but quickly caught himself, deciding to keep that thought to himself. As the system announced the perks for accumulating 35 platinum badges, glowing emblems appeared on the screen. John Cossack, sweating with anxiety and hope, secretly prayed for a trade enhancement from the upcoming random summon. Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened in excitement, then confusion, as the perks turned out to be two powerful items, not enhancements. The system detailed the Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn and the Golden Mace of Cold Twilight, both indestructible and boasting formidable effects and unique traits. Bong Joohyuk clenched his fists in sheer joy, ecstatic over the amazing effects of his new items. The summons watched Bong Joohyuk's gleeful reaction, then conspiratorially discussed how to handle his new boldness and protect their own gear, with Cossack lamenting for his own equipment and Gobang resolving to cling to their master. The female summon regretted not having prayed, but Cossack dismissed her, convinced that using the dispenser water would have only led to something even more atrocious. Gobang, however, recounted a forgotten detail. Bong Joohyuk had used that very dispenser water for a random summon, and that's how Princess Jian Daorei had appeared. What? The female summon exclaimed, then, recovering, decided that Gobang had simply become smart enough to make jokes. Gobang, ever serious, declared he did not lie or joke, a statement John Cossack affirmed, leaving the female summon speechless with shock. "Ack," the female summon cried, panicking as she vehemently asserted that the dispenser must be extraordinary to have summoned her, even as a chibi version of herself denied it, and chibi Bong Joohyuk meekly agreed. Gobang contemplatively noted that another random summon was imminent, which would bring their total number to 4. John Cossack, sweating with worry, believed that three-person system would remain for a while since no trade enhancement had occurred, and the other summons quietly agreed with apprehension. The uncomfortable question hung in the air: if a fourth summon arrived, who among the three of them would have to step down? The narrator reminded the listener of Gobang's versatility as both a tank and damage dealer, and Princess Jian Daorei's overpowered support abilities. John Cossack gulped, realizing the ambiguous position of an assassin in their group made him the most expendable. His eyes widened in horrified dread as he understood that if a new summon truly came, he would be the one to go. A tense discussion about their very existence hung in the air, with Gobang starkly stating that if a more helpful being was summoned, one of them would have to step down. Gobang continued, asserting that a truly useful servant would leave willingly if no longer needed, which was the way of the summoner. Internally, John Cossack seethed at the casual talk of replacement, acknowledging its frustrating reality even as he desperately sought a solution. A flicker of hope ignited in John Cossack's eyes as he proposed rushing to the 40th floor for a trade enhancement, before any new, random summon appeared. Then, in a burst of self-distress, John Cossack cried out his own name, caught in a moment of frantic panic. Gobang challenged the other summon's discomfort, asking if she would truly be at ease if their young master pushed himself solely for the sake of a servant like her. John Cossack sighed in resignation, beginning to accept his fate and offer his goodbyes, before an abrupt interruption made him pause. Bong Joohyuk suddenly appeared, his voice sharp with anger as he demanded to know who had told John Cossack to step down. Gobang quickly denied responsibility, insisting he had remained silent and was merely discussing a hypothetical situation. Bong Joohyuk then playfully challenged Gobang, asking if Mr. Meatball would step down if a perfectly equipped shield knight appeared, leaving the warrior speechless. He then turned to Princess Daorei, asking if she would be out if a saintess or a priest appeared, making her blush and look away awkwardly. Bong Joohyuk declared his unwavering commitment, asserting that he would not leave anyone behind on their tower climb, then quietly wondered if he sounded cool. Overcome with emotion, John Cossack burst into tears of gratitude, overwhelmed by Bong Joohyuk's loyalty. Bong Joohyuk then announced his decision: they would clear floors continuously until they could summon 4 people simultaneously with a trade enhancement, but John Cossack worriedly tried to dissuade him from overdoing it. Bong Joohyuk smirked, offering a compromise: he would step back and not catch a single monster until the trade enhancement, challenging them to object to his less than demanding participation. Princess Daorei enthusiastically vowed to shake her bells until they cracked, while Gobang declared he would protect the summoner and achieve S++ clear ranks, as Bong Joohyuk turned to John Cossack for his commitment. Still crying hysterically, John Cossack shouted his passionate agreement, fully in on the plan. Back in an underground briefing room in Seoul, John Gwang-ail solemnly declared that the recent incident was far more than a simple murder case. He revealed it was a kidnapping attempt on an elite team, emphasizing that these were not ordinary civilians but individuals crucial to the nation's fate. NIS Director Park Il-jin confirmed their investigation results, stating that all 8 bodies were presumed to be highly trained soldiers. The officials discussed how the true target was the owner of the Holy Sword, and how his loss would have been a national tragedy, demanding to find the orchestrator. Director Park Il-jin sighed, acknowledging the lack of evidence due to all involved being murdered, but hinted at their strong suspicions. An official confidently accused China, stating their global kidnapping of talented players was already an open secret. The official concluded by urging a thorough investigation into the kidnapping organization, admitting a strange gratitude that the attempt had failed, even if through murder. The next day, the team stepped through a shimmering portal, entering the 36th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. Bong Joohyuk rallied his eager team for the next perk, with John Cossack, Go Bang, and Princess Dalray all confidently confirming their readiness. As an orc roared about human scent, the team learned the 36th to 40th floors would feature powerful, speedy humanoid monsters called ogres. But even so, Go Bang struck with blistering speed. Meatball proved faster and stronger, delivering a devastating blow that fractured bone and sent his opponent reeling. Princess Dalray's wide area binding debuff spread, locking the confused orcs in place with a powerful hum, as she commanded the wicked ones not to move. Then, the increasingly frantic assassin, John Cossack, charged forward, striking fiercely. A triumphant notification announced their S++ clear of the 36th floor, fueling Bong Joohyuk's determination to push for a trait enhancement. The following day, on the 37th floor, Speed of Light ogres burst onto the scene. Then on the 38th floor, massive ogres with incredible jumping power descended from above, surprising even Bong Joohyuk. Even against these new threats, Meatball remained impossibly fast and strong, sending ogres crashing to the ground with explosive force. The next day, on the 39th floor, Go Bang demonstrated his raw power, effortlessly choking an ogre. The 39th floor ogres adopted tricky hit-and-run tactics, trying to buy time with their speed as one cackled menacingly. Still, Meatball met their evasion with overwhelming force, faster and stronger than ever. An ogre, battered and exhausted, cursed its fate internally in defeat. Meatball continued to send ogres flying with brutal force. A cascade of notifications confirmed 5 consecutive S++ clear ranks from floors 35 to 39. The team's 5 consecutive days of S++ clears sparked a furious online debate, with users marveling at their insane speed and comparing them to top record holders. The next day, Bong Joohyuk planned a critical stop before the climactic 40th floor clear, despite the inexplicably heightened security around his office tel. Feeling suspicious about his early morning departure, Bong Joohyuk hesitantly addressed a security guard. He sighed with relief, realizing his perception-blocking talisman worked not just to obscure his face, but to completely bypass the guard's awareness. The talisman allowed him to pass through anywhere, even at dawn during heightened security, completely unnoticed. Bong Joohyuk requested a long-distance trip to Gongju Traditional Market, which the taxi driver initially deemed too far. The mention of 500,000 won cash instantly transformed the driver into a grinning speed demon, urging Bong Joohyuk to brace himself for the ride. After a dizzying journey, the taxi finally arrived at the Gongju Traditional Market. Bong Joohyuk summoned John Cossack from the bathroom, apologizing as he handed him a perception-blocking talisman, which the loyal assassin accepted without question. Amidst the market's cheerful bustle, Bong Joohyuk and John Cossack prepared to begin their extensive shopping trip. Stalls overflowed with colorful fruits and appetizing prepared dishes, creating a vibrant display. Bong Joohyuk smiled, pointing out items at a bustling market stall, with John Cossack patiently behind him. With a decisive thud, they arrived at their significant outdoor destination. Princess Dalray and Go Bang materialized, with the princess welcoming him as Bong Joohyuk humorously noted Go Bang's new role as the team's pack mule. Princess Dalray smiled, finding comfort in the similar mountains, certain the place she spoke of would still exist. Princess Dalray led the way up the sun-drenched mountain path, with Bong Joohyuk riding atop Go Bang's shoulders and John Cossack trailing with their supplies. Bong Joohyuk gasped in surprise, realizing a truly wonderful spot lay hidden just off the main trail. Princess Dalray instructed Mr. Meatball to move a massive rock, and he readily complied. With a mighty rumble, Go Bang effortlessly pushed the heavy rock aside. Bong Joohyuk marveled at the altar hidden beneath the rock, as Princess Dalray instructed its thorough cleaning with valley water. Princess Dalray meticulously sharpened her sword upon the newly revealed altar. Bong Joohyuk worried inwardly if the princess, sharpening her sword in white, harbored any resentment over his constant demands. The altar was laden with traditional offerings, ready for the ceremony. Princess Dalray announced the start of the ritual, holding her ceremonial items as the others watched intently. Blue energy emanated from Princess Daorei's feet as she began her invocation to the gods of heaven and earth. Levitating, the princess prayed for great fortune to fill young Master Bong's future. Bong Joohyuk knelt earnestly, fervently praying for a trait enhancement, with his summons by his side. His face glowing with resolve, Bong Joohyuk repeated his prayer, then declared it was time to move forward. On the 40th floor, as the mission parameters for defeating 80 ogres and 1 twin-head ogre appeared, the team quickly dispatched the ordinary ogres. After defeating the super speedy twin-head ogre, an S++ clear notification appeared for the 40th floor, awarding a platinum badge, and Bong Joohyuk eagerly wondered if a trait enhancement perk awaited him. John Cossack's excited thumping was quickly silenced by Bong Joohyuk, who feared he might jinx their chances for the perk. Bong Joohyuk opened his inventory to find a one-time-use roulette ticket, and he realized with a jolt that he now had to spin a wheel for his perk. Bong Joohyuk scanned the options for the elusive trait enhancement, then his eyes widened in sudden recognition. The trait enhancement was there, but the section on the roulette wheel was impossibly narrow, shocking him. As John Cossack worried if they were doomed, Bong Joohyuk explained he had to spin a roulette wheel despite the trait enhancement section being incredibly narrow, much to Gobang's confusion. John Cossack pressed for details on the roulette's difficulty, and Bong Joohyuk explained it was as narrow as a needle. As Bong Joohyuk asked for a volunteer to tear the ticket, John Cossack suddenly remembered an urgent bathroom trip, while Princess Daorei calmly retrieved a conveniently dropped talisman, prompting Bong Joohyuk's exasperated warning. Clutching the roulette ticket, Bong Joohyuk insisted they believe, reminding everyone that a ritual had been performed, and extracting a promise of no cursing if he failed. With a decisive tear, Bong Joohyuk activated the roulette, desperately pleading for simultaneous summon 4 as it spun. Bong Joohyuk desperately pleaded for simultaneous summon 4 as the magical interface spun. The endless spinning left Bong Joohyuk dizzy, his very head starting to spin. For a moment, the world truly spun for him, until the roulette's dizzying rotations began to slow. Let's go, he urged, fists clenched, reminding himself he had even performed a shamanic ritual for this moment. Just a little more to the right, he silently willed, and then, a desperate stop, for the pointer to land precisely. A frantic plea escaped his lips, please, because if he didn't get this, he might just explode from sheer desperation. I got it, he shrieked, arms thrown wide, hardly believing it had been so easy. As Lee Min-ah praised him, young Master Bong's good fortune seemed to send John Guang-al into an exaggerated fit of frustration. His awaken trait for summoning was enhanced to allow 4 at once, and with a week-long cooldown, Bong Joohyuk decided it was time for celebratory chicken, much to his summon's delight. A commercial airplane soared into the clear blue sky, departing from Incheon International Airport. Hurry, a director urged Antonio, as another voice questioned the urgent rush to begin an operation scheduled for today. Gerald Watson, the world's rank 1 player and a magic swordsman, burned with revenge against the Dark Spectres as he pressed toward the 67th floor of the USA Black Tower. Gerald, please calm down. Antonio gasped, reminding him that his revenge against the Spectres was already a successful reality. He aimed to match Korea's Nam Jaeun's 10-hour clear, insisting only then could he call it proper revenge, a goal Antonio found utterly unbelievable. Panting heavily, Antonio worried about Gerald's impulsive personality as he struggled to keep pace. What are you doing? Run! Antonio yelled, as Gerald cheerfully retorted, I'm going. From the Awaken Management Department, John Guang-al formally welcomed Mr. Watson and Director Antonio. Gerald, eager to skip formalities, impatiently demanded to see the Holy Sword, amusing John Guang-al before he was led right this way. A hand reached out to the glowing digital interface. John Guang-al led them into a futuristic vault, revealing, this is where the Holy Sword is being stored. Oh. Is this it? Gerald gasped, jaw dropped. Gerald, impatient to enter the tower, was reminded of the rental fee, which Antonio swiftly covered with a $10 million deposit, confirming his extreme rush. As John Guang-al cautioned him about the contract terms, Gerald, now clutching the Holy Sword, confidently declared losing it would absolutely never happen. Entering the 66th floor of the Black Tower with a mission to defeat 10 Dark Spectres in 15 hours, Gerald Watson unleashed his powerful White Radiance skill. First, I'll take them down one by one, Gerald declared, charging headlong into the fray against a dark zombie. 20 minutes later, Gerald Watson was still fighting with furious speed, wondering if this truly was the 66th floor, given how quickly his enemies fell. As Antonio mentally tallied the $20 million cost, Gerald Watson, Holy Sword in hand, triumphantly declared it was totally worth it. 5 days later, a stark, do not disturb sign hung on a door, signaling a deep need for solitude. Bong Joohyuk luxuriated in the blissful rest. He stirred, waking to the weight of the day of the random summon, a day of quiet contemplation. Lee Min-ah's chibi form floated with sage advice, proceed with a peaceful mind, for the heavens were wary of greed after the prayer ritual had brought him such great fortune. Following the shaman giant Dalrei's advice, Bong Joohyuk cut off all desires while waiting for the random summon, even disconnecting from team leader John and his family to go off the grid. Despite having money to eat anything, he chose cup ramen, truly reaching a state of letting go of gluttony. Today was the day to reap the fruits of his labor, as John Cossack, Go Bang, and Giant Dalrei were successfully summoned, arriving with their usual banter that amused Bong Joohyuk, even as he feigned offense before saying, "Let's go." With a determined gesture, Bong Joohyuk commanded, "Random summon," and the digital interface confirmed its initiation. A vortex of purple light erupted, but Bong Joohyuk immediately noticed, the light is much smaller than usual. Then, with a soft burst, the tiny light simply popped. From the dissipating light, a small, cute creature emerged, wearing a tiny hard hat. "Way! Hello, summoner," chirped Razix, a diligent R-grade labyrinth worker from the Beastkin race, whose catalog details flashed into view. "A hamster." Bong Joohyuk stammered, utterly shocked. With a distressed gulp, Bong Joohyuk sighed, convinced that an R-grade worker hamster was, honestly, a complete miss. His existing summons offered their assessments: small, it's round, and most importantly, no roll overlap. Razix, looking forlorn, meekly asked if it should go back, prompting an apologetic Bong Joohyuk to quickly unsummon it. He knew it was a waste, but facing such an anticlimactic outcome, Bong Joohyuk decided to use the skill cooldown reset ticket. His companions offered encouraging words, from warding off bad luck to emphasizing the need for a tower-climbing ally, and Bong Joohyuk, emboldened, declared, "Here we go one more time." The random summon initiated once more, erupting in a powerful burst of light. "Ha!" Bong Joohyuk exclaimed, for this was a light unlike any he'd seen, and then, a system notification declared he had achieved the first LSSR grade summon and could now enter the tower twice a day. Gasp! "It's here," he shrieked, overwhelmed with joy and disbelief, questioning if this LSSR summon and 2 daily tower entries were a dream or reality. A piece of red and black cloth unfurled dramatically, shimmering with blue light. Bong Joohyuk's chibi self watched in utter astonishment as a majestic, ancient figure, a Taoist immortal, appeared before them. The catalog detailed his new summon, Guangma, as the greatest of all time and public enemy of Murim, leaving Bong Joohyuk with an ominous sense of unease. Guangma's polite address, "Are you the summoner? It is an honor to meet such a noble person," brought a wave of relief to Bong Joohyuk, who then formally introduced himself. A sudden flash of blue light illuminated Bong Joohyuk's eye, signaling an unexpected revelation. Bong Joohyuk's translucent form drifted in a blue, digital void, prompting him to wonder if he was witnessing Guangma's story. He saw a time of national chaos, where an unspoken rule between government and Murim was shattered by the first warrior bold enough to break the taboo. Amidst a burning city, Guangma stood revealed as the Mad Demon, his sword raised high, embodying pure destruction. The vision revealed Guangma's brutal act: he decapitated the emperor and brazenly displayed his head in the market square. Declared a public enemy by all of Murim, Guangma finally met his end after 7 arduous days and nights, defeated by the combined might of his foes. How vicious, Bong Joohyuk thought, a bead of sweat forming, but he must be incredibly good at fighting. As Guangma acknowledged his companions, Bong Joohyuk asked them to say hello, only to realize they were all frozen in a strangely awkward atmosphere. With a dismissive huff, Guangma declared he had no desire to exchange words with such lowly creatures. Guangma, with a serious air, questioned Bong Joohyuk about the world's towers, learning that only one had collapsed and the highest floor reached was the 67th, realm of the undead. Aha! Guangma deduced, understanding why only one tower had fallen, then suggested that past the 70th floor, collapsing towers would appear everywhere, making Bong Joohyuk nervously stammer. The collapse of a tower was an omen of destruction, driving into the earth like a giant nail to alter the world, which Bong Joohyuk rationalized as not a problem right now, since there had only been one. "Do you know what the foulest part of conquering the towers is?" Guangma asked, leaving a chibi Bong Joohyuk completely unsure. Guangma explained the cunning trick: nationality restrictions meant the awakened could only conquer towers within their own country. Guangma confidently declared Bong Joohyuk's country safe with him present, asserting that the rabble of other nations could be ignored, a statement that deeply worried our hero and his summons. He pondered, but what good is it if only the summoner's country is safe? If all the towers in other countries collapse, the world will perish. "I do not wish for this world to end either," Guangma declared, "so I shall assist you," prompting Bong Joohyuk to nervously ask, with what?" A sinister smirk spread across Guangma's face as he repeated, "With what, you ask?" With a chilling cackle and glowing red eyes, Guangma declared his intention for world conquest, promising to make Bong Joohyuk the sole emperor, while he himself handled all the bloodshed. "See crazy!" Bong Joohyuk gasped, utterly horrified, then desperately commanded, "Please don't do that. It's an order." I cannot obey that order, Guangma stated, walking resolutely away, insisting his plan was necessary to save Bong Joohyuk and his world. Radiating purple energy, Guangma declared this his third principle, promising to return after eradicating the country's politicians and placing Bong Joohyuk at the pinnacle of power. Stop right there. John Cossack shouted, charging forward, convinced this old man was utterly crazy. Guangma turned, his eyes glowing red, utterly enraged by the killing intent directed at him. This won't do, Guangma snarled, threatening to slice one of them as a warning, alarming Bong Joohyuk, who quickly called out, Lord Guangma. Now I understand. Bong Joohyuk declared, as Guangma, eyes gleaming, triumphantly asked if he had finally grasped his intentions. I understand perfectly. Unsummoning you is dangerous. Unsummon Guangma. Bong Joohyuk frantically commanded, as Guangma, dissolving into light, cursed, damn it. 3 hours later, with Guangma's cooldown active, Bong Joohyuk and his relieved summons joyously cheered, hooray for Razix. Razix, utterly unaware of the chaos it had just averted, only chirped a confused, hui ********. At Incheon International Airport, the Antonio Tower raid director expressed satisfaction that the holy sword had been thoroughly tested. John Guang-al, however, was disappointed, feeling he deserved a discount after renting the holy sword twice, much to the Antonio Tower raid director's internal exasperation about the attempted swindle. Shifting gears, the Antonio Tower raid director announced he had heard some good news for John Guang-al. The director then revealed John Guang-al was up for a promotion, confirming for John Guang-al that U.S. intelligence was indeed formidable. The Antonio Tower raid director congratulated him on his upcoming role as deputy commissioner, then smoothly transitioned to another topic. The director then subtly probed about S++ clear rank items, but John Guang-al expertly deflected, recognizing the attempt to fish for information. With a final farewell, the Antonio Tower raid director wished John Guang-al a safe journey back. Meanwhile, the U.S. was currently raiding the 67th floor of the tower, where the formidable undead Phantom Reaper resided. John Guang-al calculated they had just made $20 million from the U.S. visit, confident they would return to rent the holy sword again. This incredible 26 billion won profit would surely delight player Bong, John Guang-al thought excitedly. Razix zipped energetically, a blur of motion. Gobang urgently warned everyone to lift their feet. A summoned warrior swiftly hopped to avoid the darting creature. Dust vanished from every corner with Razix's rapid, almost magical efficiency. Trash disappeared, and everything found its place with impossible swiftness. Bong Joohyuk gaped in astonishment, wondering if items returning to their places by themselves was yet another of Razix's incredible skills. Razix effortlessly gathered laundry, then immediately set the washing machine humming. Dishes were not just washed, but dried to a sparkling, stain-free perfection. You're amazing, Razix. Bong Joohyuk declared, utterly impressed. The other summons showered Razix with praise and affection, declaring the tiny cleaner worthy of the title chief servant. Bong Joohyuk told Razix to take a well-deserved break, offering a jar of mixed nuts, which Razix happily accepted. As Razix munched contentedly, Bong Joohyuk asked his summons if they also found Razix surprisingly helpful. Gobang acknowledged Razix's cleaning prowess but doubted its combat utility for tower climbing, leading Bong Joohyuk to consider replacing the cute summon after its 30-day cooldown. As Razix questioned them, Bong Joohyuk and another summon froze in comical shock, caught discussing Razix's combat potential and noticing all the peanuts were gone. Gobang suggested commemorating their new member by clearing the 41st floor, and Bong Joohyuk readily agreed, relieved that Razix hadn't heard their earlier, less than flattering discussion. They entered the 41st floor of the Black Tower, where their mission was to defeat 15 ironclad basilisks, and where giant land beasts now began to appear. The ironclad basilisk was a terrifying, reptilian monster, 7 to 8 meters long, a true giant among land beasts. Its paralysis beam froze anyone who met its gaze, rendering escape impossible, though counter-items now offered some hope. But Bong Joohyuk had no need for such evasions or countermeasures, for his true strength lay elsewhere. His 3 SSR warriors unleashed a furious assault, turning the fearsome basilisk into a mere target for abuse. To speed things up for team dinner, Bong Joohyuk confidently offered to hunt 3 basilisks himself. One of his summoned warriors abruptly stopped him, stating he couldn't join the fight, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly bewildered. You need to protect Razix, the warrior insisted, highlighting the summoned's small and undeniably cute form. Bong Joohyuk sighed, admitting his real worry that Razix, being so bite-sized, might be eaten by a monster again, just as in its past life. Bong Joohyuk recalled the memory of Razix's past life, when it was a top-tier worker among labyrinth adventurers. Razix truly was an all-rounder, capable of anything from cooking and laundry to mining and weapon repair. This beastkin could have the difficulty of labyrinth exploration, yet it was treated merely as a worker, constantly undertaking dangerous gathering missions, unnoticed by the adventurers. Razix's past life ended tragically, devoured by Apophis, the giant snake boss, prompting Bong Joohyuk to wonder if his other summons were better suited to protect the frail creature. A summoned warrior declared her intention to tie down the basilisk, ready for battle. A powerful blow struck the basilisk with a crushing impact. With his other summons fully engaged in battle, Bong Joohyuk resigned himself to guarding Razix. "Razix, stick right by my side," Bong Joohyuk instructed, only to find the summon had already vanished. Bong Joohyuk panicked, wondering how Razix, who had been right beside him, could simply disappear. Then, a faint "wing" caught his sharp attention. Bong Joohyuk suddenly realized Razix had somehow darted far across the area. With sudden determination, Bong Joohyuk charged forward, intent on saving Razix. He skidded to a halt, calling out Razix's name, only to find the summon had vanished once more. Bong Joohyuk spotted Razix rapidly rolling under a tree, baffled by its strange new activity. Razix continued its rapid rolling, prompting Bong Joohyuk to marvel at its incredible speed despite its tiny legs. Bong Joohyuk finally understood Razix's rolling method of movement, finding it incredibly cute. Bong Joohyuk gasped as multiple notifications announced the 41st floor cleared, a level up, rewards, and an S++ rank, all achieved while he had simply been chasing Razix. Bong Joohyuk congratulated his summons, who humbly credited him for the victory, while he privately scoffed, admitting he hadn't even drawn his weapon. Razix suddenly gave a startled twitch. Razix unexpectedly burst into tears, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly confused as to why. His summons worried if Razix was hurt, but the creature tearfully explained the raid had ended too quickly, puzzling Bong Joohyuk, who saw quick raids as a good thing. Razix knelt apologetically, presenting only a small bundle of gathered items. Go Bang examined the plants, identifying them as valuable herbs. Another warrior noted a piece of basilisk leather among the collection. Bong Joohyuk then noticed a glowing pile, estimating at least 20 kilograms of mana stones. Bong Joohyuk slowly grasped the implication: all these valuable items had been gathered by Razix, inside the tower itself. That was actually possible. Bong Joohyuk exclaimed in utter disbelief. He swallowed hard, internally arguing that if gathering inside the tower were truly possible, the world wouldn't have faced such a severe material shortage for so long. In the early days of the Black Tower, countless attempts to extract items by placing them in inventories consistently failed. Even exiting while physically holding items proved futile, every attempt resulted in failure. Only monster drops could ever be brought out of the tower, yet Razix had effortlessly stored these forbidden items in its backpack as if it were the most natural thing in the world. A summoned warrior playfully nudged Razix, asking if it had truly gathered all these items. While another summon found Razix adorable, the tiny creature apologized for its meager collection, making Bong Joohyuk note it was the fastest hunt he'd ever witnessed. Bong Joohyuk shrewdly asked if slowing down the hunt would allow Razix to gather more, to which the summon enthusiastically promised 10 times more. 10 times? Bong Joohyuk gasped, utterly thunderstruck. The prospect of such an immense haul of precious items made Bong Joohyuk ecstatically imagine his bank balance skyrocketing. His heart pounding, Bong Joohyuk eagerly suggested re-entering the tower right away, but Razix questioned it, recalling the 1 entry per day rule. Bong Joohyuk smugly declared he could enter twice, thanks to a super sweet achievement reward that allowed 2 tower entries per day, earning Razix's starry-eyed admiration. As he re-entered the 41st floor, Bong Joohyuk sighed in self-recrimination, realizing Razix's gathering ability completely outclassed an SSR summon, making his earlier thoughts of dismissal utterly insane. Triumphantly perched atop his summoned warriors, Bong Joohyuk declared, "Onwards, Meatball Palanquin. Escort Lord Razix." Upon entering the 41st floor of the Black Tower, Bong Joohyuk laid out the new strategy for his repeated run, emphasizing a slow pace for Razix's comfort. John Cossack saluted, the muscular Guangma smirked about slowly killing the lizard, and another summon blushingly offered to assist Razix, all confirming their understanding with powerful eagerness. Little Razix bounced, ready for the day's gentle work. The summons rushed forward with a flurry of powerful strides, as Razix, struggling to keep up, scattered golden coins from its backpack while calling out to clear the way. The massive foot of the ironclad basilisk slammed down, announcing its powerful presence with a crushing force. A menacing roar echoed, vibrating with raw power. Guangma unleashed a powerful, multi-pronged attack. With a flex and a punch, Guangma struck the beast, eliciting a cry of pain. The powerful blows rained down, forcing a pained yelp from the basilisk. Guangma triumphantly presented the thoroughly defeated basilisk, informing the hesitant worker Razix that he had caught the lizard. But the sight only made Razix tremble and whimper in distress. John Cossack and another summon furiously berated Guangma for his excessive force, leaving the muscular warrior confused about why simply catching the basilisk caused such a fuss. Razix explained that such a brutal kill completely ruined the valuable hide, a realization that dawned on Bong Joohyuk as he understood Gwangma's relentless smashing had caused irreparable damage. Just then, a golden mace of cold twilight materialized, a tower-exclusive weapon that granted immense power and freezing effects, making Bong Joohyuk grateful for the unexpected but currently unnecessary gift. Determined, Bong Joohyuk declared he would hunt one cleanly himself, ensuring the hide wouldn't be ruined this time. Razix immediately warned that the mace would freeze and shatter the hide, further stating that the summoner didn't need to hunt at all, leaving Bong Joohyuk exasperated at how all his summons, even Razix, seemed to conspire against his efforts. Thus, a precise hunting routine was devised. First, Giant Dalray cast confusion upon the basilisk, making the beast stumble in disorientation. Next, Meatball, Gwangma, forcibly immobilized the basilisk by breaking its legs, ensuring it couldn't move. Finally, John Cossack delivered the decisive, clean finishing blow. And there it was, one pristine basilisk, perfectly preserved and ready for harvesting. Bong Joohyuk wondered how someone so small could skin such a massive hide, but Razix rushed forward with a glowing tool, ready to begin. Razix worked with astonishing speed, its tool striking precisely. Golden threads wrapped and peeled away the hide with magical swiftness. The hide extracted, leaving behind a glowing, essence-filled orb. Despite Razix's adorable appearance, Bong Joohyuk was shocked by the brutal efficiency of its cutting, a thought that echoed his own narrated surprise. Regardless, the result was impressive, a whole basilisk hide, acquired so expertly that the skill itself remained a mystery. The summons erupted in applause, cheering for Razix's success and efficiency as the little worker basked in their appreciation. And just like that, they acquired a second hide, then a third, the process magically repeating itself. After the seventh hide, Razix declared itself done, surprising Bong Joohyuk, who then realized his own bag was full, confirming that even magical backpacks had their limits, especially when a single basilisk hide proved so enormous. Monster leather, a rare and expensive commodity typically used for player-exclusive armor like the combat boots he wore, was a luxury beyond most. Despite immense demand from celebrities and the ultra-wealthy, its scarcity meant that even with money, these exclusive products remained unattainable, their prices dictated solely by the sellers. A sudden thought then struck him: if he were to feed Razix a summon grade-up rune, wouldn't the strongest worker in history be born? Returning home, Bong Joohyuk congratulated his summons on their great work, asking them to clear the living room so he could sort their newly acquired items. Spread out before him were 7 whole basilisk hides, 1 scrap, 50 kilograms of mana stones worth 25 million won, and various freshly picked medicinal herbs, as Razix proudly hammered a sign attesting to their quality. The sheer quantity of items amazed him, his earlier thought of 10 times more now seemed a hundredfold understatement. He commanded everything be moved to his inventory, noting how half of it filled up at once with a digital hum. But the inventory was not the real problem, his house was now hopelessly packed, with Meatball making a mess while Razix struggled to move, much to the other summons' frustration. Bong Joohyuk realized he could no longer put off moving, yet even a 10 billion won house felt insufficient after his tastes had been needlessly elevated. His standards had been set too high by team leader John Gwangma's penthouse, making him long for such a place, until he suddenly remembered to check on the Holy Sword rental and was instantly met with an astonishing reply. He gasped in shock: the US had rented it twice. That meant $20 million, a staggering 26 billion won. Trembling, he realized that with this much, he could finally afford the penthouse. Gentle waves lapped against the shore. Overwhelmed with emotion, Bong Joohyuk knelt on the beach, offering a tearful, heartfelt prayer of gratitude to America and his brother Gerald for saving him and making him rich. With a few claps, Bong Joohyuk gathered his summons, declaring he had a major announcement to make. John Cossack saluted, another bowed respectfully, and Gwangma declared himself ready to listen, all eager for their young master's news. Grinning, Bong Joohyuk announced they were moving to the penthouse they'd seen before, eliciting surprise, tears of joy from Gwangma, and a questioning reminder from John Cossack about his past reluctance to manage a big house. Another summon questioned who would clean such a large house, just as Razix scurried past, already on a cleaning mission. John Cossack laughed with relief, realizing with Bong Joohyuk that cleaning would be no problem at all, thanks to Razix's sparkling efforts. Bong Joohyuk asked Razix if it desired anything to eat, and when the little worker requested carrots, another summon eagerly offered to feed them, which he gladly accepted. Bong Joohyuk reflected on the stormy day, finding it absurd how what seemed like a bus became a jackpot, and vice versa, making tower conquest feel like a ridiculous endeavor. As Razix happily crunched on a carrot, Bong Joohyuk realized he didn't need any LSSR summons when he had such a treasure trove right before him. The next day, Bong Joohyuk arrived and was warmly greeted by his father, who excitedly welcomed him. His father eagerly called him over, ready to share tales of his recent fishing trip in Incheon. With a hearty laugh, his father proudly displayed a picture, impressing Bong Joohyuk with an 80-centimeter Red Sea bream, a truly huge catch. His father boasted that it was his personal best and that his hip joints must be completely healed, now making him the spryest among his friends. Bong Joohyuk wondered if his family's recent string of good fortune was due to the luck and health talismans he had given them. He then noticed an expensive air purifier, expressing regret that he hadn't bought one for them sooner and surprised at their extravagant purchase. His father then revealed he hadn't bought it at all, but won it, along with a massage chair, in consecutive raffles, making Bong Joohyuk realize the immense, almost excessive, power of Princess Giant Daorei's talisman. With a sudden sound, his brother appeared, asking if anything good had happened to him lately, catching Bong Joohyuk off guard. His brother excitedly described his incredible luck in an FPS game, dominating everyone and skyrocketing his rank, prompting Bong Joohyuk to press for any unexpected good fortune instead. His brother then recounted finding a 501 coin next to a trash can after being short for a library vending machine, proclaiming it as crazy luck. Bong Joohyuk's bland response to the truly trivial fortune made him question if his own family's luck was getting out of hand, but at least everyone was doing well. His mother urged him to stay for a meal, but Bong Joohyuk politely declined due to an appointment, instead inviting his brother to the convenience store. On his phone, Bong Joohyuk confirmed his departure, while his brother asked if he had called a taxi, which he denied. As Bong Joohyuk waved goodbye to his brother, a limousine pulled up with a screech, leaving his brother utterly shocked. Still wide-eyed and bewildered, his brother mused on the luxurious perks of elite players, admitting he could never get used to such extravagance. Bong Joohyuk expressed slight embarrassment that John Gwang-ael had come all this way, but the team leader explained he was simply passing by and remembered his visit to his parents' home. John Gwang-ael then confessed his worry since that incident, and seeing Bong Joohyuk doing well brought him great ease. Recalling Bong Joohyuk's need for a large space, John Gwang-ael inquired, and Bong Joohyuk confirmed, explaining that the material items he needed to show were quite bulky. John Gwang-ael then declared they would head to the management department's special material warehouse, as their car sped away into a tunnel. Inside a massive warehouse, John Gwang-ael warned Bong Joohyuk he might be surprised, prompting the latter to ask if he should take out the materials. John Gwang-ael confidently dismissed the idea of being surprised, assuring Bong Joohyuk that he had seen every rare material imaginable. With a sudden whoosh, an enormous, glowing blue ironclad basilisk hide materialized from thin air, startling both men. John Gwang-ael shrieked, mistaking the massive hide for a living monster. He flailed, collapsing backwards amidst a cascade of boxes. John Gwang-ael remained stunned on the floor, staring up at the colossal, floating hide. As John Gwang-ael sat dumbfounded, Bong Joohyuk internally apologized for the shock, despite having issued a warning beforehand. John Gwang-ael then recognized it as an ironclad basilisk, impressing Bong Joohyuk, who inwardly praised his coolness and proudly reflected on how easily he had slipped out the whole, magnificent hide. Bong Joohyuk then casually offered to take out the rest, leaving a visibly nervous John Gwang-ael utterly confused. With a smug grin, Bong Joohyuk casually announced he had 6 more of these incredible hides. Utterly overwhelmed, John Gwang-ael stammered in disbelief, questioning just who Bong Joohyuk truly was. Bong Joohyuk observed the raw herbs, unlike any he had ever encountered, alongside a freshly skinned monster hide that shimmered with strange energy. This single, freshly skinned hide was a marvel, its worth possibly exceeding the entire Awaken management department's monthly budget. John Gwang-ael, utterly baffled, wondered how Bong Joohyuk had managed to bring such a colossal haul out of the tower from a single clear. Bong Joohyuk, barely concealing his excitement, sheepishly asked the team leader just how much fortune this incredible bounty would bring. John Gwang-ael, running a hand over the monstrous hide, requested more time for appraisal, confirming Bong Joohyuk's suspicion that its value was not easily discerned. The department usually priced items quickly, but John Gwang-ael affirmed that these unique materials were unlike anything they had ever encountered. John Gwang-ael repeated his astonished question, and Bong Joohyuk, a little awkwardly, confirmed that this entire, impossible haul truly came from a single clear. A chibi John Gwang-ael's internal voice desperately hoped this incredible feat was merely a one-time anomaly. With a spark of confidence in his eye, Bong Joohyuk declared he could bring back even more, shocking his companion. As Bong Joohyuk confidently offered a steady, continuous supply, John Gwang-ael could only stammer in utter disbelief, completely overwhelmed. John Gwang-ael internally rationalized that an S++ record holder like Bong Joohyuk must simply have his ways, deciding it was best not to ask too many questions lest he scare him away. With a newfound resolve, John Gwang-ael offered to purchase all the herbs at double the standard price, much to Bong Joohyuk's delighted surprise. He then proposed an even bolder idea, releasing the valuable basilisk hides directly to the civilian market. Bong Joohyuk's eyes gleamed as he enthusiastically agreed, envisioning the hides selling like hotcakes. Bong Joohyuk humbly asked the department to handle the civilian sales, and when John Gwang-ael readily agreed, Bong Joohyuk even offered a whole hide as commission, which the team leader politely declined. John Guangael swiftly proposed they broker the penthouse previously discussed, offering to transfer ownership immediately, but Bong Joohyuk emphatically insisted on paying for it himself. John Guangael, sweating with desperation, implored him to accept the penthouse for free, willing to bear any cost. Bong Joohyuk, disliking the idea of future obligations, politely but firmly refused the free offer, instructing them to deduct the penthouse cost from his holy sword rental earnings instead. John Cossack, exuding boundless confidence, introduced himself as Summoner Bong's first summon and invaluable right-hand man. The self-proclaimed artist of the Red Ribbon, John Cossack, concluded his introduction before launching into the crucial missions from the 42nd to the 45th floors. He explained that the 42nd floor featured the long-tailed basilisk, a monster with little special about it beyond its dangerous tail blade. Worker Razix erupted in an enthusiastic burst, earning a point for zeal from John Cossack, who then encouraged all questions. When Razix asked about skinning the long-tailed basilisk, John Cossack clarified they would prioritize an S++ record on the first clear and skin it during subsequent runs. He then detailed the Ironjaw basilisk on the 43rd floor and the Thorn-scale basilisk on the 44th, deciding to skip skinning the latter due to its damaging thorns. John Cossack paused to ask if there were any questions before moving on to the next critical point. He dramatically unveiled the Rainbow Basilisk, the formidable boss of the 45th floor, declaring it the key target they would repeatedly take down. One of the female summons impatiently interrupted, questioning the strategy of staying on the 45th floor. A chibi John Cossack sternly reminded the princess to seek permission before speaking, while she internally seethed at the ridiculous formality. John Cossack, emanating a powerful aura, sternly reminded her that he possessed full delegated authority from Summoner Bong, a fact not to be forgotten, even by a princess. The female summon hesitantly requested permission to speak, which John Cossack gleefully granted, much to the nervous amusement of the others. She then posed her critical question: why stay on the 45th floor when higher floors might offer more efficient gathering, prompting John Cossack to prepare his answer. John Cossack explained that monsters from the 46th floor, like the displayed scorpion, offered no valuable hides and were too time-consuming to dismantle, a fact confirmed by Worker Razix. He countered by highlighting the 45th floor's abundance of all basilisk types, especially the magnificent Rainbow Basilisk boss, which he guaranteed would be a lucrative source of income. Chibi John Cossack revealed that Summoner Bong, despite his successes, was currently house poor after his recent rash purchase, a fact Bong Joohyuk humbly acknowledged. The challenge lay in the brief window between defeating the boss and exiting the tower, demanding swift skinning, and John Cossack put the crucial task to Worker Razix. Razix erupted with an enthusiastic cry, its morale clearly boosted by John Cossack's challenge and meticulous preparations. Bong Joohyuk confidently summarized the plan: a swift ascent to the 45th floor to sweep up hides, declaring it was time to make some serious money. The bright new day dawned. A stark sales analysis report for the Wildflower brand sat open, hinting at poor performance. HG Fashion CEO Go Yona sighed heavily, her ambitious plans for Wildflower yielding utterly dismal results. She reflected on her company's already precarious position within the HG group, feeling the failure only magnified their ridiculous standing, when a soft knock sounded at her door. Her employee informed her of an official document from the Awaken Management Department, outlining a public-private joint project. She dismissively suggested a subordinate handle it, but her employee clarified that her personal attendance as CEO was specifically requested. Still confident in her decision, the CEO insisted they send the vice president, believing that would demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Her employee bowed slightly, confirming he would forward the document as instructed. The CEO fell silent, deep in thought. With a soft sigh, she called out, stopping the retreating man. She apologized for her earlier sharpness, blaming her stress over the Wildflower brand's failure, and instructed him to leave the documents. Despite her low expectations, a nagging feeling compelled her to attend the meeting herself. Upon entering the 42nd floor of the Black Tower, the mission to defeat 15 long-tailed basilisks was announced, as the fiery Guangma immediately began to act up. Information about the potent golden aegis of Warm Dawn and golden mace of Cold Twilight flashed into existence. A summon desperately tried to restrain the horse-headed warrior, explaining that its alpha male instincts were particularly unyielding in the tower today. Guangma charged forward with a furious roar, his pent-up desire to hunt finally unleashed after far too long. A terrifying tail blade attack sliced through the air, but the danger was just beginning. Bong Joohyuk's shadow step had reached a new level of mastery. His incredible speed now created afterimages, practically a form of cloning. He struck the long-tailed basilisk with a thunderous impact. The mighty falling thunder flash erupted, engulfing the basilisk in golden lightning. Despite having only caught one monster, a notification declared an S++ clear and awarded a platinum badge, leaving Bong Joohyuk to wonder at the surprisingly swift victory. He realized his summons had likely rushed the clear to prevent him from overhunting, and he sighed with relief to have secured at least one kill after so long. A delicious bowl of noodles appeared. The team returned home for a well-deserved short break, enjoying snacks and drinks together. Re-entering the 42nd floor, they focused solely on harvesting hides, filling Razix's bag to its 7 hide capacity, successfully completing the mission and earning a mana stone. The next day brought the roaring Ironjaw Basilisk on the 43rd floor. And the day after, the Thornscale Basilisk awaited on the 44th, though its unusable hides meant repeat runs would focus on the 43rd floor instead. Finally, the team arrived at the long-awaited 45th floor, confronting a mission to defeat 60 basilisks and 1 rainbow basilisk within 13 hours. Given the rainbow basilisk's extremely rare hide, they planned to gather it on both the first and second clears, hoping to secure 2 precious hides that very day. With powerful attacks, the summons rapidly cleared the initial wave of basilisks, quickly reaching their target of 60 defeated monsters. The formidable rainbow basilisk roared into existence, prompting John Cossack to issue a sharp warning to hold on tight. When Gobang struggled with the basilisk's incredibly slippery hide, John Cossack quickly redirected him to seize its jaw instead. Bong Joohyuk realized that while killing the boss was simple, taking it down in perfect condition for its hide presented an entirely different, far greater challenge. Worker Razix stood poised, ready to spring into action at any moment, the team having extensively practiced the critical, immediate skinning despite their 1 in 3 failure rate. John Cossack roared the final command, igniting the decisive phase of the battle. Razix unleashed a flurry of spinning golden energy blades. It powerfully struck the rainbow basilisk with specialized golden tools. Razix culminated its assault in a massive, devastating golden explosion. The iridescent hide of the rainbow basilisk shimmered as it was skillfully peeled away. The critical whole hide skinning was a resounding success. John Cossack and the entire team erupted in cheers, celebrating Mr. Razix's triumph, declaring him truly on fire. The key to acquiring basilisk hides lay in peeling them quickly, and despite his initial worries about their practice failures, Bong Joohyuk's mother assured him he had done well for his first attempt. Thankfully, the team had succeeded twice that day, securing 2 rainbow basilisk hides in a single day, a feat that made the second run surprisingly easier, a testament to Razix's quick learning. As his chibi summons celebrated with their own new cheer, Bong Joohyuk felt their teamwork growing stronger, confident that each repeat clear would only get easier. With the initial challenges cleared, Bong Joohyuk reached out to the glowing interface, ready for what came next. It was finally time to unveil his hard-earned perks. A sudden wave of nervousness washed over Bong Joohyuk, making him wonder if something strange was about to appear as his perk. His mother gently reminded him that unexpected outcomes could still be blessings, while John Cossack declared his unwavering faith, making Bong Joohyuk so emotionally overwhelmed he had to wipe away a stray tear. Bong Joohyuk, though, couldn't help but feel a touch of exasperation at John Cossack's overly confident, just click it, advice. Energized by the encouragement buff from his summons, Bong Joohyuk decided it was time to confront the perks directly. He voiced his anxiety, hoping the reward wouldn't be another random box, wishing instead for a direct, straightforward boon. A multinational tower access ticket appeared in his inventory, a single-use pass to any tower regardless of nationality, yet limited by his level, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly confused. Razix, ever eager for a trade enhancement, pressed him for details, oblivious to Bong Joohyuk's growing annoyance. Far from a trade enhancement, Bong Joohyuk lamented the weird outcome, frustrated that it wasn't even a summon grade-up rune, a sentiment Razix echoed with genuine disappointment. Determined to avoid another bad draw, Bong Joohyuk declared their next perk would require a sacrificial ritual, though his immediate frustration led him to order a feast instead. A lavish feast of everything they desired magically appeared on the table, a testament to their newfound abundance. A can of soda was unceremoniously opened. Bong Joohyuk declared a binge to counter his gloomy mood over the failed perk draw, successfully coaxing a hesitant Razix to join John Cossack in celebratory drinks. Meanwhile, at the Awaken Management Department, Lee Min-ah guided the confident CEO Go Yunha towards the conference room. There, Go Yunha formally met Kim Seekjin, managing director of Ilsong Apparel, and inquired about the absent CEO Jong, who was attending a fashion show in New York. As Yang Sejuan, executive director of Daehoon Corporation, introduced himself, Go Yunha wryly observed that she was the only CEO present. With a self-assured smirk, Go Yunha wondered if she should playfully feign busyness and simply leave. Just then, a late arrival stepped into the conference room, apologizing for his delay. He introduced himself with confident authority as John Gwang-ael, Deputy Commissioner of the Awaken Management Department. Go Yunha reacted with a sharp gasp of surprise, realizing the Deputy Commissioner himself had personally come. John Gwang-ael, the true power behind the department, had shaped South Korea into an advanced tower-climbing nation, leading the elite team player project. His full support was rumored to be the driving force behind Nam Jae-eun's rise as a star player and South Korea's equivalent standing with the US in tower climbs. Go Yunha, recognizing him as the predicted next commissioner, concluded that her attendance had indeed been a wise decision. John Guang-al, however, began with an apology, dismissing the representatives from Ilsong Apparel and Daehoon Corporation for another time. He then explained that his official document had specifically requested the CEOs to attend, for a very good reason. The two executives, Kim Seetjin and Yang Sejuan, frantically offered to contact their CEOs immediately, desperate to salvage the situation. Unyielding, John Guang-al reiterated his internal policy, stating he would only speak with CEO Go Yunha. While the two executives scrambled to make calls, John Guang-al and Go Yunha calmly moved away. With a confident smirk, Go Yunha asked John Guang-al if fortune had unexpectedly favored her. John Guang-al chuckled, suggesting she was merely getting closer to luck, prompting Go Yunha to confidently reach into her bag for something she prepared to seize that opportunity. Go Yunha presented an armor design, conceived by HG Fashion's chief designer with player Nam Jaeun as its motif, confidently asserting that her company was the best choice for any fashion-related business the department might pursue. John Guang-al, though surprised by her directness, found himself impressed by the HG Fashion CEO's proactive approach. He then politely invited Go Yunha to another location, hinting at something important he wished to show her. As they entered a heavily secured warehouse, John Guang-al explained it was where tower materials purchased from players were stored, clarifying the tight security. He then handed Go Yunha a jacket, warning her of the extreme cold inside. Massive, heavy doors slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit interior. Wrapped in hooded jackets, John Guang-al and Go Yunha continued deeper into the cold facility. John Guang-al announced their arrival, preparing to illuminate the dark, cavernous space and advising Go Yunha not to be alarmed. Go Yunha's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as the lights came on. Before her, preserved in a specially treated frame, was a massive, glowing whole basilisk hide, including ironclad, iron jaw, and longtail variants, John Guang-al explained. John Guang-al proudly declared that of their 36 secured hides, 34 were now displayed before her, leaving Go Yunha utterly speechless with incredulity. Go Yunha realized the immense value of these hides as John Guang-al revealed plans to supply them to the private sector for daily fashion, not just armor, acknowledging their global demand. Go Yunha, barely concealing her astonishment, confirmed that tower materials would indeed be supplied to private companies, and John Guang-al indicated HG Fashion had a high chance of being a recipient. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Go Yunha envisioned stamping her Wildflower brand on such a rare hide. The thought of releasing fashion items crafted from such precious material sent shivers of thrilling possibility down her spine. Go Yunha then questioned the whereabouts of the two remaining hides, a question John Guang-al had clearly anticipated. A glowing, ethereal tail portion of a basilisk hide was then unveiled. Go Yunha's eye widened in profound shock, reflecting the dazzling light. She cried out in amazement at the rainbow basilisk hide's incredible vitality, as if it were still alive and moving. Go Yunha's face glowed with ecstasy, declaring the hide's beauty so profound it was already a work of art. As John Guang-al outlined plans for the first batch, Go Yunha eagerly interjected, demanding the second batch for HG Fashion as well, prompting him to mention a crucial condition for discussion. John Guang-al stipulated that the matter remain a secret until the hide was commercialized, to which Go Yunha confidently promised non-disclosure agreements from her technicians. Go Yunha then shifted to the critical business question, directly inquiring about the price of the hides. John Guang-al admitted it was a difficult problem, revealing they were currently purchasing even cushion-sized scrap hides for 10 million won each. Even these small, faded scrap pieces, with their crushed patterns, were incredibly rare and virtually unobtainable for the private sector. John Guang-al noted the vast difference in quality, even to the naked eye, and offered Go Yunha a sample to have her company's leather experts determine its value. John Guang-al offered a confident, knowing smile. Go Yunha, impressed by his strategic move, recognized John Guang-al as no ordinary man. Meanwhile, in Cheongdam, Seoul, the prestigious Ark Hill apartment stood bathed in the hues of dawn or dusk. Bong Joohyuk, wide-eyed with excitement, ascended in a glass elevator alongside an assistant. Pressing his face against the glass, Bong Joohyuk exclaimed in awe at the incredible night view of the city. After the apartment's registration transfer, Bong Joohyuk proudly declared this was his very first apartment as he entered his new home, guided by the assistant. The assistant welcomed Bong Joohyuk to his new home, explaining the key card for the private elevator and offering 24/7 assistance before departing. Holding the key card, a chibi Bong Joohyuk sparkled with unbridled joy, ecstatic at the prospect of spending his first night in such a place. Our hero gleefully ran through the spacious, luxurious apartment, declaring he never wanted to return to his old studio. Bong Joohyuk proudly introduced his grand new home to his utterly amazed summons and mother, inviting them to explore. Guangma, perched on a sparkling, luxurious toilet, humorously declared that using such a work of art for its intended purpose would be a sin. His mother, marveling at the sheer size of the 300 pyeong, 10-room apartment, noted the astonishing presence of a private inner elevator. John Cossack joyfully ran through the high-ceilinged rooms, delighted by the space, only for Gwangma to comically scold him for disrespecting the home Bong Joohyuk had built with his blood and sweat. Bong Joohyuk discovered and excitedly utilized the apartment's movie theater, complete with insane sound and all the latest game consoles. Bong Joohyuk expressed utter disbelief and astonishment at the sheer number of luxurious amenities, including 8 refrigerators and 11 bathrooms. From the panoramic windows, Bong Joohyuk and his mother gazed out in quiet amazement at the breathtaking, sparkling city nightscape. Together, Bong Joohyuk, his mother, and his summons shared a peaceful moment, appreciating the beautiful city lights. Gwangma, John Cossack, and Bong Joohyuk's mother all expressed their solemn determination to protect the world, especially for the summoner. Deeply moved by their heartfelt declarations, Bong Joohyuk acknowledged this lethal dose of romance and rallied his companions to continue their good work together. John Gwang-il assured Bong Joohyuk that his new apartment had been completely renovated to erase any trace of the previous owner, with the entire moving process handled by professionals. And just like that, the move was complete, transforming Bong Joohyuk's life from a small office-tel to a sprawling penthouse. The sheer size was incredible, but it was the insane quality of the amenities, like the luxurious indoor pool where his summons splashed and plunged, that truly amazed him. Bong Joohyuk reveled in the heated water, a blissful vision, declaring the early summer chill combined with such luxury to be his fucking dream. Playfully, John Cossack poked at summoned warrior Gobang, calling him meatball, while Gwangma serenely read a book nearby. With mischievous grins, John Cossack and summoned warrior Gobang lifted Gwangma, still in her chair and clutching her book, declaring that reading was bad for her back and they would help her exercise. With a hearty heave-ho, the duo launched Gwangma, chair and all, into the pool, eliciting a surprised shriek from her. Gwangma surfaced from the sparkling water, soaked and seething, her rosary beads glowing with ominous purple energy as she simmered and murmured with discontent. Suddenly, John Cossack and summoned warrior Gobang clutched their stomachs, their eyes wide with pain as a distinct rumbling erupted from within. A frantic scurrying ensued as both warriors raced for the bathrooms, John Cossack shouting that with so many available, they didn't need to take turns, while a chibi Bong Joohyuk made a mental squishing note not to mess with Princess Jian Daorei. Calmed and curious, Summon Gwangma asked about Summon Razix, recalling she hadn't seen him in a while. Elsewhere, a chibi Summon Razix squealed in pure, unadulterated terror. Whirring into action, an electronic cleaning robot activated, its whomp of movement sending chibi Summon Razix into a trembling panic. The high-tech cleaning robot initiated its Pro AI cleaning mode, clinically announcing its quick and accurate operation with a whirring hum. Determined, chibi Summon Razix defiantly pushed against the whirring robot, declaring himself the true worker of the house as it clashed and resisted. A chibi Bong Joohyuk smiled gently, a soft rumble of amusement in his thoughts, wondering if their Razix was battling a lonely war for his job security. Summoned warrior Gobang blinked, seemingly dazed, and declared he had seen heaven, before looking confused as Bong Joohyuk called him meatball. With a silent zap, Bong Joohyuk seemed to directly implant understanding into summoned warrior Gobang, whose eyes went wide as purple energy arced around his head. Bong Joohyuk's repeated, insistent instruction to please place the device on the floor, caused summoned warrior Gobang to shift and zap the cleaning robot he held. With a mighty crash and shattering impact, summoned warrior Gobang executed the electronic servant, dramatically destroying the cleaning robot while chibi Summon Razix watched in terror. Overcome with relief, chibi Summon Razix squealed with pure, sparkling joy. For days after moving, Bong Joohyuk narrated his relentless clearing of the 45th floor twice daily for whole basilisk hides, noting the crucial need to seize opportunities as they arose. He explained that each clear yielded 7 whole basilisk hides, adding up to a formidable 14 hides per day. While John Gwang-il admired the whoosh of gathered hides, Bong Joohyuk, a chibi version in his thoughts, pondered why it was harder to meet Section Chief Lee Min-ah, who collected them, than to obtain the hides themselves. Lee Min-ah, professional and serious, informed Bong Joohyuk that she had something important to discuss. With a sudden command, Lee Min-ah instructed him to stop gathering hides, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly bewildered. A chibi Lee Min-ah explained the order came directly from the deputy commissioner, promising to elaborate on the why. She detailed 2 reasons. A lack of processing facilities and the risk of rarity depreciation from oversupply, which a chibi Bong Joohyuk logically accepted as valid. The next day, John Cossack raged, his frustration palpable as he demanded accountability for the change of plans. John Cossack continued his furious complaints about the vanished promise of money, while Gwangma added her irritated sigh about Razix's wasted efforts. John Cossack snapped his head, berating someone for their ignorance of production and sales logistics despite their initial confidence, as summoned warrior Gobang quietly suggested they should have just mined mana stones instead. Summoned warrior Gobang mused internally about karma striking John Cossack, while Bong Joohyuk, a cheerful chibi in his thoughts, reassured everyone that the delay was temporary and not Cossack's fault. Feeling too much sympathy for John Cossack, Bong Joohyuk decisively declared an end to talks of the 72nd floor, proposing they begin clearing the 46th floor tomorrow, a plan met with enthusiastic agreement and squeals from all his chibi summons. The next day, they entered the 46th floor of the Black Tower, a dark, rocky expanse swarming with dangerous giant scorpions that demanded total elimination and a minimum of 20 days to clear. For an ordinary player, this section consumed the most healing potions, its success determined by how many were secured. But summoned warrior Gobang was no ordinary player, effortlessly shattering a scorpion monster with a crunch and crack. With a decisive click, summoned warrior Gobang gripped a glowing scorpion pincer, ready for battle. Meatball mercilessly crushed and grinded the scorpions with their own pincers, drawing enough aggro to keep the rest safe. John Cossack followed up with quick, impactful finishing blows while Princess Giant Dalray provided reliable buffs with clinking magic, ensuring coordinated teamwork. Meanwhile, Bong Joohyuk schemed, his purple aura radiating a sinister smirk as he rubbed his hands, planning to slyly snatch the spoils of battle while everyone else was distracted. Bong Joohyuk's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden, metallic clanging from above, leaving him surprised. It was Chibi Summon Razix, diligently mining ore with energetic clangs and strikes. As the group entered the 46th floor, a strong metallic smell hit Bong Joohyuk, and Chibi Summon Razix sniffed the ground with intense focus. Chibi Summon Razix's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized there was ore to be mined, believing his efforts would delight Summoner Bong. John Cossack commanded Razix to dig quickly, who frantically complied, while summoned warrior Gobang scolded his digging technique. Bong Joohyuk praised Razix for his hard work, filling Chibi Summon Razix with an overwhelming desire to stay with these people forever. But then came the shocking news that the hides were useless, sending Chibi Summon Razix into a panicked flurry of frantic digging, realizing the newly found ore was their emergency salvation. Driven by the terrifying thought of abandonment, Chibi Summon Razix frantically dug, his paws pounding and packing the ore, determined to fill his bag and make Summoner Bong happy. Bong Joohyuk achieved an S++ clear on the 46th floor, earning a platinum badge, but Chibi Summon Razix was inconsolable, crying about not being able to pack all the available ore before their exit. Amused, Bong Joohyuk wondered if Razix was crying over missed ore, while Chibi Summon Guangma explained the difficulty of an S+ clear under pressure, and Chibi Summoned warrior Gobang fiercely defended the chief servant's blamelessness. Bong Joohyuk gently told Chibi Summon Razix to rest, not even bothering to clean, which caused Razix to choke in shock and float with panicked question marks, fearing he was no longer needed. Chibi Summoned Guangma reassured Razix that the household would be a disaster without him, while Summoned warrior Gobang added that Razix's disappearance would be sad, unlike the assassins, much to the Chibi John Cossack's frustrated protest. Bong Joohyuk reinforced Razix's value, calling him the most necessary talent, as John Cossack struggled furiously in Summoned warrior Gobang's grasp after being called assassin. Chibi Summon Razix glowed with extreme, sparkling joy. In the repeated clears of the 46th floor, they filled their bags with ore, and Bong Joohyuk noted with amusement that Razix's expression had brightened considerably. 10 days later, top-secret data from the UAE was shared with the NIS, signaling a major update from the Awaken Management Department. John Guangael reacted with shock, discovering a terrorist attack had occurred in Abu Dhabi, information the UAE government had suppressed from the news. John Guangael gasped in disbelief, distressed to learn that Karim Jahid, a top player cultivated by the UAE, had been killed in the attack. The high-ranking official grimly explained that over 10 high-level players had also died, and the UAE's Black Tower now had only 20 days remaining to clear its 80th floor. The official detailed the catastrophic potential if the tower collapsed near an oil field, revealing that the Crown Prince of the UAE was urgently visiting Korea with a special request. A golden stream of ore cascaded down, forming a vast, shimmering pile. After 10 days of gathering, the immense pile of ore in their storeroom, almost 3 kilograms forming columns, prompted Bong Joohyuk to ask summoned warrior Gobang, Meatball, to enlarge his hands and help scoop it. As summoned warrior Gobang effortlessly sorted the massive ore pile, Bong Joohyuk struggled with the pretense of manually placing individual pieces into his inventory, finding the process utterly backbreaking. Bong Joohyuk, smiling, told his summons to rest as he left, and they saw him off with unwavering loyalty, offering prayers for his success and hoping he would get a good price for the ore. As the luxurious limousine hummed along, Bong Joohyuk felt a pang of self-consciousness, realizing he was treating the deputy commissioner like an errand boy. With a light chuckle, John Guangael reassured Bong Joohyuk that meeting him was an important matter, adding that he had something to tell him. John Guangael informed Bong Joohyuk about a holy sword rental request from Norway, currently attempting the 66th floor, prompting Bong Joohyuk to question if they were the only ones interested. John Guangael, with a confident smirk, explained that current inquiries were low because players could manage up to the 65th floor with light attribute items, but assured Bong Joohyuk that more requests would soon pour in. Bong Joohyuk's eyes sparkled with a greedy, blissful vision of retirement, dreaming of buying land with the Holy Sword's $10 million rental fee to start a farm. He envisioned his chibi summons, John Cossack chasing away water deer and wild boars, Giant Dalray praying for a bountiful harvest, Razak scattering seeds, and Meatball the ox pulling a plow. A chibi Bong Joohyuk beamed with pride, concluding this was the most optimized farming team imaginable. John Gwangael abruptly shifted to a serious tone, informing Bong Joohyuk that the global situation surrounding the Black Tower had grown chaotic, startling him. In a purple-tinged space, a man appeared troubled, lost in anxious murmurs and sighs, as John Gwangael began to describe the situation in Japan. John Gwangael detailed Yukielman's complete breakdown after consecutive failures, leaving him a trembling wreck unable to face even lower tower floors, which led to his naturalization benefits being stripped and Japan making a costly temporary contract with the UAE. John Gwangael then painted an even graver picture of China, whose society was paralyzed by fear after failing the 55th floor, forcing them to pay a massive cost and cede part of their territory to Russia for help. Finally, John Gwangael revealed the UAE's recent bombing, and how their crown prince had arrived in Korea to request the temporary naturalization of one of Korea's two best players, shocking Bong Joohyuk. John Gwangael thoughtfully dismissed Yukielman as a possibility, stating he was no longer Korean. With a dramatic flourish, John Gwangael revealed the UAE's request was specifically for Bong Joohyuk, leaving him utterly stunned. John Gwangael firmly stated that Yukielman was no longer considered Korean. Then, John Gwangael declared he was referring to Bong Joohyuk, leaving him utterly stunned. Bong Joohyuk, radiating purple shock, demanded to know how his existence was discovered, but John Gwangael calmly explained they had merely deduced the S++ record holder's identity. John Gwangael offered a confident smirk, reassuring him they would play dumb, and a chibi Bong Joohyuk was immensely relieved, hating the thought of exposure. Bong Joohyuk, ever the curious one, pondered why the UAE wasn't seeking help from their immediate neighbor, Saudi Arabia. John Gwangael stated their relations were strained, which puzzled Bong Joohyuk, who questioned their shared heritage. With a pointed focus, John Gwangael revealed the cause, trade enhancement runes, striking a chord of surprise in Bong Joohyuk. He explained that when the Black Towers first appeared, a fierce bidding war for trade enhancement runes had erupted, and the UAE had secured a far larger supply, irrevocably damaging their relationship. Bong Joohyuk, ever the opportunist, wondered if he could demand a trade enhancement rune for his temporary naturalization, though John Gwangael knew they'd rather solve everything with money. He declared his multinational tower use ticket wouldn't be spent without a trade enhancement rune, confident they would eventually understand his terms. John Gwangael reported that the hides, including Basilisk from the 40th floor, were safely stored for commercialization, and Bong Joohyuk's mind immediately envisioned his golden mace of cold twilight. John Gwangael then announced it was time for the real business, asking if he should present the new materials, to which Bong Joohyuk eagerly agreed. John Gwangael inwardly hoped the new materials were ingots, as they were sorely short on leatherworking gear. With a whoosh, John Gwangael presented a glowing item, and though Bong Joohyuk tried not to hope too much, he couldn't help but ask for a closer look. The item felt much heavier than it looked, shocking John Gwangael as he realized these were tower-exclusive rocks. Bong Joohyuk exclaimed his realization that the item was ore, and John Gwangael smirked, confirming it was indeed raw materials once again. John Gwangael inwardly confirmed his suspicion, Bong Joohyuk wasn't just receiving rewards, he was directly gathering items from the tower with a truly sharp eye. He mused that the ore, unfortunately, still needed refining, wondering how much they would truly gain after processing. Bong Joohyuk innocently asked if he should just take all the ore out, revealing a quantity so vast his arms would fall off trying to retrieve it piece by piece. A torrential cascade of glowing blue ore erupted from Bong Joohyuk, leaving John Gwangael utterly speechless. The sheer, insane quantity changed everything, overwhelming John Gwangael with its profound implications. This man consistently defied all expectations, his progress far beyond the realm of common sense. John Gwangael explained that most players received metals as refined ingots for clear rewards, making these raw minerals a surprising first for him to witness outside the tower. He then detailed the players' shops' prices, adamant at 5 million won per kilogram, orichalcum at 10 million, and sectonium at 20 million, all standard international rates. A chibi Bong Joohyuk spun with delight, realizing the purchase price was far better than he'd imagined, perhaps even topping 1 billion won. With specific figures for adamant, orichalcum, and sectonium flashing before him, Bong Joohyuk gasped, demanding if those immense numbers were truly real. John Gwangael, with a slight smile, announced the estimated total was a staggering 9,427,500,000 won, making chibi Bong Joohyuk's eyes pop out of his head. Bong Joohyuk nervously asked if there was a miscalculation, but a chibi John Gwangael calmly listed the weights of each ore, confirming the math was perfectly sound. John Gwangael proposed that if more ingots were extracted, the payment would be adjusted, and he would bear the mistake if less was found. A firm smack sealed the deal. John Gwangael, bowing deeply and repeatedly, thanked Bong Joohyuk for the high-quality materials, leaving Bong Joohyuk flustered and wondering why he was bowing again. Chibi Bong Joohyuk returned the deep bow, alarming Chibi John Gwangael, who fretted about the tens of billions involved in recent transactions, as Bong Joohyuk pondered his newfound, immense wealth. Razix munched loudly on a snack. A stray piece of his snack tumbled and rattled across the floor. A small, hamster-like chibi summon swiftly reached out. Razix preened and thanked himself, while a chibi character rolled on the ground in exasperation. Razix challenged the summoned warrior to name a number, then gleefully declared his own bet, 500 million. The female character, smirking, found Razix's bet disrespectful and countered with a confident 1 billion, with the loser's forehead flicked by the winner. Razix confirmed the 1 billion bet, boastfully vowing that even the princess would get a full power flick, while the summoned warrior innocently wondered if a higher number was simply better. The summoned warrior declared his dramatic bet, 10 billion, a sum that crackled with power and drew curious gasps from the chibi summons. Corsic scoffed at the 10 billion bet, reminding the warrior the house itself was worth double, then sternly warned him not to transform when he delivered the flick, a challenge the warrior reluctantly accepted. A sharp flick connected squarely with the warrior's forehead. Corsic completed his powerful flick with a swift flash of blue energy, leaving Razix looking utterly confused. The doorbell chimed as Bong Joohyuk returned home, to a warm welcome from his cheerful chibi summons. Bong Joohyuk, surprised to find Corsic vacuuming, asked when he'd arrived, to which Corsic quickly claimed he was merely helping Razix. Bong Joohyuk praised Corsic, calling him his only reliable companion, which made Corsic laugh sheepishly, though Razix inwardly called him a sly bastard. A quiet calm settled over the living room as Bong Joohyuk and his summons relaxed together. Bong Joohyuk stated the sum of 9.4 billion won, but Corsic, feigning ignorance, nervously claimed not to understand. Bong Joohyuk joyfully revealed the exact, whopping sum from the ore sale, 9,427,500,000 won, causing Corsic to dramatically gag. Bong Joohyuk celebrated Razix's victory with sparkling glee, suggesting they toss him in the air and urging Corsic to join their joyous celebration. A terrified chibi Corsic frantically begged for dismissal, claiming illness, leaving a chibi Bong Joohyuk utterly bewildered that he'd skipped celebratory dinner. Corsic, face contorted in fear, desperately urged Bong Joohyuk to hurry, convinced he would die otherwise. The summoned warrior angrily scolded Corsic for attempting to transform, reminding him that a warrior does not lie about their agreement, and Corsic reluctantly understood. The warrior's massive hand squeezed chibi Corsic, who groaned in pain and attempted a desperate plea. With a violent thwack, chibi Corsic was sent whirling through the air. Chibi Corsic splat against a wall with a loud crack, making a chibi Bong Joohyuk wonder if something truly fractured. The next day, with news of a bonus payout due to high metal content, chibi Bong Joohyuk and Razix gleefully paddled a boat through a sea of gold coins, making hay while the sun shined. News of the UAE Crown Prince's visit and the official recognition of Korea's tower items hit the headlines, sparking immediate public opposition and a heated online debate. The Crown Prince's desperate plea for the tower powerhouse continued to dominate headlines, promising anonymity and asking for direct contact, while the public's outrage and concern only grew. Bong Joohyuk mused that the government should have offered a trade enhancement rune, especially since he had just earned another 10 billion won by selling ore from floors 47 to 49. He then turned to Corsic, asking about his bandaged forehead. Corsic boasted of his SSR resilience, but Bong Joohyuk, highly amused, reminded him of his near-death flick and that he was the one who suggested the bet in the first place. Bong Joohyuk declared it was time to welcome a new family member, proposing they clear floor 50 to acquire the perk in advance, to which Corsic readily agreed. As they entered floor 50 of the Black Tower, the mission was revealed, defeat 60 scorpions and one formidable king scorpion. While Razix and the others bravely attacked, Bong Joohyuk decided he and Razix would stay hidden, fearing that a crucial mistake could cost them the platinum badge. He pondered that with a new summon, he would have 6 members, and without a trade enhancement, he'd only be able to use 4, meaning someone would inevitably be benched. The scorpions were rapidly crushed by relentless, powerful attacks. The summoned warrior delivered a direct, glowing punch right to the king scorpion. Though they were overwhelmingly dominant, Bong Joohyuk knew this battle was just a prelude to greater challenges. As Corsic swiftly struck down a scorpion, Bong Joohyuk realized he desperately needed one more dealer to maintain their consistent S++ streak. Bong Joohyuk swallowed hard, fervently hoping the upcoming perk would be a good one. He was surprised to see Razix looking so sad, and gently asked what was wrong. Reassuring himself that it would all work out, Bong Joohyuk heard the triumphant system notification, S++ clear of the 50th floor, and a platinum badge granted. A majestic, modern skyscraper stood tall under the bright, hopeful sky. Razix nervously gulped, asking if he would check the perk now, as a wave of apprehension swept through everyone present. Bong Joohyuk inwardly resolved to be their unwavering anchor, projecting an unfazed calm for his worried companions. He gently stated how much he had changed since meeting all of them. He spoke of transforming from a lifelong coward with no friends, finding courage in the tower, escaping part-time jobs for this new life, and, most importantly, discovering true friends he could open up to. He thanked them, affirming that his journey and successes were all thanks to their presence and the trust he had placed in them, moving his summons to tears. He passionately vowed to trust, protect, and fight for them, moving his chibi summons to tears of profound loyalty, though the chibi warrior tearfully begged him not to fight, insisting they would handle everything. With glowing eyes and unwavering resolve, Bong Joohyuk declared his readiness, and the system promptly activated the S++ perk, presenting the platinum badge for enhancement. A chibi Bong Joohyuk quietly contemplated the small, fluttering object before him. Then, with tears streaming down his face, Bong Joohyuk screamed in utter frustration, realizing he was stuck with this again. Bong Joohyuk dramatically threw his hands up, shouting he was done, absolutely finished with tower climbing, as his companion stared, bewildered by his sudden revolt against another multinational tower ticket. Bong Joohyuk wailed in despair, convinced this perk was a cruel joke, while the small summon, Razix, offered himself up for punishment, utterly convinced it was his fault. Go Bang, the summoned warrior, gravely outlined their new strategy to Bong Joohyuk, explaining that to secure an S+++ clear against the upcoming flying monsters, they absolutely had to drop one person from their current roster. Bong Joohyuk could only utter a confused sound as Go Bang and Guangma wordlessly pointed to the small, plush-like summon, suggesting his fate. Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened in alarm, instantly rejecting the notion of cutting Razix, reminding them he had explicitly forbidden changing their perfect roster. Go Bang then confidently offered a simpler solution: drop everyone and let the mad demon handle everything, a thought that made the chibi versions of his comrades blush with self-reproach for their own short-sightedness. Nam Jaeun interjected, explaining that trait enhancement wasn't solely tied to perks, but could also be a rare reward or item found during hunts. Bong Joohyuk's eyes widened with sudden understanding: an item? Bong Joohyuk then remembered someone who just might possess the elusive rune of trait enhancement, prompting a chibi Kosik to eagerly salute, pledging to retrieve it immediately. The towering Seoul Ilsong Hotel now stood under the night sky, its lights marking 5 days since Abdul bin Sulla had arrived in Korea. Despite offering irresistible terms to all Korean media and repeatedly requesting temporary naturalization, Abdul bin Sulla had achieved nothing, unable to contact either player Nam Jaeun or the elusive S++ recorder. With only 15 days remaining until the UAE's tower would collapse, Crown Prince Abdul bin Sulla agonized over the grim prospect of having to rely on Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's demands for the rune of trade enhancement were utterly excessive, starting with $1 billion in cash, plus a territorial transfer, 10 tons of magic stones, tower metal, and 10,000 tower leathers. Such exorbitant demands would make even common thieves blush. With no other options, Abdul bin Sulla cursed his fate, knowing he had to sign a humiliating contract to save his country's tower from collapsing. He tried to rationalize the necessity, telling himself any country would make similar demands, and that staying in Korea any longer would simply be a waste of precious time. As a door clicked and clanked open, Abdul bin Sulla was instantly on edge, wondering why the security team was there when he hadn't called for them. Go Bang moved silently through the dim corridor, dragging 2 heavy bags behind him. Abdul bin Sulla's alarm flared as the determined Go Bang continued his approach. Terror seized Abdul bin Sulla, who recoiled at the sight of the intruder, desperate to reach the emergency panic room. A strange daze washed over Abdul bin Sulla, his frantic pleas for help dying in his throat as his body refused to move against the menacing approach of Go Bang. Abdul bin Sulla cowered, his body trembling uncontrollably as Go Bang simply stood over him. Then, with a casual thud, Go Bang made himself right at home, settling into the opulent armchair with a smirk. Go Bang's command to sit echoed through the room, his presence immediately asserting a chilling dominance. With ragged gasps, Abdul bin Sulla realized the paralyzing grip had finally released him. Go Bang then held up a note that simply read, "Translator, Korean," sparking Abdul bin Sulla's confused thought. Despite his fear, a sliver of desperate hope ignited within Abdul bin Sulla. This was his chance. Abdul bin Sulla hesitantly asked if he could use the phone, holding it up for Go Bang's inspection. A thundering rush of footsteps heralded the arrival of multiple figures, glowing with blue energy. Armed men burst in, weapons clicking and clanging, surrounding Go Bang and demanding he put his hands up, all while yelling to protect the crown prince. The security chief, gun aimed, furiously demanded Go Bang's identity and reason for threatening the crown prince. In an instant, the armed men found themselves disarmed, their weapons floating away with a strange blue energy as Go Bang remained completely unperturbed. The firearms lifted and snapped into the air, suspended by the glowing blue energy. Go Bang, now with a glowing dagger at his side, calmly reiterated his demand, "Bring a translator." A chilling realization ran through the security chief, he couldn't comprehend how such power could emanate from just a dagger. Shadow creatures materialized, their red eyes piercing the darkness, creating a terrifying sensation, a silent blade pressed to their necks, warning that to move was to die. A man nervously stepped forward, identifying himself as the translator, and immediately began to question Gobang's identity and intentions toward the terrified crown prince. Gobang cut to the chase, declared his intent: he wanted the rune of trade enhancement. Abdul bin Sulla erupted in disbelief and outrage, absolutely refusing to hand over the rune of trade enhancement, even if it meant his death. Gobang, his eye gleaming with confidence, then offered an impossible deal: he would clear the 60th floor within 15 days, and the 61st within 6 months. Abdul bin Sulla questioned how such a feat was possible without naturalization, only for Gobang to calmly deny it, which prompted the translator to accuse him of mockery. Gobang simply closed his eyes, then asked if there was a player present in the room. With a click, the UAE's prospect player, Omar Hassan, was revealed, much to Abdul bin Sulla's regret, as he had only brought him for safety. Gobang then requested a moment alone with Omar, warning that his patience was thin, and if they continued to be frustrating, he would not hesitate to take further action. With a chilling glow in his eye, Gobang uttered his final threat: everyone in the room would die. Abdul bin Sulla's concern for Omar was met with a calm reassurance that he was fine. Gobang leaned forward, offering Omar a glowing item and instructing him to examine its effects and report back to the crown prince. Omar Hassan's eyes widened in astonishment as he read the item's name: a multinational tower access ticket. Omar explained that the system described it as an item allowing entry into any tower globally, regardless of nationality or naturalization, a profound revelation for Abdul bin Sulla. Gobang then gestured to the table, revealing a mace and shield as additional gifts, offered as a sign of friendship. Omar gasped at the golden mace and shield of cold twilight, proclaiming them priceless and unprecedented, while Abdul bin Sulla privately wondered if they were truly that magnificent. Omar stressed the absolute rarity of such items, solidifying Abdul bin Sulla's realization that Gobang was no ordinary individual to bestow such gifts. The translator confirmed the audacious bargain: Gobang would clear the 60th floor of the UAE's Black Tower within 15 days in exchange for the rune of trade enhancement. The translator's skepticism forced Gobang to swear on his name, prompting the translator to ask for it, to which a chibi Gobang proudly declared: Gobang. Gobang's eyes glowed ominously as he frankly confessed his preference for torture over assassination, warning them he could force the rune of trade enhancement from them, but he was offering a deal, and they shouldn't miss this chance. Abdul bin Sulla groaned under the bizarre, unknown pressure, wondering if this man, who could wield his abilities even outside the tower, was the legendary S++ recorder. With a click, the rune of trade enhancement was finally revealed inside its open case. Abdul bin Sulla handed over the glowing rune of trade enhancement, as Gobang smugly declared their survival and the UAE's safety, secretly thrilled to have both the rune and a cleared surplus of weapons. Abdul bin Sulla, by the window, nervously asked if Gobang was satisfied, only for Gobang to clarify that mutual satisfaction was crucial, to which the prince quickly affirmed his contentment. Gobang's smug smirk sealed the deal. With a powerful whoosh, Gobang grinned as he leapt into the night sky, promising even greater satisfaction in 15 days. Abdul bin Sulla gazed out, his face etched with desperate hope, pleading with Gobang to handle the tower clearance. Chibi Bong Joohyuk nervously paced, fretting about letting an assassin handle delicate negotiations and the catastrophic prospect of a non-combatant summon ruining their S++ streak. He wondered if it was finally time to check on Gobang after all this time. With a powerful flash, Bong Joohyuk declared his intention to summon the mad demon. As Guangma appeared, radiating power, Chibi Bong Joohyuk's heart pounded with the hopeful thought that he could finally use the mad demon as a hidden card. Guangma expressed his immense joy at seeing his summoner again, humble and reflective after his banishment, prompting Bong Joohyuk to offer him a seat. Guangma then calmly admitted that he had realized the limitations of extreme, murderous methods, making Chibi Bong Joohyuk excitedly believe the mad demon had truly changed. Bong Joohyuk offered Guangma a carbonated soda, which Guangma hesitantly gulped down, wondering if it was poison, as Bong Joohyuk silently laughed at his own thoughtless offering. Holding the soda can, Guangma reflected that it had been almost 1,000 years since he had last tasted the food of this world. Guangma calmly admitted that killing all those in power might have been a bit too radical, making Chibi Bong Joohyuk laugh in agreement. Guangma's curiosity about the strongest nation quickly turned sinister. Upon learning it was the USA, he casually declared his intention to turn their president into a soulless puppet. Bong Joohyuk could only stare, utterly bewildered and shocked, wondering what a soulless puppet even meant. Guangma then chillingly described his soul-stealing great art, a technique that transforms minds into obedient puppets, making Chibi Bong Joohyuk increasingly uneasy about where this was going. Guangma gleefully outlined his plan to control the US president, drain the national vaults, and achieve global unification, horrifying Chibi Bong Joohyuk, who realized the mad demon was not sanitized at all. As Guangma eagerly pressed to begin his conquest, Bong Joohyuk sternly interrupted him, his patience worn thin. Bong Joohyuk, his hand glowing with power, sternly told Guangma that his entire direction was gravely mistaken. Bong Joohyuk decisively unsummoned Gwangma, telling him to reflect more, and as the mad demon faded, his satisfaction rating plummeted to a mere 1 point. Summoner Bong's right-hand man and master negotiator, Kosik, suddenly returned with a triumphant salute, surprising Bong Joohyuk with his speedy comeback. Bong Joohyuk eagerly pressed for the negotiation results, to which John Kosik responded with a series of smug, knowing laughs. Bong Joohyuk excitedly confirmed the impossible. John Kosik had gotten the rune of trade enhancement. John Kosik, with a triumphant smirk and a self-satisfied cough, held up the glowing rune of trade enhancement as irrefutable proof of his master negotiation skills. The new day dawned bright and energetic. Bong Joohyuk meticulously prepared for the challenges ahead, diligently scrubbing clean before finding a moment of calm through meditation. His eye burned with a focused intensity as a surge of power coursed through him. Bong Joohyuk cautiously considered his next move, a nervous hum filling the air as he wondered if this would truly go well, his first time attempting to use an item like this. The system indicated the rune of trade enhancement simply needed to be consumed, leaving Bong Joohyuk to confirm with a slightly bewildered, so I just need to eat. He struggled to swallow the mystical item, a large gulp echoing with audible effort. The awaken trade enhanced, Bong Joohyuk's summoning power now allowed for 5 simultaneous summons, leading him to exclaim in triumph, "Done. Yes. Now I can summon up to 5 people at the same time." As a new wave of energy pulsed, John Hozak, the barbarian Meat Shield, Giant Daorei, and Razix were all designated and swiftly summoned. Bong Joohyuk silently gave a proud thumbs up, knowing it was all thanks to Kosik, who then boisterously declared, "Who am I?" The master of negotiation, none other than John Kosik, before humbly accepting his congratulations. A chibi summon hopefully asked, "Ho. Can I stay here too?" only for Kosik to dismissively reply, "You may stick around like gum." Gobang decisively displayed information, explaining that the monsters from the 51st floor onwards would be formidable griffins. Gobang casually described griffins as, just a really big bird, explaining they were mostly for mining, while another summon innocently asked about peeling their skin, only to learn that was reserved for wyverns on higher floors. After applauding the thorough briefing, Bong Joohyuk shifted to a serious tone, reminding them of the urgent 14-day deadline to reach the 60th floor of the UAE Tower. Bong Joohyuk energized his team, declaring they would summon one more ally to rapidly ascend the 60th floor, as everyone held their breath for the newcomer. With a desperate plea for a combatant, Bong Joohyuk initiated a random summon, a magical aura swirling around his outstretched hand. A brilliant burst of purple energy coalesced, a figure slowly materializing within. Details shimmered into focus as the new summon's form became clearer. With a powerful surge, the SR-grade magic gunner, Sergeant Veronica Caliber, fully materialized, her impressive stats displayed, yet Bong Joohyuk's only thought was a bewildered, "She's a woman." Gobang remarked on seeing another woman among them, while Kosik playfully hinted at a significant difference, much to Gwangma's confused and then angry indignation. Bong Joohyuk's relief at summoning a combatant was short-lived as Veronica inexplicably mumbled, "Welcome." And then a gurgling sound announced her deep slumber while standing. The other summons observed Veronica's profound slumber and drooling with a mixture of surprise and disgust, Kosik noting with revulsion how she kept sucking it back in. With a shudder, Kosik watched as Veronica's drool was audibly sucked back in, grossing him out. Bong Joohyuk cautiously asked if she was done sleeping, as Veronica slowly blinked awake, confused, then suddenly realized her situation. Sergeant Veronica Caliber snapped to attention with a formal salute, acknowledging her summons and declaring her presence. Bong Joohyuk, flustered by the sudden formality, awkwardly welcomed her and attempted to begin introductions. Bong Joohyuk gasped in disbelief as Veronica Caliber, still saluting, began to sway, having fallen asleep once more, prompting Gwangma to note her peculiar nature. Kosik expressed his disdain for Veronica, clarifying that it wasn't her dozing that bothered him, but her loud saluting and slogans that had him questioning his sanity. Kosik angrily demonstrated his own emphatic salute, claiming he was the original, and Veronica was merely overlapping his signature moves. Bong Joohyuk, pointing out that Veronica was an actual military sergeant, questioned Kosik's claim of military exemption for flat feet, given his agility with shadow step. Our hero mused on Veronica's bizarre state, wondering if she was naturally sleepy or if her past life involved extreme sleep deprivation, a mystery he intended to uncover. Bong Joohyuk's glowing eye reflected information about Sergeant Veronica Caliber, revealing her to be a veteran sniper from the Magic Empire's Ranger unit. Amidst bitter cold and ceaseless monster battles, she earned her reputation as a sharpshooting magic gunner until an unforeseen, massive monster wave swept through. Monstrous creatures, including a multi-eyed horror and goblins, overwhelmed the border fortress walls with their sheer numbers and terrifying screams. Veronica Caliber, battered and bleeding, fought against endless monsters and an oppressive drowsiness, knowing that her collapse meant the end. Despite her desperate efforts and powerful rifle blasts, she had long surpassed the limits of human endurance. After 100 grueling days and nights of battle, Veronica Caliber finally collapsed onto the snowy ground just as reinforcements arrived. Veronica Caliber found a final, peaceful rest amidst the swirling snow, her long, arduous fight finally over. Bong Joohyuk's eye widened in shock as the realization hit him, she truly had died from severe sleep deprivation. Bong Joohyuk, insistent they were pressed for time, declared he would wake her, despite Kosek's reservations and Gwangma's disapproval of her lack of discipline. With a decisive kick, Kosek angrily demanded Veronica fulfill her duty, sending her hat flying. Kosek immediately regretted his rash action, realizing with a sweat-drenched face that he might have hit Veronica Caliber too hard. Veronica Caliber snapped awake in a furious rage, threatening Kosek, who nervously reminded her he was an SSR, hoping it would deter her. Veronica Caliber aimed her rifle at Kosek, who defiantly challenged her, questioning if bullets could penetrate an SSR, causing Bong Joohyuk to gasp in alarm. Kosek winced, coughing in pain, as the impact from Veronica's attack settled in. Exasperated, Bong Joohyuk tried to refocus Veronica Caliber on the mission, who instantly snapped to attention, declaring her readiness for a Griffin annihilation operation. Upon entering the 51st floor, the group watched in bewildered amusement as Veronica Caliber walked while still fast asleep, prompting comments on her peculiar condition. Bong Joohyuk gently roused Veronica Caliber, who instantly snapped awake, saluted, and declared her understanding of the mission. The instant Veronica woke, she immediately spotted the griffins and other monsters, needing no command to spring into action, making Bong Joohyuk regret waking her. Veronica Caliber, grim and focused, officially announced the commencement of the operation. Veronica Caliber commanded her squad, leading the charge down the hill with Razix and Gobang following her lead, their battle cries echoing. Veronica Caliber aimed her glowing blue rifle with intense, focused determination. She unleashed a powerful, swirling blue energy blast from her rifle. The griffins screamed in pain as Veronica Caliber's blue energy blast struck them, scattering particles through the air. Veronica Caliber efficiently shot down griffins, instructing Gobang and Razix to dispatch the downed monsters with tactical precision. Veronica Caliber continuously fired her glowing rifle, bathed in a powerful blue light, her focus unwavering. Gobang efficiently took down a griffin with a powerful, glowing punch, announcing the handover of the kill. Razix and Kosek swiftly engaged and defeated the griffins, each announcing their handover of the kill. Bong Joohyuk watched in delighted amazement, comparing his summon's efficiency to a quick delivery service. Kosek jubilantly declared the hunting insanely fast, soaring through the air with excitement, much to Bong Joohyuk's amusement. Bong Joohyuk swelled with pride as the system announced their successful clear of the 51st floor, granting them a platinum badge and access to the 52nd before exiting the tower. Our hero, a chibi version of Bong Joohyuk, excitedly suggested a team dinner, declaring he'd pull out the beef from the refrigerator to celebrate Veronica's welcome. Veronica Caliber fell fast asleep the moment they returned, prompting comments from her companions about her extreme drowsiness, with Kosek suggesting she simply be allowed to rest. Bong Joohyuk expressed concern about Veronica sleeping without eating, but Kosek warned him against waking her, reminding him of her earlier explosive reaction, to which Bong Joohyuk pointed out Kosek's own fault. Gwangma excitedly suggested they eat, insisting Bong Joohyuk take the first bite of the sizzling grilled meat. The summoned characters eagerly enjoyed their meal, a moment of well-deserved relaxation and camaraderie. Bong Joohyuk reflected on the preciousness of these moments spent with his companions, appreciating their unique camaraderie despite their daily bickering. Bong Joohyuk gazed back with concern, wondering if Veronica Caliber would adapt well and if she was sleeping peacefully. Bong Joohyuk suddenly gasped in shock, realizing Veronica Caliber had disappeared from the couch. Gobang calmly pointed downwards, revealing Veronica Caliber's surprising location to a bewildered Bong Joohyuk. Bong Joohyuk and his companions were bewildered to find Veronica Caliber sleeping on the floor near the food, concluding the smell of meat attracted her even in her sleep. Kosek, holding a piece of meat with chopsticks, grinned mischievously and stopped Bong Joohyuk, announcing he had something he wanted to try. Kosek held a piece of grilled meat near Veronica Caliber's nose, and she instinctively sniffed it in her sleep. Veronica Caliber began to eat the meat in her sleep, surprising everyone. Kosek laughed in astonishment at Veronica Caliber's ability to eat while sleeping, while Bong Joohyuk pondered if this was some peculiar skill. Gobang calmly fed the sleeping Veronica, explaining that she needed to eat to maintain her strength. A chibi summon also gently fed Veronica a carrot, ensuring she received her vegetables even in slumber. The chibi summon cheerfully insisted that carrots, too, would give Veronica strength. The chibi summon accidentally zapped itself with its glowing stick, letting out a surprised yelp. The group laughed good-naturedly as the chibi summon recovered, concluding that Veronica Caliber had already settled in. An ominous deadline appeared, only 13 days remained until the UAE tower collapsed. The rules for using a multinational tower access ticket were simple: floors higher than one's level remained inaccessible, meaning reaching the 60th floor of the UAE Black Tower required matching the level first. Entering the 52nd floor of the Black Tower in Korea, Bong Joohyuk's physical abilities synchronized with his new level, traits and combat skills all ready for use. Bong Joohyuk flexed his arm proudly, declaring his level 52 strength was no joke, boasting enough mana to keep Shadow Step active all day long as he admired his bulging veins. His old gear felt like crap now, a demotivating side effect of Kosik taking his better weapons for negotiations, just as a summon asked if Veronica Caliber would be taking command today too. Veronica Caliber confidently declared her readiness to command any operation, following the captain's orders, but then a sudden malfunction sent her rifle sputtering into silence. Bong Joohyuk immediately asked if there was a problem, and Veronica, frustrated, apologized for running out of mana stone ammunition, explaining she usually extracted them from monster corpses, but yesterday had ended too quickly. She confirmed to a surprised Bong Joohyuk that her magic gun used mana stones as its live ammunition. Just then, a cheerful chibi summon appeared, announcing they had plenty of freshly mined mana stones ready. Veronica's face glowed with pure joy, a blush creeping up as she took the shimmering, abundant mana stones. She snapped a salute and profusely thanked the chibi summon, dubbing it Supply Officer, a title that clearly surprised the tiny creature. Bong Joohyuk, highly amused, declared he would look forward to the summon working as a supply officer from now on, instructing Razix to refill Veronica's ammo immediately whenever she ran out and assuring her to fire to her heart's content, for they had mana stones aplenty. A system interface immediately displayed the 52nd floor mission, defeat 15 steel-beaked pitch-black griffins within 14 hours, with death or giving up as the only conditions for failure. With unwavering focus, Veronica Caliber confirmed a long-range target, activating her scope and swiftly securing her line of sight. Her mobility gear ignited with a burst of bright blue energy. Bong Joohyuk's chibi self watched, utterly impressed by Veronica's unique steampunk cyberpunk vibe, finding it incredibly cool. Veronica confidently challenged her squad, asking how many griffins they could handle, even all 15 at once, though Razix warned her about drawing too much aggro. Guangma offered a calm, determined reassurance. The team surged forward, Veronica unleashing powerful blue energy beams as they charged into battle. Go Bang, the summoned warrior, instructed Veronica to step back, declaring he would clear them out with a large shell first, leaving Bong Joohyuk itching for a fight. Bong Joohyuk loudly declared his desire to join the action, but a summon quickly warned him it was dangerous to move forward, leaving him utterly confused by Veronica's shared hesitation. Just as a large shell was fully loaded, he realized that in war, soldiers often succumbed more to friendly fire than enemy attacks. Veronica commanded fire, unleashing a massive blue energy blast that sent Bong Joohyuk reeling backward from the sheer force of the impact. A powerful blue energy blast struck a griffin, causing it to shriek in pain as it disintegrated. Bong Joohyuk swallowed hard, wide-eyed with shock, realizing that if he had been caught in that large shell blast, not even his bones would have remained. Veronica calmly explained that more soldiers died from friendly fire than from enemy combat. Though he hadn't gotten a taste of the action, Bong Joohyuk couldn't deny Veronica's reliability. Tower clearing had definitely gotten easier as system notices confirmed S++ rank clears on both the 52nd and 53rd floors of the Black Tower. The next day brought another system notice of an S++ clear on the 54th floor, fueling Bong Joohyuk's resolve to rush straight to the 60th. In the luxurious residence of UAE's Crown Prince Abdul bin Sulla, he slumped in distress, realizing the situation was far more serious than he expected, facing a ban from outside activities and even the stripping of his title. Other officials furiously accused him of losing his mind, demanding to know why he would hand over the sacred trade enhancement rune and sign a temporary naturalization contract with a mere Arab thug. Then a thunderous sound echoed through the council chamber. He gazed down in fear, contemplating the terrifying prospect of being exiled from the UAE if stripped of his title, knowing it would likely lead to assassination by hired killers. Suddenly, breaking news flashed across his phone. The 54th floor of the Black Tower in Korea had been cleared with an S++ rank, and Abdul bin Sulla gasped, realizing there was news of an S++ clear there too. He swallowed hard, a grim certainty forming in his mind as he connected the consecutive S++ clears from the 51st to the 54th floor, realizing he hadn't been tricked after all. Abdul bin Sulla was now certain Meatball was climbing the floors to keep his promise. If the 60th floor truly cleared, he resolved to visit Korea immediately, a hefty bag of gifts prepared. He sighed, his face set with grim determination, knowing he had to meet Meatball again, no matter what, and keep friendly relations as the UAE tower's collapse loomed in just 10 days. The 55th floor mission details appeared: defeat 50 griffins of any type and 1 peacock feather storm griffin within 12 hours. Bong Joohyuk gasped at the swarm, contemplating that while they only needed to defeat 50 griffins before the boss appeared, drawing aggro would mean fighting hundreds at once. Then Veronica unleashed a blistering, rapid-fire attack, alarming Bong Joohyuk as he questioned her caution. He could only stare in astonishment as Veronica had just wiped out all of them. With a surge of ethereal energy, Guangma cast a spell, surrounding herself and Bong Joohyuk in a mystical glow. Bong Joohyuk quickly realized the griffins were falling from the sky, affected by debuffs, meaning giant Dalray could pull them down. He chuckled to himself, deciding that a griffin unable to fly was just a slightly bigger, scared flock of pigeons. Gobang and another summon attacked the griffins with incredible speed and perfect coordination, earning praise for their truly crazy hunting pace. With a flurry of powerful blows and energy, the summoned warriors unleashed a devastating assault on the boss Peacock Feather Storm Griffin. Bong Joohyuk stared, shocked that the boss had appeared so quickly, recalling Kosek's briefing that its finishing move was known to cause massive casualties with terrifying lethality. The boss Peacock Feather Storm Griffin retaliated, launching a rapid barrage of sharp, glowing feathers. Gobang stood firm, deflecting the boss's attacks and protecting Veronica as she calmly prepared her weapon for a counterstrike. Then, Veronica unleashed another devastating, large shell, a massive blue energy beam piercing through the environment. The notorious boss Peacock Feather Storm Griffin was struck and bled from Veronica's powerful attack. As the boss griffin plummeted, Veronica coolly remarked that even the notorious boss was just a really big pigeon, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly bewildered. The severely injured boss griffin comically attempted to hide its head, making pigeon noises as if to complete the ruse. Gobang delivered a decisive final blow, and a system notification announced an S++ clear on the 55th floor, awarding a platinum badge. Bong Joohyuk excitedly declared it was time to check the perks immediately, his summons offering enthusiastic encouragement and a celebratory drumroll. Hoping for a common grade-up rune to promote Supply Officer Razix, Bong Joohyuk checked his perks, only to discover that accumulating 55 platinum badges granted him the ability to copy one skill from a summoned being. A list of his summons appeared as potential targets for skill copying: John Cossack, Dull Barbarian Meat Shield, Giant Dalray, Razix, Mad Demon, and Veronica Caliber, and Bong Joohyuk, surprised, realized it had been a while since he last saw this skill copy perk. His chibi summons enthusiastically congratulated him, but Bong Joohyuk felt utterly overwhelmed by the sheer, chaotic number of choices. Bong Joohyuk panicked, utterly unsure whose skill to copy from his 5 summoned beings. Guangma recommended a range of support skills like Bell of Encouragement or Talisman Art to foresee crises, but another summon, Razix, vehemently countered, insisting he learn Stealth, Invisibility, or Disruption to increase his chances of running away and surviving. Gobang, the summoned warrior, adamantly declared that being sturdy was the best way not to die, recommending skills like Diamond Skin, Rapid Regeneration, or Steadfast Soul. The summoned beings began to bicker, each trying to outdo the others by boasting about their own impressive array of skills. As Guangma listed Divination and Death Curses, Razix offered lockpicking and backstabbing, and Gobang bellowed about a silent taunt and shockwave. Bong Joohyuk cried out for them to stop. He clutched his head, shouting in pure anguish for them to stop giving him more choices. Suddenly, Bong Joohyuk noticed a small, glowing window hidden in the background. A system message explained that the Mad Demon, having the lowest rating, also had the narrowest range of choices, with only one skill listed, Blood Jade Gengi, which Bong Joohyuk realized meant only one choice remained. The summons continued to offer conflicting advice, from stealth to rapid regeneration, but an annoyed Bong Joohyuk cut them off, telling them firmly to stop recommending. Then, with a confident air, Bong Joohyuk announced that he had already made his choice, much to his companion's surprise. The summoned beings nervously swallowed, anxiously asking which skill he had chosen. With a confident smirk, Bong Joohyuk revealed his choice, Blood Jade Gengi, the Mad Demon's skill. His summoned companions reacted with an explosion of exaggerated shock and dismay, one even falling over, as Guangma could only sigh. Bong Joohyuk mused about what kind of skill it could be, as an imposing, spectral figure of the Mad Demon emanated a menacing red energy. He sighed, expressing an eagerness to immediately test his new, Blood Jade Gengi, skill, a system panel describing it as formless energy that weaponized the body, strengthening with mana and expanding its application range with proficiency. The world beyond the towers kept turning, bright and urban. Bong Joohyuk idly wondered if he should search for tales of his own heroism on the internet. The digital headlines screamed of an unprecedented S++ record, floor 55 cleared, now facing the formidable Wyvern section. In an exclusive interview, player Nam Jaeun humbly declared she couldn't compare to the S++ record holder, insisting she still had a long way to go. A jolt of cartoonish surprise hit Bong Joohyuk, who, believing player Nam Jaeun had mentioned him, then chastised himself for his silly delusions, snapping back to reality with a comic flourish. Even as public praise mounted, suspicion often swirled around such rapid clears, especially in the Wyvern section, which typically required government support. Online commentators voiced skepticism as a Wyvern shrieked in pain from a powerful blow, but an S++ clear for floor 56 was achieved, with 9 days remaining until the United Arab Emirates towers collapse. The red Wyvern roared as blue energy trails tore through it, yet the relentless push forward continued, securing an S++ clear for floor 57. As the days counted down, the crystalline rainbow basilisk was shattered by blue energy, marking another S++ clear for floor 58. The countdown continued, another S++ clear for floor 59 was achieved, striking down the spiky ironclad basilisk with purple energy. With floor 60 now open, Bong Joohyuk and his summons departed the South Korean Black Tower, emerging victorious. Bong Joohyuk slumped to the floor, head tilted back, utterly spent from climbing like a madman. With renewed determination, Bong Joohyuk looked forward to challenging floor 60 tomorrow, as his chibi summons cheered and offered their deepest impressions of his spirit of sacrifice. Bong Joohyuk blinked in surprise at his bulging status window, full of summons and skills, lamenting that his keen senses were dead to how much it had grown. He understood his tower entry, twice a day, was an absolute steal, allowing him to clear upper floors and farm magic stones and sample hides, even if it meant his summons labored in the wyvern section. A small, yet furious, problem arose with the sample wyvern hides. Summon, Razix, angrily berated Veronica Caliber for putting bullet holes in the sample hide, making the apologetic soldier from another world understand the terror of a supply officer. Veronica Caliber, despite her alien origins, seemed to grasp the terrifying power of the supply officer, who could make party life hell by cutting off magic stone ammunition, readily accepting corrections and promising to follow orders. The next day, Bong Joohyuk delved into research on floor 60 via the Awakening Management Bureau, preparing for the final stage of the wyvern section. His research showed that clearing this flying monster floor was impossible without national support, requiring specialized weapons, potions, and equipment that general players couldn't acquire. Floor 60's boss was the Wyvern Lord, but the true headache came from its accompanying poison wyverns, fragile creatures that felt like mere spare parts. Though the poison wyverns were weak and easily exploded with a light tap, their true danger only began after their demise. These weak wyverns created toxic poison puddles when they died or even crashed themselves into the ground, making the narrow canyon floor impassable without special poison resistance gear and national support. Bong Joohyuk concluded his research, ready to rally his allies for the real fight, even noting that Summon, Razix, was now enthusiastically influenced by the others' confident salutes and poses. As Summoned Warrior, Go Bang, and Summon, Gwangma, greeted him with formal deference, Bong Joohyuk felt a quiet relief that they, at least, were still acting somewhat normal. Bong Joohyuk declared their mission to clear floor 60, starting with the United Arab Emirates Tower, when Summon, Gwangma, stepped forward with a suggestion. Summon, Gwangma, presented a tactical briefing with a confident smirk, suggesting a cunning plan. Bong Joohyuk questioned the audacious strategy, asking if it was truly possible or if everyone had agreed to it, only for Summon, Gwangma, to confidently affirm each point. "This is driving me crazy," Bong Joohyuk exclaimed, frustrated, wondering why they couldn't just melt them down with firepower like they always had. Summon, Gwangma, acknowledged that their usual method was possible, but paused, implying a significant cost. Summon, Gwangma, somberly revealed that their customary brute force would cause immense pain to all of them. Summoned Warrior, Go Bang, flexing powerfully, declared his readiness to bear the burden alone, believing it better if only one person suffered. Bong Joohyuk, worried for his loyal worker, imagined Summon, Razix, drowning tragically in a poison pit, reinforcing his refusal to put any of them in danger. Convinced by the unanimous agreement, Bong Joohyuk, now determined, accepted the briefing and announced his entry into the tower. Bong Joohyuk used his holographic ticket to enter floor 60 of the United Arab Emirates Black Tower, the portal crackling around him. The mission to kill one Wyvern Lord within 12 hours was announced, as Summon, Razix, dramatically declared the annihilation operation's commencement. Life forms were detected as Summon, Razix, nervously warned that the Wyvern Lord was approaching, its shadowy figures emerging through a glowing blue ring. Summoned Warrior, Go Bang, roared, his body glowing golden as he began to transform, vowing to protect everyone. Blue energy bands formed on Summoned Warrior, Go Bang's arm, marking the first two stages of his powerful transformation. Summoned Warrior, Go Bang, flexed intensely, his muscles bulging and eyes glowing red in the third stage of his metamorphosis. Summon, Razix, fell and merged with Summoned Warrior, Go Bang, in the fourth and final stage of the transformation. The complete four-stage transformation unveiled Rabang the Bisak, a powerful warrior wielding a glowing crossbow, leaving Bong Joohyuk utterly speechless. The transformed Summoned Warrior, Go Bang, instructed Bong Joohyuk and Summon, Gwangma, to find safety and take care. Resigned, but also determined, Bong Joohyuk decided to cheer for his allies as Summon, Gwangma, enthusiastically shouted encouragement, bathed in a bright blue glow. Veronica Caliber let out a fierce cry as she fired her glowing blue sniper rifle, the transformed Summoned Warrior, Go Bang, preparing himself for the onslaught. The transformed Summoned Warrior, Go Bang, became the raid's core, drawing in all the green projectiles with his massive form and formidable crossbow. The transformed Summoned Warrior, Go Bang, skillfully drew the wyvern's attention, constantly taunting it while moving swiftly and ignoring the surrounding poison puddles. His body, hardened by diamond skin and boasting crazy regeneration, made him immune to all poisons, a state known as Mandibulchum. Veronica Caliber frantically yelled, informing the supply officer that they had run out of magic stones. The transformed summoned warrior, Gobang, instructed Veronica Caliber to retrieve a magic stone from his left arm, which she gratefully did. With a metallic whir, the powerful crossbow glowed blue, loaded and ready. Veronica Caliber confidently reported the successful elimination of all smaller wyverns around the Wyvern Lord. Bong Joohyuk, focused and determined, roared the decisive command for the transformed summoned warrior, Gobang, to attack. A devastating combined attack launched forward, as the transformed summoned warrior, Gobang, and summon, Guangma, struck with explosive force. A massive beam of blue and yellow energy obliterated the wyvern with a blinding impact. Bong Joohyuk grinned, system notifications confirming the Wyvern Lord's defeat, mission clear, a level increase, and a reward of 50 magic stones, all while thinking the transformed warrior looked cool, despite his foolish appearance. Bong Joohyuk gasped in surprise at the S++ clear for floor 60 of the United Arab Emirates Black Tower, realizing other countries' towers also awarded platinum badges. Far away, a grand government building stood under the clear blue skies of the United Arab Emirates. At the opulent United Arab Emirates Supreme Federal Council, a formal announcement was made to immediately proceed with the final verdict, with Abdul bin Sulla standing distressed before them. A stern council member addressed Abdul bin Sulla, stating this would be the last time he would be questioned. The council member grimly listed Abdul bin Sulla's grave crimes, handing over a rune of trade enhancement without a contract and endangering the UAE tower. Abdul bin Sulla was formally asked if he admitted to the serious charges. Abdul bin Sulla, despite his internal struggle, firmly denied the accusations. Two council members reacted with anger and disbelief, accusing Abdul bin Sulla of arrogance and questioning his persistent denial. Abdul bin Sulla internally justified his actions as an expression of loyalty, while a council member angrily slammed the table, dismissing his claims as foolishness. Murmurs spread through the court until a voice commanded silence. A council member declared that Abdul bin Sulla's defiance had made the verdict disturbingly straightforward. Summon, Guangma, walked away with a determined stride, promising summoned warrior, Gobang, that he would deliver a sentence based on their consensus. Abdul bin Sulla smirked, confident that floor 60 of the United Arab Emirates Black Tower would be cleared within 15 days, a secret plan already in motion. Sweating, Abdul bin Sulla contemplated his trust in someone, implying a desperate plea. As a council member stamped a document, they accused Crown Prince Abdul bin Sulla of treason for leaking a precious national asset out of the country. Abdul bin Sulla cried out in a desperate, guttural plea. With another decisive stamp, a council member resolved to exile Abdul bin Sulla from the United Arab Emirates. A man screamed in utter horror at the pronouncement, as Abdul bin Sulla stood stunned behind him. Two furious council members berated the screaming man, threatening charges for intentional obstruction during a sacred verdict. The man frantically announced that floor 60 of the United Arab Emirates Black Tower had been cleared with an S++ grade, and the global announcement had just been made. The council members reacted with incredulous confusion and shock, as murmurs again spread through the audience. Abdul bin Sulla, sweating profusely, looked utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Now handcuffed, Abdul bin Sulla defiantly questioned what crime he had supposedly committed. Breaking news flashed across digital screens. The UAE Black Tower's 60th floor had been cleared with an S++ rank, and not by South Korea, sending public outrage and speculation about naturalization spiraling. Director Park Jae-soo had cancelled all external schedules, urgently returning to the Awakening Management Bureau headquarters, his car door snapping shut with finality. Reporters swarmed him, demanding immediate answers. Had South Korea's S++ record holder naturalized, was it a temporary or permanent deal, and was there a backroom deal with the UAE? He strode away, ignoring their relentless shouts for an answer. Inside, Director Park rushed through the halls, urgently calling for Deputy Director John to confirm what had happened. Calmly, Lee Min-ah informed the surprised director that she was already on the phone with player Bong. John Guang-ael, letting out a small breath, reassured the director on the phone that it was not a naturalization. Director Park pressed for absolute certainty, and John Guang-ael confirmed that player Bong Joohyuk was resting at his penthouse, planning to clear South Korea's 60th floor that very day. Director Park, feeling 10 years younger from the relief, was utterly perplexed. How had the UAE achieved an S++ clear when they had been begging for temporary naturalization just days ago? John Guang-ael logically deduced that, considering the circumstances and the players involved, only Bong could have pulled off such a feat. When Director Park asked if Bong had offered more details, John Guang-ael explained that he had denied it, leading the director to conclude that a timid guy like Bong must have his own good reasons for keeping quiet. Lee Min-ah expressed concern about volatile public opinion, but Director Park dismissed it, certain that once their own S++ clear of the 60th floor was announced, the outrage would vanish. Zhang Guangyao volunteered to personally verify Bong's presence at his penthouse, a sleek tower dominating the city skyline, as he was already going to pick up wyvern leather samples. Li Mina, holding up a sample that pulsed with blue energy, praised Bong for his excellent wyvern leather processing. She explained that basilisk leather production was now in full swing, promising future profits, and Bong enthusiastically agreed. Li Mina wished him luck for the 60th floor clear, but Bong casually stated he'd get it done within an hour, so she wouldn't have to worry. Bong, letting out a frustrated groan, mused that talking to a real human woman was far harder than clearing any tower, while Li Mina, now reassured, resolved to report back. With the bureau employee gone, Bong cleared his throat and suggested they pick up exactly where they had left off. He had earned a multinational badge from clearing the UAE's 60th floor, granting him a perk, ghost leg ticket, an opportunity that would disappear if he did not select a path within 1 hour. John Cossack, scrutinizing the list of options ranging from magic stones to a multinational tower access ticket, questioned if it had appeared exactly as drawn on Bong's system window. Bong confirmed he had drawn it exactly as he saw it, then turned to his summons, asking for their input on which number to choose. John Cossack gleefully suggested lucky number 7, flashing a peace sign, but Bong inwardly found the suggestion far too simple-minded. The summoned warrior, with a proud thumbs up, declared that real men pick number 1, for he was an alpha male. The female summon warned that the rune of trade enhancement, his desired prize, lay just below number 8, but she cautioned it could be a trap with a straight drop, making Bong wonder if it was a fake-out. Bong noted that Razix, shaking and drenched in sweat, appeared far too terrified to make any recommendation. And Veronica, well, he decided she could just keep sleeping. Bong, frustrated by the conflicting advice, threw up his hands, declaring his brain had simply short-circuited. With a powerful gesture, his eyes glowing blue, Bong declared he had made his choice. He chose number 3, explaining that if he picked any of the others by mistake, the person who suggested it would surely get crucified by the others. Bong was surprised as the selected ghost leg interface, sparking with energy, began expanding wildly. The system confirmed his selection of number 3, and with a soft whoosh, the ghost leg minigame officially began. His summons watched excitedly as the game started, but Bong, clutching his chest, felt his heart pounding. Bong anxiously shouted directions, frantically urging the path to move to the right. He despaired as the path stubbornly kept going left, moving towards the magic stone and summonee rank enhancement. Bong screamed in utter despair, wishing for trait enhancement and threatening to flip the table, but the path stubbornly led only to the rune of summonee rank enhancement. Bong looked utterly defeated as John Cossack calmly stated that they had indeed received the rune of summonee rank enhancement. The summons, glowing with excitement, celebrated the rune of summonee rank enhancement as a magnificent second choice, with John Cossack proclaiming there was only one choice for its use. Bong startled Veronica Caliber awake, but then awkwardly dismissed her, mumbling that he wasn't calling her. Bong then turned to Razix, asking the worker if he was ready for a promotion. Razix cried out in emotional shock, snapping into a tearful salute. Bong smiled, eagerly looking forward to a completely transformed Razix. Bong reminded Razix that they first needed to clear the 60th floor of the Korean tower, to which Razix eagerly agreed. As they entered South Korea's Black Tower's 60th floor, aggressive wyverns immediately roared, filling the dark, stormy sky. All of Bong's summons surged with glowing energy, preparing themselves for battle. The summoned warrior completed his transformation into the massive, powerful figure of Rabang the Bisak, perfectly formed. Bong, with a hint of anxiety, pondered if reclearing an S++ ranked floor, even in a different country's tower, would truly grant him another S++ rating and badge. Regardless, Bong declared he should never return to this floor, finding its poison effects painful for Gobang, and its wyvern lord a massive, useless brute. The raid went smoothly, as 2 giant antimaterial magic bullets struck the wyvern lord, which screamed in pain. The raid ended with a Cossack sprinkle ending, sending the wyvern lord tumbling down in a burst of purple energy. Bong wondered if the badge would be recognized, then a system notification blared, confirming an S++ clear for South Korea's 60th floor and awarding him a platinum badge. Bong was ecstatic, duplicate badges were recognized, bringing his total to 61 platinum badges. Bong stepped forward, glowing with blue energy, as his summons stood ready, while Veronica remained blissfully asleep. Bong addressed Razix, offering him a glowing blue rune, which the little worker accepted with a surprised gasp. Razix, with tears welling in his eyes, waved goodbye, promising to wait until Bong returned from the tower. Razix, still tearful, instructed Bong not to clean or buy an electronic servant in his absence, to which Bong jokingly promised he absolutely would not buy a robot vacuum. Razix waved goodbye as he disappeared in a flash of blue light, and Bong reflected on Razix's pure soul, confident he had a very high chance of triggering a blessing enhancement too. Bong wondered how long Razix's enhancement would take, likely 4 days like Gobang's, and what he would look like upon his return. Bong announced a vacation from tower climbing until Razek's returned, declaring it a time for everyone to rest and enjoy themselves to the fullest, much to his summon's delight. The next day, as South Korea's 60th floor was cleared with an S++ rank, public outrage quickly died down, and Bong relaxed, munching chips and checking his phone. However, a new headline flashed across his screen, an exclusive interview with UAE Crown Prince Abdul bin Sulla. On TV, Crown Prince bin Sulla stated he was in South Korea to express gratitude, not to the government, but to someone else who truly deserved the UAE citizens' thanks. Crown Prince bin Sulla accidentally revealed Gobangnim as the recipient of their gratitude, causing the interviewer to stammer in confusion as the live chat exploded with a barrage of humorous speculation. Bong, eyes wide, was utterly shocked. Gobang. How had he ended up on TV? As John Cossack cheerfully offered snacks, Bong realized with a dawning horror that Cossack, while negotiating with the Crown Prince, must have introduced himself as Gobang. Checking Razek's catalog, Bong found the cannot be summoned status exactly as it had appeared for Gobang. Bong's heart pounded with excitement, realizing that Razek's was undergoing a blessing enhancement and would return as an SSR rank summon. On vacation day 2, John Cossack and the female summon playfully argued over a football game, the female summon accusing him of mutiny against the princess, while Bong nervously tried to de-escalate. Vacation day 3 found John Cossack and the summoned warrior relaxing on luxurious sun loungers. By vacation day 4, Bong was so overcome with laziness, playing on his handheld console, that he reflected on the true life of a rich, unemployed person. He had always dreamed of this, but even playing around got boring, and Bong, staring blankly at the ceiling, wondered when Razek's would return, as 4 days had already passed. Bong gasped in surprise as his system displayed that Razek's cannot be summoned tag had finally disappeared. Bong excitedly announced Razek's was up, sending a jolt of surprise through John Cossack and the female summon. Veronica Caliber snapped a sharp salute, declaring herself ready to welcome the supply officer. Bong oversaw the preparation of organic carrots and various vegetables, setting up a festive banner to welcome Razek's back for his promotion. Bong initiated Razek's summoning, his other chibi summons expressing their excitement and longing for their designated supply officer. Purple energy swirled and burst with glowing particles. Razek's reappeared, transformed and upgraded to a GSR, Special Super Rare, rank, announcing his return as the system catalog displayed his impressively enhanced stats.